Don't move. That was the first thing the most terrifying woman in the world ever said to me, and she said it while she was the one dying. I had been asleep. Now I was upright against my own wall with a hand closed around my throat, and the hand belonged to a woman in red who was shaking so hard her hair had come loose. Her eyes were wrong, not angry wrong, poisoned wrong. Somebody had hit her with something that was still winning, and she had run, and out of every mountain in the world she had picked my cabin, because my cabin was the closest thing with a door. Are you a disciple of the Heavenly Sound Sect? Yes, I said, because it was true, and because I had about 1 lung of air left to spend. Good, then you're useful. She got a jade bottle out of her sleeve with 2 fingers that did not want to cooperate. Inside it was something alive. I could hear it. That is not a sentence I ever wanted to be able to write. Open your mouth. I did not open my mouth. Look, I was 19. I was kun refining, and I had spent my entire life learning exactly one survival skill, which was doing what I was told. But there are limits, and a woman feeding me something that made noise was somewhere past mine. She sighed like I was a chore. Then her knee came up into my stomach, and my mouth opened all on its own, and half of whatever was in that bottle went down my throat. The other half she swallowed herself. I want you to understand the situation. A woman who could have removed my house from the map with a stray thought had just split a poison with me like we were sharing a canteen. Her breathing steadied. The tremor in her hands stopped. The wrongness drained out of her eyes and got replaced by something a lot worse, which was clarity. She looked at me for a long moment. A stranger had seen her at the weakest she had been in 60 years, and she was doing arithmetic about it. I have never been closer to dying, and that includes all the times somebody put a sword in me later. Then she took her hand off my throat, walked to the window, and was gone into the dark like a lamp being blown out. I sat down on the floor of my own bedroom and touched my neck. There was a line across it where a blade had rested at some point in the night, and I could not remember her drawing one. So that was how I met her. She came back 4 days later and put a seed in my hand, and I have been her gardener ever since, 5 years of it. She has still never once asked whether I wanted the job. Now let me tell you about me, because it's going to be a short list. Lin Quan, 19, sold to a demonic sect as a child by a stepmother who needed the money more than she needed me. Talent above average, which in cultivation terms is the exact number you never want, because above average is high enough that nobody protects you and low enough that nobody invests in you. Station, emotion severing. Cliff, spirit herb garden, which is a beautiful way of saying I was the man who watered plants. If I had gotten to choose, I would have gone to the vast heaven sect. Orthodox, respectable, the strongest immortal sect in the world, the kind of place where people fly around on swords being noble at each other. Instead, I got the Heavenly Sound Sect, where the official policy on being murdered by your own colleagues is that you should have been stronger. And here's what I had that nobody knew about. I could see bubbles, not a metaphor. Little floating spheres that popped out of things I tended and things I killed, and when they touched me, they went in and stayed. White ones made my body stronger, permanently, forever. Green ones dropped pills and treasures on the ground like a very slow vending machine. Blue ones were the good ones. Blue ones filled 2 bars only I could see, one called body and one called cultivation, and when both bars hit 100, I could burn them and shove myself up an entire realm. There was also purple. 3 purple fragments made 1 divine ability. I had 2. I had exactly 1 talent worth anything, and it was this. I never told a single living soul. The morning after the poison, up at 100 Flowers Lake, at the highest point of the sect, where nobody I knew was allowed to walk, a woman in red sat in a crimson pavilion on an island and asked a question in a very calm voice. Has no one remembered the Heavenly Sound Sect in recent years? Kneeling in front of her, shaking, was Elder Jiang Li, who was, as far as the entire sect was concerned, the person in charge. 4 elders ran the Heavenly Sound Sect. Jiang Li ran the 4 elders. Jiang Li had the power of life and death over every one of the 12 lineages, and she was on her knees with her forehead getting closer to the stone, because the woman in the pavilion was Xian Yue, and Xian Yue was the sect leader, and Xian Yue had been in seclusion for 60 years, and Xian Yue had just come out. Some background, since I only learned this later, and it explains why my life went the way it did. Before her, the Heavenly Sound Sect was second-rate. She took over, and on her first day she started a war, and the war lasted 30 years, and at the end of it every sect within reach had decided it would rather be friends. They gave her a name for that, the Tianyin Witch. She had gone into seclusion to break through. At the exact moment it mattered, somebody ambushed her. They used the 3 Pure Ones technique, which belongs to Tianqing Mountain. One of them was carrying toxins that invade everything the moment the carrier dies, which is a spectacularly unpleasant thing to build into a person. So she had a poison in her and a broken breakthrough, and she had run for the nearest door. That was my door. Keep my return quiet, she told Jiang Li. You go on being the leader. And audit every disciple in this sect for spies. Yes. Elder Jiang Li. A pause you could have parked a cart in. You're not a spy sent by another sect, are you? Thump. Forehead on stone. Go down and organize the sect files. I want to see what you've done all these years. After Jiang Li was gone, she coughed into the back of her hand, and it came away red, and she sat there looking at the water, because only one person alive had known where she was sealed away, and that person had just left the room. She still decided Jiang Li was useful. That's the thing about her I never learned to predict. She didn't punish people, she priced them. 3 days later, a woman came to the spirit herb garden to ask me about my future. The garden was enormous, terraced up the slope, and at the middle of it was the heartbreak grass with its 9 red petals, which is the only ingredient in the sect worth guarding. It makes 3 pills. 1 speeds absorption, 1 suppresses the heart demon and gives you a 5th again on your breakthrough odds. The 3rd one is called the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, which puts you inside an endless illusion, and if you win, you come out enormously stronger, and if you lose, you don't come out. 2 Kun refining guards bowed at me. Senior Brother Chen. I walked the rows and picked up my morning strength, stamina, spirit, and 1 green bubble that dropped a spirit pill on the dirt. Then I put the pill in my sleeve, because a man who waters plants does not throw away free pills. Junior Brother Chen. Senior Sister Yun Mei of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Natural allure physique, which is a real thing and not a compliment. It means that when she walked into a field, grown men forgot their own names and their own wives. I had watched it happen. I had felt it happen. I felt nothing at all. I stood there in a spirit field with the most beautiful woman in the sect 4 steps away, and my heart rate did not change, and I want to be clear that this terrified me. Something had been done to me. I just didn't know what yet. I heard Junior Brother is about to establish foundation at 20. Impressive. Senior Sister flatters me. She looked out over the terraces like she was choosing a melon. If you were given the chance to join a prestigious immortal sect, would you seize it? I would like you to appreciate the shape of that question. There is no good answer. Yes means treason. No means I'm the kind of man who thinks about it enough to have prepared a no. She laughed before I could pick a way to die. Don't look like that. It's a trick immortal sect disciples use on us demonic path disciples. They never actually give you the chance. And she floated off. 2 readings. Either she was an infiltrator sizing me up for recruitment, or my own sect was testing me and she was the test. Both of them ended with me in a hole. So I did what I always did, which was nothing, visibly, while doing quite a lot in private. That night I went into my cultivation room and opened both bars at once. Click, click, click. Bones coming apart and going back together in a better order. Blood rewritten. All night, and by dawn there was a new floor under me and both bars had crashed down to 36 and 41. Foundation establishment. At 19. And something else opened up. A new divine ability had finished loading while I wasn't looking. Daily appraisal. 1 target a day. It reads anything. Objects, people, the true rank under a fake rank, the true sect under a fake sect, and, God help me, intent. So obviously the first thing I did was pointed at my own house. Lin Kuan's log cabin, built 3 years ago of sturdy greenwood, personally constructed by Lin Kuan, appears solid. Internal structure has many hidden problems, could collapse at any time. I sat there for a while. It turns out my God-given power was a home inspection. I told absolutely nobody about the promotion. In an immortal sect that would have been modesty. Here it was insurance. A month went by. Yun Mei kept coming around. She'd talk about her childhood, how she'd wanted to be a good person, how the world doesn't make it easy. She was very good at it. I could see the technique working on the guards, on the outer disciples, on a bird once, I swear. Nothing. I felt nothing. 2 days in the library trying to work out what was wrong with me produced no answer, and 1 purple bubble, which was at least profitable, fragment 2 of 3. What I did learn, in the library, from 2 alchemy disciples who couldn't lower their voices, was that the sect had suddenly started compiling statistics on every single disciple. That's not an audit, that's a hunt. Yun Mei arrived at my house that evening with no color in her face. Junior Brother, can I trust you? She didn't wait. No, I can only trust you. Then it all came out. True disciple of the Luoxia Immortal Sect. Mission complete. Discovered at the worst possible moment. Going to die tonight. All she wanted was for me to hide the thing she'd obtained and get it to her sect, and in exchange, of course, I'd be welcomed into Luoxia. She held out a jade pendant carved with symbols I couldn't read. She bit her lip. She looked up at me. She looked, and I mean this, absolutely pitiable, and I felt it. A wave of pure certainty that this woman was trustworthy and that I should take the pendant. which was a problem because I had also just watched her arrange her own face. I used appraisal on a person for the first time in my life. Senior Sister Yun Mei, Foundation Establishment Early Stage. Luoxia Sect, Inner Sect Disciple, infiltrated the Heavenly Sound Sect to find the whereabouts of the Heavenly Fragrance Dao Flower. Identity about to be exposed. Urgently needs a scapegoat. Because your behavior is unlike a demonic sect disciple, they targeted you as suitable. Currently frantically using the charm technique on you to make you willingly become the scapegoat. If it fails, they will kill you to silence you. Take the pendant and I get executed as a traitor in her place. Refuse, and she puts a sword through me tonight. Great, love that for me. So I reached for the pendant, really slowly, and then I looked over her shoulder and let my eyes go wide and said in the most horrified voice I own, "Master?" She spun, sword already out, mouth already open, and I heard her start the accusation she'd been carrying all evening. Junior Marshal Uncle, Lin Quan is a traitor. And then she stopped because there was nobody there. The dagger went into her neck from behind. If you can't win a fight head on, a surprise closes the gap. That's not cleverness. That's arithmetic. She got a spell off and blew me across my own yard. And her face did something I still remember, which was reorganized completely. She had read me as a soft, new inner disciple. She had been so sure. There was a whole person underneath that she'd never bothered to check for. Swords, sparks. She ended up on her back in the dirt with one hand at her throat. The master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion values me highly. He'll hold a grudge. I raised the blade. A senior brother of Luoxia is in love with me. They'll skin you alive. One stroke. Then a couple more afterward, because I was 19 and thorough. Then I stood in my own yard in the dark for a long time, and I was not okay. It was my first. You don't get used to it in one night. Nobody tells you that the hands don't shake until it's over. Then I went and reported it myself. My master is called Wei Feng, and he owns Emotion-Severing Cliff, and he has the face of a man who has been informed of a death and is deciding whether it inconveniences him. Did you kill her? Yes. Tell me the process. I told him. When was the Foundation establishment? Last month. So you chose a sneak attack. Not a question. He looked at me for about as long as it takes to check a horse's teeth. The law enforcement hall will contact you. Cooperate. He took the body and left. 7 days later, I finally worked out what she'd done to me. Or rather, what the woman in red had done to me on the floor of my bedroom with a bottle that made noise. Heaven-severing goo poison. Fey goo. It forces the host into what the books charmingly call a wise man's state. Complete immunity to every charm technique, every allure physique, every soft voice in a dark room, from every woman alive. Every woman except the one carrying the other half, the yin goo. So that's why Yun Mei's technique bounced off me. My life had been saved by the worst thing anyone has ever done to me, by a woman who did it because she needed somewhere to put half a poison, and the exception clause was standing somewhere up on a mountain deciding whether I was worth killing. Cool. Very cool. On day 7, 3 men blocked my door, and I appraised the one in front out of habit. Chu Wen, vast heaven sect true disciple, born with the dragon's fury, golden core, late stage. Bored and undercover in the Heavenly Sound Sect Law Enforcement Hall, contacting you to temporarily reduce the anger at the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. I want to sit with 2 words there. Bored and undercover. The strongest immortal sect in the world had planted a true disciple inside a demonic sect's police force, and the reason was that he had nothing on that week. Then he read me my verdict. I had killed a confirmed traitor. For this, cultivation resources stripped for 5 years. 1,000 spirit stones payable to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion within 3 months. Forbidden to leave the sect on pain of being classified as treason. And an ongoing investigation into me personally. At Kun Refining, I had earned 10 spirit stones a month. My entire life savings were 168. I've done nothing but make mistakes apparently by killing a spy. That's the sect. That's the whole sect in one paragraph. Back at 100 Flowers Lake, Zhang Li brought the suspect list, and Xian Yui's eye went straight to the bottom of it. Emotion-Severing Cliff, Lin Quan, Foundation Establishment Early Stage, lives by the stream below the cliff. She didn't look up. What is his background? Sold to the sect as a child, above average talent, clean record, rapid recent progress, reportedly after eating a strange fruit. A traitor died at his hands. His usual behavior? And Jiang Li, who had been kneeling on stone all week and had learned things about her own mortality, opened her mouth and very nearly said the true sentence, which was, he doesn't seem like a demonic sect person, and caught it on the way out and swapped it for, he doesn't make enemies, gentle, never speaks ill of ordinary people, he seems a bit out of place here. Then let's test him, said Xian Yue, and use him to test the ones still hiding in the shadows. Something dropped out of the light and landed in her palm, a seed the size of a quail egg, half black and half white. Many people come to this sect for this. Give it to the man under a motion-severing cliff and tell him to cultivate it carefully. Before long, everyone hiding in the shadows will surface. And if that person runs off with it, isn't that your problem? Jiang Li walked out of there with her spine back, thinking that surely one inner disciple was not worth a heavenly fragrance Dao flower seed, and it was said that this flower was the whole reason for the sect leader's power, and for one bright second she was tempted. Then she went cold all over because she realized she had been the first person being tested and she had passed by about a finger width. Meanwhile, I needed 250 spirit stones and had 168. At the law enforcement peak mission board, I ran into Han Ming from Leihuo Peak, who used to bunk 2 beds down from me in the outer sect back when we were both nobody. He was with 2 others, Wu Tian and Zhou Qiang. They were delighted. A 19-year-old with foundation establishment is a rare animal and everybody wants to touch it. Which faction? Emotion severing cliff. Small pause. Does junior brother happen to know who murdered the Heavenly Joy Pavilion's Yun Mei? It is I. Wu Tian physically took a step backward. Just took it, right there, like I might get on him. They found reasons to be elsewhere inside 2 minutes. I heard the rest around the corner because they didn't think enough of me to whisper. What's his talent? Above average. Mid to high aptitude. 19. How did he get foundation establishment? A miraculous encounter. And I heard the exact moment their opinion of me finalized in the little noise people make when they decide you're not real. A lucky encounter promotion means no ceiling. You climbed once, you'll never climb again, and now you've offended a pavilion. Don't get too close to him, it'll put Master in a difficult position. Han Ming didn't say anything. That's the part that stayed with me. Not the other 2. Han Ming didn't say anything. So, money. There are 3 trades in this world that make spirit stones. Alchemy costs more to learn than a house. Forging costs more than that. Talisman making is the poor man's trade. Low ceiling, low entry, universally looked down on. I bought the guide, and I took the only job on the board I qualified for. 7 days tending a flower at White Moon Lake. 20 spirit stones. White Moon Lake is where the geniuses live. It's higher up the mountain, so the spiritual key is denser, so their breakthroughs are faster, so they get further ahead, which is a very tidy little machine for making sure the people on top stay there. My guide was senior sister Qin Shu, plain face, clear eyes, and the alarming habit of telling me true things for free, which in that sect made her either a saint or a fool. Turned out saint. There was one. My overseer was Elder Chao Rui, a middle-aged beauty in a light blue dress who looked at me the entire week like I personally owed her money. The job, every half-hour afternoon, 6 times a day, pour magma out of a crimson gourd along the edge of a ring of frost. If the pure fey flower gets too cold, it dies, and if it dies, I imagine I would have been buried under it. Nights I made talismans. The Kun refining tier ones worked immediately and were worthless. Speed, purification, fire. 31 talismans, 3 spirit stones of profit, and then I took them to market, and a buyer offered me 1 spirit stone for the entire stack. 1. For the lot. I sold them because that's what 1 spirit stone teaches you, so I moved up to foundation tier. Concentration talisman, 5 stones. Fire talisman, 3. Divine sword talisman, 5. And all it does is make your sword fly faster, which tells you a lot about what this profession thinks of itself. 6 days in, I had broken exactly even. But the flower paid. Every morning, a blue bubble at the roots. Body +1, cultivation +1. I appraised it daily out of paranoia, and it told me things like nearing maturity, excellent condition, or too cold, needs more lava water, which meant that for the first time in my life, I was the best gardener in the world, and nobody could tell. Elder Chao Rui is in a foul mood, Qin Shu warned me on day 6. Tomorrow's the last day. Don't let anything go wrong. On the last day, there was no blue bubble. There was a purple one. Pure fey flower, now mature. Now here's the thing about that flower. It has to be picked the instant it matures. Not that hour, that instant. Late, and it withers, and you have wasted a year of a very frightening woman's time. I reported it immediately. Elder Chao Rui vanished out of the middle of her own sentence and reappeared over the flower and had it in her hand. The purple bubble drifted over and went into my chest. Divine ability, 3 of 3. Available. You do have some ability. She was already walking. Come, I'll take you to meet the owner of this flower. Remember to be clever. The courtyard at the lake felt like a sleeping beast wearing the costume of a fairyland. There was a stunning woman in white standing in it with her hair simply tied. It seems you have some skills. I happen to have something to entrust to you. If it's done well, you'll naturally benefit. I bowed. If you don't handle it well, she said, you should know what you'll face. 2 meritorious deeds this month. 2 death threats. This sect does not listen to logic. It doesn't even listen to itself. I walked out holding a seed. And Qin Shu, jogging to keep up with me, told me who that had been. Elder Zhang Li, acting sect leader. Absolute power of life and death over everything I could see from where I was standing. Chao Rui paid me 40 spirit stones instead of 20. Double. Nobody in that sect has ever doubled anything for me before or since. The seed came with no instructions, no expectations, no rules, no schedule, no warning about what happens if it dies. That was the part that made my hands cold. That night, I took the divine ability. Light and comfort and a kind of wisdom. Clear mind. Activating it is like having a bucket of ice water poured through the inside of your skull. Everything goes sharp. Everything you half understood snaps into place with a noise. I reopened the concentration talisman manual, which had beaten me for 2 weeks, and read it once, just once. Then I picked up the brush and it went across the paper like water finding a slope, and that night, 5 out of 10 came out perfect. The next morning, I appraised the seed. Heavenly Fragrance Dao Flower Seed. In the beginning of the Grand Mist, a flower was born between heaven and earth. Over countless years, heaven and earth became distinct. The Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower bore fruit and its seeds fell. This is one of them. Bury it in soil. Water it with 1 bowl of water once a day. It will sprout and take root in 7 days. I broke into a cold sweat in my own courtyard because this was it. This was the thing. This was the exact object Yun Mei had spent years inside a demonic sect trying to find. The thing she had been willing to frame and kill me for. The thing every spy in this mountain was hunting. And the acting sect leader had just handed it to a gardener with 168 spirit stones and no protection whatsoever. Elder Zhang Li dropped a bomb in my yard. At that moment, I felt like a worm that has just been walked out to the end of a pier, so I planted it, and I rebuilt my fence out of stone, high enough that nobody could see in, and I got a bowl, and I filled it with water, and I poured it on the dirt. The instructions said 1 bowl. They did not specify the size of the bowl. I want that on the record. The talisman business, meanwhile, was going well enough to be suspicious. 90% success. 27 fire talismans in 3 days, all of them for senior sister Xiao Yu, a woman with a dangerous smile who only ever wanted the ones that hurt people. 81 stones in, 36 of profit, savings over 300. On the 7th night, mid-stroke, an invisible sweep of spiritual ki came through the room and set my talisman on fire. The source was the courtyard. I went out. Ripples were rolling across the yard like wind over water, thick, and thank every ancestor I had, contained inside the stone fence. A sprout had come up. It swayed twice. And beside it was a bubble in a color I had never seen in my life, and I had been seeing bubbles for years. Purple and gold. Legend of Purple and Gold +1. I took it, and the light went into my head and left an article behind, and 4 characters burning brighter than the rest. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, one of the innate scriptures. Purple kun enveloping heaven and earth, giving rise to all things. It generates primordial purple kun, and primordial purple kun does something that I would have traded a limb for. It hides my real cultivation and keeps politely displaying the old technique on the outside like a shop sign for a business that closed. So now I had a top-tier cultivation technique and a permanent disguise, and I got both of them out of a flower I was watering with a bowl I had not measured. I switched over in a single night. Same body, same numbers. Everything hit twice as hard, and every morning from then on, the sprout gave me 2 blue bubbles. 2. Every day. That is not a gift. That is an engine. Chu Wen came back a few days later and walked straight into my courtyard without being invited, which is how the law enforcement hall says hello. He glanced at the flower. Just glanced. Didn't linger. I have never been so grateful for a man's discipline. Then he explained the 1,000 spirit stones to me. The master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion is stuck. To break through, he needs a person with a natural charm physique. Yun Mei was that person. The law enforcement hall tipped the pavilion off, which is what panicked her into recruiting you. They wanted her alive. He smiled. You killed her. So the fine is punishment. The fine is a leash. He said it kindly, which made it worse. While you owe them, the pavilion master cannot move against you without it looking like collection. Also, some Luoxia people were in love with her and now hate you specifically. To be precise, Junior Brother's situation is precarious. Let me get this straight. I killed their spy. They got no reward and were told to pay compensation. And everyone kept assuring me it was for my own good. And then the visitors started. Fairy Shen Qing, Yanyan Peak, freshly out of seclusion, arrived at my house holding a powerful spirit medicine she simply had to show me. Senior Sister Shen Qing, Heavenly Saint Sect Candidate Holy Maiden, Early Golden Core. Undercover at Yanyan Peak to find out the reason for the rise of the Heavenly Sound Sect. Following instructions. The item was in your yard, so she took the opportunity to observe it. Ruthless and cunning, a wolf in sheep's clothing. So the reason for my sect's rise was growing in my backyard, and a golden core holy maiden from a rival sect had come around to look at it, and I was standing between them holding a watering bowl. I smiled and admired her spirit medicine and told her it was very impressive. She said she'd definitely be back. By then, I had 926 spirit stones and both bars at 100, courtesy of the flower, so I burned them and went up to Foundation Establishment mid-stage. The primordial purple kun crushed the bottleneck flat. Nobody outside my own fence felt a thing. Then I walked into my courtyard with the water bowl, and there was a woman in red standing next to my flower. It was her. And the moment I saw her, my heart moved. After a month of feeling absolutely nothing for the most beautiful woman in the sect, my chest did the thing chests are supposed to do, which meant the other half of that poison was standing 8 steps away, looking at my plant. It seems you don't quite remember me. I remembered her fine. I had a scar. Foundation Establishment mid-stage. She said it the way you'd read a price tag. It seems your promotion went very smoothly. My blood went cold, which is impressive given how little of it was left after the last month. The primordial purple kun was supposed to be perfect. It was supposed to be a wall. Cultivation can be hidden, she said, but the body is very honest. The speed of power circulation, the intensity of breathing, the extension of spirit. She tipped her head. More importantly, you were promoted right under my nose. Am I blind? I decided I would be studying breathing. You planted them? Yes, senior. How did you plant it? I water it with a bowl of water every day. A silence. That's all? That's all. She looked at me like I'd told her I built a bridge out of soup. Then she knelt down, which is not a thing that woman does, and touched the tender bud with one finger, and her face went completely empty. This plant smells quite nice. I'm going to take it with me when it grows up. Do you have any objections? Senior, this. She didn't even finish the syllable. Something came off her, vast and flat and world-ending, and I went back 3 steps and nearly lost my footing on my own path. No comment, I said. This flower is mine now. Take good care of it. I did the math afterward. An aura that size should have taken the fence, the house, and me. She hadn't been trying. That was her being gentle. When is Senior going to take it? Wait for it to blossom and bear fruit. Then, because I am an idiot with a divine ability, I appraised her. Question mark, question mark, question mark. The first failure of my life. My magic power looked at that woman and simply shrugged. Any questions? No. Thank you, Senior. She paid me for the gardening, which I did not expect. A formation diagram first, a spirit gathering array simple enough that no expertise was required, which would stop the QE in my yard from leaking away. And second, a book. Not a printed manual, a handwritten notebook in a very good hand on breathing control and spirit extension and the mastery of power, which is to say a complete method for making yourself unreadable. About me. Junior will never tell anyone about Senior, not even if it means his death. You'd better remember what you said. I'll come to check on the flowers from time to time. If anything happens to them, you will be held accountable for my wrath. 2 weeks with that nameless manual and clear mind, and I became something new. From any angle, at any distance, to any inspection, I now read as an ordinary Foundation Establishment early stage cultivator, not mid, early, below where I'd started. The panel said mid-stage. The world said nothing much. Around that time I saw Han Ming on the street and started to lift a hand, and his senior brother took him by the elbow and steered him around a corner. Han Ming looked at the ground the whole way past. I put my hand down. I understood. Waving at me would have cost him something and gotten me nothing. That's not cruelty. That's what a demonic sect does to a man's arithmetic. At the market, senior sister Xiao Yu bought 5 divine sword talismans and gave me a warning for free, which was becoming a theme with women who bought my talismans. The people at the Heavenly Joy Pavilion are greedy and capable of a great many things. Don't leave the sect. She tucked the stack away. I don't want to have to find talismans this good anywhere else. And then Jiang Hao showed up. Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Pale face. Permanent sneer. The specific energy of a man who has never once been told no. He crouched at my stall and bought every talisman on it. 4 fire and 6 concentration, 42 spirit stones, discounted to 40 because he asked. Then he stood up with all of it in his sleeve. What a pity. I didn't bring that many spirit stones today. He smiled. Come with me to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion and I'll give it to you there. There were maybe 30 people in earshot. Nobody looked up. Nobody looked away either, which was worse. This happens constantly to people with nobody behind them, and everybody there had watched it before, and everybody had somewhere to be. You absolutely must wait for me here tomorrow, he said as he left. Otherwise, you'll go around accusing me of bullying you. I waited exactly as long as it took him to get out of sight. That night, on the mountain path up to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, Jiang Hao was walking with a Kun refining boy and doing what men like him do, which is narrate. I ran into someone who offended Master, gave him a good beating. He'd already resold my talismans for 30-odd stones. Go tomorrow, not just tomorrow. I'll bring some senior brothers and sisters and we'll have him spit out every spirit stone he owns. Then he can be the next skeleton in the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. He'd secretly admired Yun Mei, apparently, never spoke to her, only ever saw her afterward. I tapped the boy on the back of the head and he went to sleep in the grass. Then Jiang Hao turned around. The dagger went through his neck on the turn. He tried to make distance and got the second dagger for it. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding between us. A long sword came out through his chest from behind. Senior, spare me. Another one through the front. Then spirit swords, from the left, from the right, from above, from behind, because I had a great many cheap spirit swords and no sentimental attachment to any of them. The last one was a spear, and it pinned him to a tree, and I walked up and took his storage artifact off him. Why? I'll collect the money. At home, I counted it. 60 spirit stones, 60. A Foundation establishment mid-stage disciple of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, walking around threatening people, and his entire net worth was 60 spirit stones. I sat on my floor with his purse open in my lap and had a genuine crisis about the economy. I left the cheap spirit swords in him on purpose. I have hundreds, and I let the Kun refining boy live on purpose too, because a boy who wakes up in the grass is a boy who saw nothing, and because my whole cover was one number. A Foundation establishment early cultivator cannot beat a mid-stage. It is not possible. Everybody knows it. Chu Wen was at my door in the morning. He's dead. I let a pause happen. They think I did it? After the investigation, I went to the market. I did indeed hear he had a grudge against you. He was watching my face the entire time, which I knew, and I let him. However, with your strength, you're no match for him. So, a great many spirit swords. He said it lightly, but the technique is somewhat like Junior Brothers. It was another blow that pierced the neck. Someone is framing me? It's hard to say. Without evidence, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion can't do anything to you. He smiled. Of course, this also proves something else. Without evidence, Junior Brother's death would be in vain too. Then he explained the lawless tower in the tone of a man describing a fine local restaurant. Kill a fellow disciple, and you go into the tower, and the tower eats your cultivation, and you come out at least one entire major realm lower. A golden core goes in and comes out weaker than I am. Kun refining offenders just get everything confiscated and thrown into the mining field to live or die on their own initiative. And then he quoted the sect leader at me, from the records, word for word. Can any genius be as powerful as me? If he interferes with the sect's law enforcement, it is equivalent to shaking the foundation. Kill him. The sect leader is truly arrogant, I said. I would like to formally apologize for that sentence. Up at 100 Flowers Lake, she was asking about me again. Tell me about your recent achievements. The flower took root and sprouted. Lin Quan has behaved normally. People approached him, but all of them with legitimate reasons. Nobody eyed the flower. So there was no gain. Zhang Li went down on one knee. Your subordinate has failed in her duties. Don't stare at one place. Xian Yue didn't even sound annoyed. Look around. Look outside. Sometimes the greatest impact comes from those who are furthest away. And then she sent me a present, which is how I found out that the gardener was on the payroll. It came in a silver-white transparent box. Zhang Li worked out what it was before she handed it over and had a small private moment about the fact that it was Foundation tier, which meant it was for me. One of the 9 heavens battle armor, powerful defense, capable of independently defending against most attacks from the golden core. The more pieces you have, the stronger the defense. A set. It was a set. Somewhere out there were more pieces of it, and the acting sect leader was apparently going to hand them to me one at a time like a woman feeding a stray. Best magic treasure I had ever touched, and I'd gotten it for watering something. 7 more days, and I had the 1,000 spirit stones. Chu Wen registered the payment in front of me, sat on it until the last legal day, and then handed me the discharge bill to destroy myself, which was either kindness or theater. I appraised him again while he was doing it. Chu Wen. Golden Core completion. He had been late stage 6 weeks ago. Befriending you to get closer to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, to watch the show, and to find out whether you killed Jiang Hao. 2 out of 3 of those I could live with. His parting advice on surviving the pavilion master was pleasantly bleak. Option 1, hide until the man finds a new charm body and stops caring. Option 2, become so valuable that your master protects you at any cost. He also mentioned that inner sect mission assignments were coming in 2 or 3 months, and that although I couldn't take outside jobs, I could absolutely be assigned to one. Then, emotion-severing Cliff got a new true disciple, brought in personally by Wei Feng, and he came to introduce himself immediately, because that is the kind of person he is. Junior brother, Deng Kai. Exceptionally gifted. Foundation establishment early stage at 18, blessed by the spirits of the mountains and rivers. I want to be one of the top 10 disciples, he told me, about 90 seconds into the acquaintance. Then politely, with his hands folded, Senior brother, how long do you think it will take for me to surpass you? It should be within the next few years. Which was true, and which is how it normally goes, and which I said with a completely straight face while standing on a hidden mid-stage foundation and a scripture from the beginning of the world. I went shopping instead of getting annoyed. The Snow Lotus Pavilion is where the sect sells spirit medicine to its own people at a markup. The guide fairy showed me a snow lotus seed for 99 stones, produces high-grade healing spirit medicine. Seeds with cracks are difficult to plant. In extremely cold regions, this is not a problem. Otherwise, surround the seed with 16 spirit stones and water it every 3 days. I turned it over and found the crack and pointed at it. Senior brother has a good eye. Not one flicker, which is something I was going to mention later. Because of the innate crack, we're selling it at half price. 50. Something I was going to mention later. What a ruthless heart. If I had not found it myself, that sentence would have stayed in her mouth forever. I also bought a blue lotus seed for about 50, whose entire appraisal was, after germination, they can condense spiritual kun. That's it. That's the whole entry. I had been robbed and I knew it, and I bought it anyway. The snow lotus paid 1 bubble every 3 days. The blue lotus paid green once and white forever after, so I planted it as furniture. Then I turned 20. My past 20 years haven't been very smooth. I've been alone the entire time. But I've only escaped serious danger, never actually met it head-on. Congratulations on living past 20. Deng Kai came back a month later and he was already close to mid-stage, and his appraisal had a new line in it that hadn't been there before, possessing immense legacy. A great power legacy. It had appeared in 1 month. Somebody was pouring an inheritance into that boy like water into a jug. In a few months, I'll be Foundation Establishment mid-stage, and then I'll surpass Senior Brother. A beat. Can I challenge Senior Brother then? Okay. I said okay. I want you to remember that I said okay. Then the mission board went up. Emotion Severing Cliff, Lin Quan. Clean up the Den of Demons, Team of 5, Heavenly Joy, Pavilion Lei Hua, Heavenly Joy Pavilion Ma Jun, Lei Huo Peak Kai Wen, Ice Moon Valley Anxiang, departure at the end of next month. 2 of the 5 were from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. 2, on a 5-person team, into a sealed world full of demons where nobody keeps records. Fairy Xinqing intercepted me on the road to thank me for the spirit medicine conversation and press a note into my hand and to say brightly that she'd definitely be asking me for a favor sometime and she hoped I wouldn't refuse. The note was a scouting report. Lei Hua, Foundation Establishment late, near breakthrough, Heavenly Immortal Tao. The more aloof and beautiful she appears, the easier it is to fall for her allure. Ma Jun. Foundation Establishment mid, near breakthrough, Fallen Immortal Tao, can subtly throw a mind into chaos. Kai Wen, Foundation Establishment early, Heavenly Fire Thunder Sword, draws Heavenly Lightning, effective against the Fallen Immortal Tao. Anxiang, Foundation Establishment late, 1,000 miles of frozen lands, decisive and ruthless, looks down on the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. 2 of them aimed at me, and 2 of them built specifically to counter the first 2. Somebody had balanced that team on purpose. My money was on my master, and my master had never once said a kind word to me in his life. Ma Jun found me in the street a few days later. Messy hair, red eyes, a smell of something wound too tight. He put his hand on my shoulder like an uncle. With your physique, you could easily die in there. He squeezed. Don't blame Senior Brother for not saving you. So I went to Wei Feng and asked for a spell. What kind? Very powerful. He looked at me for a while. Do you use a knife? It's usable. He put 2 fingers on my forehead and something enormous went into my head, and then he handed me a book. Demonic Sound Slash. Like thunder rushing by, like a storm galloping past. You have talent, he said. You should be able to learn it in a little over a month. On my way out, I heard him teaching Deng Kai the Heavenly Thunder Sword in the courtyard, and I heard him say, you must learn it properly here before you can leave. Here, under supervision, corrected personally. I got a book to take home. That's what a true disciple is, in case you were wondering. It isn't a title. It's the difference between being taught and being handed something. With clear mind, it took me 7 days. I tested it on a stream with a tree branch because I wanted to know what I was carrying before I carried it anywhere. A shadow of a blade 10 meters long came off a stick. The stream burst. Sand and stone went into the air. When it settled, there were long, clean cuts in the ground on the far bank. Then I went up to Foundation Establishment late stage and punched a boulder to see what all those white bubbles had actually been doing to me. The boulder came apart. Even with my cultivation completely sealed, even pretending to be a man who cannot fight, the body underneath hits like a landslide. Years of watering plants. Turns out gardening is a martial art if you do it wrong enough. 1 month of preparation, 723 spirit stones. At the Star Tower I looked at 3 blades, the Blazing Sun Blade, True Fire, 888, the 7-colored Moon Slash which kills without leaving a trace and which I wanted so badly it hurt, 1100, and the Shadow Blade, invisible and elusive at night, extremely hard to detect, weaker than the other 2 but very sturdy, 830. I haggled the Shadow Blade down to 720 and walked out with 15 10,000 sword talismans and no money. And then I noticed the design flaw in my own equipment. The Shadow Blade is an assassin's weapon. It exists to be unnoticed. The demonic sound slash announces itself like a mountain falling on a temple. I had bought a whisper and I already owned a scream. Fine, carry both. Use the scream when nobody expects it. I couldn't ask anyone to tend my yard because my yard had the flower in it, and there was no version of that conversation that ended well. So I turned on the spirit gathering array and left, which is a thing farmers do and pray about. Chu Wen walked me to the rendezvous with the news. They didn't get swapped out. He was almost apologetic. They got promoted. Ma Jun, mid to late. Lei Hua, late to perfection. Approaching breakthrough, the note had said. Both of them. I had read that sentence twice and thought about the fight and not about the calendar. At the rendezvous point, Lei Hua, cold and white and beautiful. Ma Jun in black, all teeth. And Xiang in a white robe with a paper fan, gentle and refined and reading the room. Kai Wen in blue with a long sword and a look that suggested she'd like to see what happened. Not too late, Ma Jun said, smiling. Just right. He said it like a man who had been waiting a long time for a particular day. I appraised Lei Hua because at that point I appraised everyone. Lei Hua, Heavenly Joy Pavilion disciple, Foundation Establishment Perfection. Because of her infatuation with the Pavilion Master, harbors a deep hatred for you. Right. Of course. She was in love with the man whose breakthrough I ruined by killing his intended tool, and so she hated me on his behalf, and she was coming into a sealed world with me. Neuropathy. This entire sect has neuropathy. The demon cave is not a cave. You go through the gate and there is sky. A vast curtain of light rippling overhead like the underside of water. Mountains. Rivers. And in the distance, a column of light going straight up into that sky with stars falling out of it, which is the sealed core, which is forbidden, which is the actual demon. Everything walking around out here is just what leaked, and Xiang won the opening argument. To separate as soon as you go in is tantamount to suicide. Lei Hua agreed to stay grouped until the packs thinned out, which was the most generous thing she ever said to me. First fight, 3 gorilla-shaped demons. One of them threw a boulder the size of a cart. Kai Wen answered with fire that lit the whole clearing. I put my longsword into one and it sparked off the hide like I'd hit a wall. So hard, I dropped the sword, got behind it, dagger into the neck, then heel of my palm on the pommel and drove it through. 2 blue bubbles came off that corpse. 2. Body +1. Cultivation +1. I had killed things before. I had never gotten blue out of one. And I learned the rule right there. Watching the others' kills produce absolutely nothing for me. Only the killer collects. Helping doesn't count. Ma Jun, who had just split a demon from shoulder to hip, wiped his blade and said conversationally, "Looks like junior brother really enjoys stabbing people in the neck." Jiang Hao had died of a neck wound. I said nothing, and the month went on. Grouped hunting kept me alive, because they weren't going to do it in front of 2 witnesses from other lineages, but Ma Jun started stealing my kills, deliberately, stepping in front of me to finish things, which meant revealing his own late-stage speed to do it, which meant he had stopped caring what An Xiang noticed. My bars crawled, 95, 96. Then one afternoon Ma Jun dropped a demon in a single motion in front of me and turned around with his eyes too wide. Junior brother Chen seems very keen on killing demons, but I'm also very keen. He was breathing hard, and it wasn't from the fight. I just don't know who can kill more. I'd appraised him on the second day, for the record. He had been madly in love with Yun Mei, not assigned to her, in love with her. This was never pavilion business. This was a man on a schedule. Lei Hua proposed splitting up, and everyone agreed, and I agreed loudest, because both my bars were nearly full, and what I needed more than anything in the world was one quiet night nobody was watching. I picked a direction in front of them. The second I was out of sight, I picked a different one, and I moved at a speed a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator cannot move at. Behind me, An Xiang was already doing the arithmetic out loud. In the end, the 5 of us probably won't be able to go back together, will we? There are probably only 4 people. Kai Wen, flatly. Junior brother Chen will probably have to stay here. Is there no way for him to escape? Probably not. Ma Jun's breath is frantic. He's already heading toward Lin Quan. 3 days of hunting alone by a lake, and I hit 100 and 100. There are no mountains you can hide inside in that world, and no caves that aren't already occupied. So I climbed into the trunk of an enormous tree, sealed it behind me, and started the breakthrough to foundation establishment perfection. Once you start, the panel counts down. 100, then 90, then 60. If it reaches 0 and you have not broken through, you do not get to try again with what's left. You get to be weak for a year. At 27, Ma Jun found the tree. He'd been tracking me with a people-finding compass, and Lei Hua had been walking behind him so that nobody could ambush the pair of them at once. At that speed he could hide forever, she had been saying. So why is he killing demons? What kind of weapon is he building for us? He guessed trees. He walked the grove until he felt the one that was very slightly more spiritual than the others, and when he found it he was so happy he laughed. Clang. The tree came apart around me in 2 pieces, and branches rained down. Still trying to hide? He put the broadsword straight down at my forehead to open me from the top, and a phantom shield came out of nowhere and stopped it dead. That armor, that little silver-white box, watering a flower. A protective magic treasure? Then I opened my eyes, and there was gold in them, and foundation establishment perfection came off me in a wave that flattened the grass. How is this possible? I didn't answer. The shadow blade came out, and I gave him the demonic sound slash. The sound of it went through the forest like a mountain falling. He came off his feet, went through a tree trunk, and landed with his broadsword in pieces and his hand a ruin, still alive. He was late stage, and had just eaten the strongest thing I owned, and he was still alive. Lei Hua hit me from the flank with an aura so cold and aloof and perfect that it should have taken my mind apart from the inside. I felt her hair move the air. That was it. That was all I felt. Thank you, madam, for the poison. We fought in the air in the dark, and every exchange was one mistake from being the last one, and neither of us gave ground. And then she broke away and shouted to Ma Jun, and the sentence told me everything about how the fight was going. If we join forces, he won't be able to hold out. He was recently promoted. That's what she said out loud. What she was thinking, and I could see it on her, was, this man broke through 5 minutes ago on an unstable foundation, and he is beating me. Ma Jun spat blood essence into his broadsword, and drops of it came off the edge and fell toward me like burning rain, while Lei Hua drove the sword attack in from the front. So I let a hint of purple into my eyes. Primordial purple kun ran out to my fingertips, and when that blood-charged broadsword came in at me, I didn't block it, and I didn't dodge it. I tapped it with the back of my fingers. Clang. The broadsword snapped in half. He was already inside my guard by then, which was the last mistake available to him. Purple palm to the chest. He left the ground, and he did not get up. Then I ran the Hongmeng Heart Sutra to the edge of what it would do, put Purple Kun over my whole body and the whole blade, and launched Lei Hua into the air, and before she came down, I put a purple-charged demonic sound slash through her in a single clean arc. Her longsword fell in 2 pieces. Then the cracks started spreading through her, and the only thing in her eyes was a question. Why is he so strong? Ma Jun was crawling for the tree line. I threw the shadow blade and pinned him to a tree by the neck. Lei Hua got 1 card out. If we die, everyone will know it was you. I know. I was already reaching into my sleeve. But no one will investigate. That's what you told me. 10,000 sword talismans, 7 and 3. 10,000 swords twice. And only when it was finished and the forest was quiet did I cough, and it came up red, because I had been mid-breakthrough when it started, and had then pushed the Hongmeng Heart Sutra past its limit for a quarter of an hour. I sat down to heal. 5 demons walked into the clearing. When it rains, it pours. A month later, I walked out of the gate alone, and Xiang and Kai Wen were already there, comparing disappointing numbers. Does senior brother think junior brother Chen can come back? Probably not. I tracked them. Ma Jun and Lei Hua were moving together, and they were moving on purpose. Then An Xiang, who is the smartest man in this story and who I like very much, worked out the actual problem. If only Lin Quan comes back, that would be a very bad situation. Why? Because it would mean a foundation establishment early cultivator killed a late stage and a perfection. And it would mean you and I are the only 2 people in the world who know it. He paused. After all, you and I are early and late. Killing each other wouldn't be difficult. And halfway through that sentence, Kai Wen's face changed because a young man had walked out of the trees with a steady step and a level breath, and Xiang's pupils went small. Don't be nervous, he said very quietly. Keep your distance, don't linger. As long as one of us can run, he won't risk it. They physically separated before they greeted me. 1 left, 1 right, 8 steps apart. I have never been paid a better compliment. Did junior brother Chen have any success this time? The demons have been mostly cleared out. Hasn't the Heavenly Joy Pavilion's senior brother and sister come back yet? I asked that one, out loud, with my face doing nothing at all. They did not wait the customary day or two. They left immediately. The shadow blade was covered in cracks. It had killed Lei Hua, and that had been the end of what it could do. 720 spirit stones for one night. I stuck it in the corner of my yard as decoration. Panel. Foundation establishment perfection. 9 months after foundation establishment. For the first time in my life, the golden core looked like a thing that was actually going to happen to me. Chu Wen collected the report and the 300 spirit stone reward. Tell us about your experience in the demon cave. I did nothing but hunt demons on the road. Did you see those two from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion? I've been avoiding them, so I've never met them. That's true. He put the brush down. There's nothing to ask. Appraisal afterward, because I never learn. They strongly suspect you killed all 3 people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion and have developed a deep interest in you. 3. They were counting Yun Mei. Deng Kai turned up for the duel he'd been promised, already foundation establishment mid-stage and shining like a new coin. Private or public, senior brother? Private. I was going to lose. I had it all worked out. A close loss, a graceful concession, 1 more year of being invisible. Judging from your expression, said a voice behind me. Do you want to lose to him? The woman in red was standing in my courtyard again. You seem afraid of standing out. Foundation establishment mid-stage, I said. She walked past me to the corner of the yard without changing expression. I thought you were an honest, timid, good person, she said, but good people don't lie as calmly as you do. She turned. I'll give you 1 more chance. Tell me your cultivation. Foundation establishment mid-stage. Something like a wind with weight in it picked me up and put me into the wall. At perfection. I could not resist it at all. Then let's consider you a foundation establishment mid-stage candidate. She let the lie stand. I still don't know why. I think she was entertained. You practice swordsmanship? She had picked up the cracked shadow blade and was turning it over. I've met quite a few people. They all practice swordsmanship. Don't you practice swordsmanship? I'm of the demonic sect. Sword cultivation reminds people of the immortal sects. So I attached the magic treasure to a blade instead. She made a small, contemptuous noise and sat down at my table. You're not valued in the heavenly sound sect, are you? There's neither a powerful magic treasure nor a powerful spell. There is indeed some powerful magic treasure, I said, thinking about the armor, thinking about who had sent it, keeping my face still. I have a sword technique here. She said it the way you'd offer somebody a spare cup. Would you like it? What are senior's conditions? Didn't you want to spar with someone? She looked up. Beat him, and I'll teach you the sword technique. I did the sums fast. Winning exposes me, but I had just come back from the demon cave, and the demon cave is where inexplicable things happen to people, and a lucky encounter is the one excuse this world accepts without paperwork. Okay. You're quite decisive. She sounded disappointed. I think she'd wanted to watch me squirm. She tossed a book onto the table and left like a draft through an open door. If I come back next time and that flower still hasn't grown, I'll hold you responsible. The book said 7 Styles of the Heavenly Blade. I opened it and understood absolutely nothing except the name of the first move, which was Moonslash. Then I noticed the corner of my yard was empty. This woman actually stole my knife. Deng Kai, meanwhile, was telling senior brother Xu Hao all about the duel he was going to win. Xu Hao is tall and handsome and aloof and a true disciple, and he gave the boy exactly 1 piece of advice. He just came out of the demon cave. There are many strange encounters in there. Be cautious. Deng Kai did not hear him. Deng Kai has never once hurt anybody. I bought a plain blade for 100 spirit stones. Min, silver white, no name, no history, no personality. I called it Half Moon because it needed to be called something. We fought at dawn in front of my own house. Isn't senior brother worried about the impact on his residence? It shouldn't be that bad. He opened with his best thing, the Heavenly Thunder Sword, wrapped in lightning, the technique his master had personally stood over him to correct. I used demonic sound slash once. The blade shadow went through the Heavenly Thunder Sword, took it apart on the way, and threw him across the clearing. He landed with his long sword cracked from tip to guard and both hands shaking. 1 move. Now I could have won by a hair. I thought about it for a long time. But there's a rule I've watched hold true my entire life, and it goes like this. People have a great many thoughts about someone slightly stronger than they are, and they stop having thoughts entirely about someone much stronger. A narrow win makes an enemy, a humiliation makes a fan. Senior brother Chen got promoted? I had some fortuitous encounters in the demon cave. Winning by sheer luck is nothing. Appraisal, because I have a disease, resentful of being defeated by you, wants to advance and beat you again. But let me just say, he was lucky. That last sentence is in the appraisal, my magic power editorialized. Is this person narrow-minded or magnanimous? I genuinely could not tell you. A month later, I felt someone looking at me in the spirit herb garden. There were 5 new helpers, all kun refining, all sent over from other branches. 4 of them were exactly what they said they were. The 5th was reading as kun refining 5th layer and was not. He Yuan, Luoxia Sect, inner sect disciple, undercover at Leihuo Peak. Once cultivated alongside Yunmei and became infatuated with her. On learning of her death, he was consumed by rage and broke through to early golden core. Came specifically to seek revenge, even at the cost of his life. I read that last clause about 4 times. You cannot deter a man who has already agreed to die. Every safety I had, the sect law, the lawless tower, the fact that killing me would ruin him, all of it depends on the other person wanting a future. He didn't want one. He traded it in. I gave Chu Wen the helper roster and said mildly, there might be a traitor among these 5. Let me check. He tucked it away. You'd better be careful these next few days. I stayed in my courtyard for 7 days, nurtured Half Moon, worked on the first move of the heavenly blade until it came apart in my hands and reassembled into something I could hold. My bars reached 99 and 100, 1 point of body short. So I walked to the spirit herb garden for exactly 1 blue bubble, and I got it, and I said, it's done, out loud in the middle of a field like a lunatic. Deng Kai was there stocking up on spirit medicine, and mentioned, in the way boys do when they're excited about a war, that Tianqing Mountain's Dao discussion conference had gone badly, and the friction was getting worse. That night, the law enforcement hall raided Leihuo Peak. Somebody tipped He Yuan off with just enough time. He came out of it in pieces, and he did not run for the border. He came for me. Same night, I broke through. The bottleneck at Golden Core is that the powers won't unify. Everything you've built refuses to speak to everything else. The Hongmeng Heart Sutra went through it like a clerk, 1 line at a time, sorting, and when the spiritual kun and the body were both completely spent, there was a crack, and in the Dantian a tiny golden core condensed out of nothing and hung there, finished. Golden core, unbelievable, and sitting there in the dark I traced the whole thing backward because I had never done it before. I did not get here because I killed Yunmei. I got here because a woman was ambushed at the wrong moment, and the ambush drove her into my house, and the poison she left made me immune to a spy, and the spy died, and the death made the sect hunt traitors, and the traitor hunt made the sect leader want a piece of bait, and the bait was a flower from the beginning of the world, and she gave it to me. So if anyone should be thanking someone, it should be that woman. Only. Every single crisis in my life is also that woman. I should blame her. I'm going to blame her. At dawn, a figure came up the path out of the light. We stood across the stream from each other. He was thick through the shoulders, and his breathing was ruined, and his clothes were in ribbons, and there were wounds on both arms and at his waist that had stopped being interesting to him. He had survived an entire law enforcement raid on the way here, and every single step of it had been in this direction. You can't escape. I won't run. Waiting for a rescue? He shook his head. The people who captured me are trapped by my divine ability. They won't get here before dawn. His voice cracked. Why did you kill Yunmei? She is a traitor. And then he told me who she was. She was my hope for survival. When I was weak, she was the only one who stayed. When everyone ostracized me, she stayed by my side. She was a ray of light in my dark world. He wasn't performing. That's the part I want you to have. He wasn't performing. But you killed her. Do you still remember, I said, whether Yunmei was good to you? How could I forget? I'll never forget it in my entire life. Then let's recall. My blade was already charging while I said it. Recall those beautiful memories before you try to kill me. And he did. I watched him do it, standing in a stream at dawn, bleeding out of 4 places. Senior Brother Li, if you beat this Yao beast, I'll cook for you. How could no one like Senior Brother Li? I really like Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother, do you think my sect outfit looks good? He smiled. Moonslash came across the water like the moon itself had fallen sideways and everything went quiet. You, that's fine then. He went down thinking about her face, which is more than he would have gotten if he'd reached me. I reported it to Wei Feng using Foundation Establishment mid-stage strength and an unnamed sword technique I said I'd picked up in the demon cave. So you chose a sneak attack because you weren't confident. Yes? He took the body, and walking back down the mountain I thought with a kind of tired amusement that it's actually a bit of a shame. If only Master would accept me as a true disciple. Golden Core came with a bill. The flower stopped paying daily. 2 mornings, nothing. On the 3rd, 1 cultivation and 1 body. Once every 3 days now, forever. The snow lotus dropped to green and white and stopped mattering. The rule was ugly and simple. The higher my realm, the less every source pays. Blue bubbles are relative. Golden Core needs 4 complete 100 cycles to reach primordial spirit. 4. At once every 3 days. Also, I had about 1,000 spirit stones, and a decent Golden Core tier magic treasure starts at 8,000 and the good ones are 10 to 20. So I asked Luo Jin, the outer disciple who actually runs the spirit herb garden day to day, a genuine question. How do other golden cores get their spirit stones? He didn't even think about it. Rob it. Then the rabbit happened. Luo Jin reported a spirit beast loose in the fields that nobody could catch. Small, white, absurdly fast, attacked anything that came near. I blocked it with Half Moon and flattened it with a demonic sound slash, which I could now produce without the blade, and I walked into the herbs to see what I'd hit. It was Snow White, miniers. And here's the thing. 2 legs, 2 arms, roughly human proportions. Like a rabbit somebody had drawn slightly wrong, and it was foaming at the mouth, and it was, against my will, extremely lovable. Rabbit, not yet awakened to intelligence. Foundation establishment early spirit beast. Possesses a treasure for locating the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Once found, it periodically transmits terrain and visual information. An undercover agent specially planted by Tianqing Mountain. Hidden within is the deceit beast bloodline. Feed it 1 spirit stone a day for 7 days to unlock the first stage. Feeding it daily raises its affection. An undercover agent, specially planted. Everyone, human or otherwise, has come to infiltrate my vegetable patch. I bought a foundation tier spirit beast collar for 500 spirit stones, which physically hurt, plus a 6 talisman advanced manual for 100. Then I tied the rabbit in the woods behind my house, because I was not putting a Tianqing Mountain listening device next to the flower. What are you doing? She was behind me. Of course she was behind me. I caught a spirit pet, Senior. Why keep it here instead of at your place? I'm worried the rabbit might eat Senior's flowers. Something like a wave went through the woods and put me into a tree. Although you're full of lies, she said, your cultivation is rising very quickly. Then she picked the rabbit up by the neck and her fingers started to close. Senior, can't we kill him? This. Okay. Snap. Out of the body floated a bead and a rolled map. She wiped something off both of them, made them disappear, and threw the rabbit at me. It was breathing. She had snapped the treasure, not the animal, and I still do not know how, and I did not ask. Let's keep it in the yard. She crossed the entire woods in 1 step and was standing in my courtyard by the second. I looked up heaven-severing goo poison in the library that week. There is no origin recorded for it anywhere, which is its own kind of information. But I did learn that the Yinggu works the same as the Fey, which means that woman was also walking around in a permanent wise man state, immune to everything, feeling nothing. Except she's ancient and mentally finished and it barely touches her, and I'm 20 and it rearranged me, so in the end, I was the one who took the loss. Back in the courtyard there was now a wooden table and 2 chairs that were not mine, and I decided they were none of my business. How did you take care of these flowers? 1 bowl of water a day. Always? It always has been. Is that so? A long silence. She was checking it against something she'd read, or something she'd done, or something she'd watched somebody do a very long time ago. I brought tea because there was a table, and a table wants tea. She took 1 sip. The temperature in my courtyard dropped. Bring out some drinkable tea next time. What kind of tea does Senior like? Tianqing Red, September Spring. I want to be clear about the scale of that request. Every spirit stone that had ever passed through my hands, all of it, the murders included, would not have covered an ounce. I opened my mouth to explain this. She looked at me. I nodded. This woman is not a good person. Calling her a female devilhead would not be an exaggeration. If I'd known bringing out tea would cause me this much trouble, I would have let her sit there dry. The rabbit, meanwhile, ate 7 spirit stones over 7 days, and nothing happened. Because it had also been eating my spirit medicine leaves the entire time, obviously, and the bloodline can't unlock through a full stomach, so I hung it from a rope, by the ears, collar on, power sealed, off the ground, fed nothing but spirit stones. The counter finally moved. 6 days remaining. Its affection level toward you is negative. Yes, I imagine so. 6 days it hung there. And because it was, at that stage, not very bright, it did not conclude that it was being punished. It concluded that this was simply how life worked now. Day 7, its breathing changed and a gold bubble came off it. Golden legend, +1. And the panel said 1 of 2, so gold sits below purple and gold. There is a whole ladder above me and I'm reading it from the bottom rung. Round 2 required 7 spirit stones a day for 40 days, 350 stones and 40 days of a rabbit hanging in my courtyard. By day 40 it had stopped struggling entirely. Worse than that. It had become intelligent enough to understand its own situation, and having understood it, it had concluded that being hung up is the normal way to survive. Second golden legend, 2 of 2, available. I took it, and the world turned into endless chaos, and out of the chaos came a single note, and a silver-white blade fell out of nowhere and split everything and buried itself in the ground in front of me. I put my hand on it and drew. Poetic interpretation. The primordial heavenly blade, forged in chaos, embodies the primordial spirit and the power of creation. A life-bound treasure growing alongside its owner, 3Chi3, silver white, thick as a wrist, patterned all the way down, and holding it I felt, honestly and completely, that I could cut open the sky, that I could sever an early golden core in one stroke, that I could face a middle stage head-on and not blink, and then I caught myself. Here we go again. That was the second time a windfall had walked me right up to the edge of thinking I was somebody. The first was the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. Every single person who dies in this world dies about 4 seconds after they start believing their own inventory. I put the heavenly blade away as a trump card and kept using the 100 spirit stone half moon in public, although I did test it once, on a swing, in the general direction of the rabbit. The saber intent came off it in a wave. The rabbit's legs went out from under it, it wet itself, it went down on its knees, and the rope snapped. Round 3 of the bloodline required 100 spirit stones per day for 40 days, 4,000, completely out of reach. So I cut it loose, and it had to relearn walking, and I sat down in front of it. Come here. It came. You can understand me now, right? It nodded. Don't touch that flower. Don't touch the other spirit medicines. Then you can go where you like. Up at 100 Flowers Lake, my cracked shadow blade was lying on her table. She looked at it for a long time, turned it over, read the fractures like a page. Then she threw it into the flower bushes. Jiang Li was reporting that Tianqing Mountain had attacked without warning, almost certainly because of the flower. It's still early, just keep waiting, she poured tea. As for Tianqing Mountain, that's your problem. And then she asked the question that nearly finished Jiang Li's career. Why do you think Tianqing Mountain dared to attack us? Is it that the Heavenly Sound Sect has declined, or that Tianqing Mountain has grown? Sit with that. Jiang Li is the acting sect leader. Answer 1 convicts her of losing the sect. Answer 2 convicts her of missing an enemy growing. Jiang Li found the only door in the room. If it was caused by the flower, I suspect Tianqing Mountain has someone backing them. It's been found out. No pause. Since we've clashed with them, go and get some of their cultivation techniques and classic texts. Down at ground level, the sect mobilized like a kicked hive. Every garden in the mountain was flooded with orders for healing medicine. I was not sent anywhere because my name was still on the law enforcement peak list. Talisman sales, however, went vertical. Everyone suddenly wanted the ones that hurt people. 300 stones in 7 days. Then some strangers arrived at the garden, sent by the Snow Lotus Pavilion to help. One of them was in the middle of the sacred field burying something. I walked up and put the flat of the blade against his hand. What are you doing? Immortal Master, spare my life. What's your name? Reporting to Immortal Master, The arm came off mid-sentence. Do it, he screamed at the others. I hooked the buried object out of the dirt on the guard of my blade and flung it straight up. It detonated about 30 meters over the field, then half moon. 3 of the 4 in seconds. The 4th got a magic treasure into the air, and Moon Slash took the hand and the treasure together. Black energy came up off him, and the blade was already at his throat. The runner I took alive with the pommel to the temple. Puppet A. As a child, he was taken to the Heavenly Saint Sect, where Senior Sister Manhwa planted puppet seeds, gradually taking his place. This time, destroy the Heavenly Sound Sect's spirit fields to help Tianqing Mountain's infiltration. Taken as a child, grown for 10 years, undetectable in an ordinary person, undetectable in a Kun-refining disciple, and by the time it moves, it isn't a spy, it's a limb. I did think about whether there was one in me. I checked my own appraisal from years ago, twice, and went to bed anyway. Senior brother Jiang Hao came to collect the prisoner. We really owe you a debt of gratitude. Other spirit herb gardens suffered considerable damage. Thankfully, we're safe. He looked genuinely relieved. I'll report this to Master truthfully. He was busy, he said, at the mining field. Then 3 weeks of doubled workload while the other gardens got back on their feet, which is the actual reward for saving a farm. By the second awakening, the rabbit could talk. It has an adult male voice. It is insufferable. Call me Lord Rabbit. Lord Rabbit, what do you want to eat today? That was Luo Jin, being polite. Eat people. Does it have to be high-ranking officials and nobles? Can't ordinary people do it? No. Lord Rabbit was very firm. The taste isn't good. The common people are suffering too much. Luo Jin, to his credit, just stood there. Then I came around the corner, and the rabbit pivoted so fast it nearly fell over. Today I'm eating carrots. Lord Rabbit won't eat anything else but carrots. It also developed a habit that I never managed to break. Master, where are you going so early? Take me with you. Everyone on the road will give Lord Rabbit some face. If you sneak out and cause trouble, don't say I raised you. It's all right. Lord Rabbit will protect you from now on. That's the second move of the Heavenly Blade, incidentally. Mountain suppressing, not a cut. Wait. I tested it on the same stream, with the primordial Heavenly Blade this time. There was one deep note, like something enormous clearing its throat. At first glance, nothing had happened. Then I looked again, and the stream had stopped flowing. It had simply stopped, mid-current, like a held breath. Then it burst into a million droplets and went straight up, and when the water came back down and settled, every pebble, every twig, every speck of grit in that streambed was gone. Not moved. Gone. The stones were clean. Chuan came back after months away with a full briefing and one job offer I could not refuse. Jiang Hao had been injured at the mining field. War news. Zhang Li had personally taken the field and put the leader of Tianqing Mountain into the ground. The advantage was total, and captives were worth far more alive than dead, which meant the lawless tower and the mining field were both overflowing, which meant rescue parties kept arriving, which meant everything was on fire all the time. Emotion Severing Cliff needed to fill Jiang Hao's slot. I was the lowest ranked person at Emotion Severing Cliff. He also closed the book on He Yuan for me. The man escaped the raid because he was tipped off, and after the law enforcement hall finally crippled him, somebody else stepped in and stopped them finishing the job. A Ghost Shadow Sect agent, who also wanted me dead. It took 5 Formation Hall specialists several months to hunt that one down. He's in the lawless tower now, headed for the mining field. He was previously of the mining field. Chu Wen said it very evenly. We're still investigating the people there. There are likely traitors among them. You'd better be careful. Then he told me the sentence that mattered. The mining field is within the Sect's territory. But once you're inside the cave, the law enforcement hall is difficult to explore thoroughly. Oh, I said, inside my head, where it was safe. Oh, that's interesting. And no, before I asked, the high-status Luoxia man who had been in love with Yun Mei was still alive and was not He Yuan. There was another one out there. Jiang Hao met me at the garden gate on my way out, pale, breathing wrong. Golden core, late stage. Once had an affair with the Heavenly Saint Sect candidate Holy Maiden Chu Ying, obtained an ancient legacy in the mining field, and deliberately injured himself in order to retreat to Emotion Severing Cliff and absorb it. A portion of any future rewards I receive will also be given to Junior Brother, he said warmly. Refusing would have converted the favor into a sect mission, which is worse, so I thanked him. I left the rabbit in charge of watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. I wonder if the rabbit will still be normal when I get back, I thought, and then I thought, it has never been normal. The mining field is a mountain with the top cut off and holes bored through it in every direction, walled like a castle, with its own market and its own kitchens and its own economy, sitting right on the sect's border, which is why it gets raided roughly as often as it rains. The administrator is called Sunbo, and he is stronger than Jiang Hao and Chu Wen put together, and he looked at me for about a second and parked me under a man called Wei Kang. Wei Kang is a Leihuo Peak true disciple, early golden core, with a scar across his face that he is very proud of. Once you're in the mining field, you listen to us. I don't care if you're a true disciple or an inner disciple. If I tell you to go east, you go east. He leaned in. Also, once you're here, you can't just leave. My first job was receiving prisoners at the Lawless Tower. 5 cultivators, all showing Kun refining 5th layer, all with the same expression, which is the one where despair has finished and resentment has moved in. You demonic path villains, one day our immortal sect will wipe you out. Wei Kang backhanded her across the mouth without breaking stride. Where are you taking us? He hit that one in the stomach hard enough to bring something up. If you say another word of nonsense, you won't be leaving. I kept my face still and thought, these people might still be ransomed. If a disciple of ours had been captured over there, it would be going considerably worse. That is what passes for optimism where I'm from. Then, after about a week, Wei Kang handed me his own job, roster keeper, and escorting prisoners into the mining caves. Nobody hands you their own job. Somebody had arranged that. I appraised Wei Kang to find out who. Not a traitor, just a man who'd been summoned to patrol duty against his will and was nursing a grudge about the Ice Moon Valley people, which meant somebody else had put me on the roster. 4 new prisoners arrived, all reading as Kun refining 5th layer, all of them golden core, early to mid, every one of them wearing Kun refining like a coat, which means they had beaten the Lawless Tower's absorption, which is not supposed to be possible, and I could only appraise 1 target a day, so I played dumb, split them among my 3 subordinates and started counting days. Their names for the roster: Lin Shi of the Fenglei Sect, Duan Li of the Luoxia Sect, Zhou Gang and Wenfeng of the Xuantian Sect. Halfway down the corridor, Lin Shi stumbled and put both hands flat on the ground. Gu Yong, one of my subordinates, moved to help her up. I put an arm across him. Then I walked over and laid the scabbard across the back of her hand. Should I cut off your hand, or will you hand it over yourself? She gave me 2 talismans the size of a thumbnail, made of a material I'd never seen. 1 mountain moving talisman, 1 9 heavens thunder talisman. Both advanced. Search them, I said. You dare? Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Zhou Gang smiled at that, actually smiled, and lifted his arms out to the sides to make it easier. Full search. Everybody. No exceptions for anything. I have found that if you are too nice to these people, they simply take it as budget. Then I reported the whole thing up the chain, because the fastest way to get a problem off your desk is to put it on a bigger desk. Wei Kang exploded at me for not having searched them personally at the gate. And a woman standing behind him, plain-looking, entirely unremarkable, golden core mid-stage, said mildly that I had done the right thing and that she happened to be short-staffed and would be taking me. Outside, she smiled at me. Junior brother Chen, let's get acquainted. My name is senior sister Manhwa. Manhwa, as in the Manhwa who plants puppet seeds in children. Senior sister Manhwa. Golden Core Mid-Stage, a fanatical follower of the Heavenly Saint Sect, undercover in Ice Moon Valley, has been burying puppets in the sect for years. Because you destroyed one of her puppets, she noticed you. After learning you keep a heavenly fragrance Dao flower, she desperately wants to make you her puppet. She just needs the right opportunity. I'm putting you on the teams going into mining cave number 6. She leaned in a little and dropped her voice like we were friends. The people you picked up yesterday are also in that group. Senior Zhao says we need to observe them first to lure out anyone else suspicious. A lovely smile. Be careful. I turned 21 somewhere in there. I don't remember the day. Now let me tell you about the single greatest thing I have ever done, which was ask for a hoe. Mining cave number 6. 40-odd miners, mostly ordinary people and kun refining nobodies, supervised by a 9th layer called Yang Chen, who is one promotion away from being allowed to leave and has been for 11 years. The manager, meaning me, walked up to him and asked for a mining pick. He gave me one the way you'd hand a sword to a duck. Then I walked to the rock face and started digging. In front of everybody, clang, ore came off the wall, and a white bubble came off the ore. Strength, +1. It's done. Here's what nobody in the world knew and what I nearly laughed out loud about. Everything else I own is farming. You plant, you wait, you water, and weeks later something pays you. The mining field does not wait. You hit rock, the rock breaks, the bubble is right there. Strength, spirit, min spear, and every so often, on good ore, blue, cultivation, +1. 10 blue bubbles before lunch on the first morning. 10. The heavenly fragrance, Dao flower, the divine object from the beginning of time that half the world is hunting, pays me 2 every 3 days. I throttled myself deliberately down to a speed a foundation establishment cultivator could plausibly maintain, and I still got 10. Then the hoe wore out, clang, and it was scrap. I did briefly consider mining with the primordial heavenly blade, a weapon forged in the chaos before creation, used as a shovel. I want that on the record as a thing I thought about seriously. Instead, I requisitioned a magic treasure grade hoe, which cost the crew 10% of their reward bonus, and every single one of them assumed the new boss's enthusiasm would last exactly 1 day, and then the quota would land on them. Day 2, I got 20 blue bubbles. Progress in Cave 6 went up 10%, then 20. The crew ate meat that week for the first time in a year and started looking at me the way you look at weather. Meanwhile, I was spending my 1 appraisal a day on the 4 prisoners, and the picture assembled itself. Zhou Gang, Xuantian Sect True Disciple, Golden Core Mid-Stage, used a magic treasure to redirect the tower's absorption and a spirit-binding talisman to seal his own cultivation. The 2 talismans exist to be discovered. They fix the location. Then the seal comes off, the comrades are freed, and the mining field is destroyed to cripple the Heavenly Sound Sect. He has been leaving untraceable runes while mining. I'm somewhat curious about your mining activities. That last line again, my appraisal is a gossip. Lin Shi, Fenglei Sect True Disciple, Golden Core Mid-Stage. Seeing that you didn't seem like a ruthless person, she deliberately let you find the talismans. Destroyed or not, they act as catalysts, fixing the coordinates for powerful outsiders to strike. Location finalized in less than half a month. Wen Feng, early golden core, but exceptionally talented, controls every inch of skin and power. Terrifying explosive force. Can reduce his presence to nothing and stand against a rock in such a way that you will mistake him for someone else. Did they take advantage of me because I didn't seem like a bad person? I sighed. It wasn't the first time. It has never once been the first time. So every night I stayed last in the cave and searched the floor. Every night. Nothing. Because on their side of it, Zhou Gang had already stopped. After meeting Lin Quan, I stopped planting them, he told the others, in the dark, while I was 300 meters away with a lamp. I trust my judgment. He's not that dangerous or powerful. A pause. I just feel that he is very dangerous. Trying to pull something under his nose is likely to backfire. He was always the last to leave, and with every step, he seemed to be checking the ground. Wen Feng was unimpressed. Killing him shouldn't require a second move. I've observed him. No outstanding qualities in strength, motivation, or spirit. As long as he doesn't affect us, Zhou Gang said, we shouldn't be his enemy. Two of them were right about me. One of them was right about the arithmetic. Only one of those groups walked out. My bars hit 100 and 100 faster than they ever had in my life. I put the possibly monitored treasure hoe outside the cave first. Then I sat down and burned everything. It was the largest surge of spiritual kun I had ever had to hold. The golden core drank it and stopped being a stone and became heavy, and then the heaviness stopped being a weight and became substance. Golden core mid-stage. At dawn there was a woman in red in my borrowed courtyard, holding a hoe, looking at it with an expression of pure confusion. Are you surprised? Greetings, senior. I was somewhat surprised. Where are my flowers? At my residence. A long stare. Where is my tea? I said nothing because there was nothing to say, and something like a river came at me across the yard. I got out master's orders and the flower cannot be transplanted here, and she pinned me to the wall with a look anyway before letting go. Then she picked the hoe back up. You like mining? I guess so. One look. Like. She threw it at me. Keep up. We stood at the edge of the mine and I risked a sentence. Senior, there are quite a lot of people here. Are you worried about me being seen and in danger, she said without turning around, or are you worried about someone seeing you following me and in danger? Naturally the former. A complete liar. Then she gave me the piece of the world I'd been missing. It is said this mining field was the center of an ancient war where many powerful beings perished, therefore mining frequently can yield opportunity. Many people want to blow up the mining caves and get what's inside because they all believe an ancient treasure is hidden in the deepest part. Does Senior also want the treasure inside? She glanced at me. That glance was not a no. It was contempt. Not for the treasure, for the size of the question. And standing there, I finally understood what was actually happening to me, which took me an embarrassingly long time. She had not come for the house. She had not, at this point, even come for the flower. It was me. Or more precisely, it was the heaven-severing goo poison sitting in me and answering to the other half in her, which made her more dangerous to my life than the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, the Luoxia Sect, and the Heavenly Saints Sect combined, and all three of those were actively trying to kill me. Remember, she said, walking away, your job is to help me grow flowers. If you're still in the mining field next time I come, you know what the consequences will be. 2 days later, a rock drilling snake came out of the wall. Their foundation establishment mid-stage, which sounds manageable until you learn that their attacks are feeble and their armor is not, so a normal inner disciple can hit one all day and achieve nothing except being eaten slowly. It came through the face of the rock and brought half the ceiling down, and 3 people went under the rubble, and its mouth opened over them. Moonlight bloomed in a mining tunnel, the head hit the floor, then a few more flashes and there were pieces. The Kun refining supervisors had not finished turning around. Under the rubble, one man completely unhurt, one long-time miner with his thigh in the wrong shape, and one beautiful woman in another sex robes with an injured arm. I flicked an analgesic talisman onto the woman's arm and she immediately arranged herself to be looked at. Then I walked over to the miner and kicked him. Open your mouth. A Kun blood pill went in. His whole body flushed. The thigh knitted. His cultivation actually improved because I'd used a good one. Meditate and rest a bit, then continue mining. The woman grabbed my sleeve. Is that a Kun blood pill? I was injured too. Why wasn't I given one? Wu Shuang. Daughter of a Zhuantian sect elder, originally foundation establishment perfection, young, exceptionally talented, and spoiled into having no sense of awe at all. Why should I give you the Kun blood pill? He's injured and so am I. Can we mine? I'm injured. I can't dig. The blade came across her throat and opened it. Can we mine? Exact same tone, not louder. That's the whole trick. Yes, yes. That's fine then. I sheathed it and walked off and left her sitting in the rubble with both hands at her neck, and every miner in that tunnel looked at me differently after that, and not one of them looked away. The appraisal on Lin Shi came back with a date on it, the coordinates locked tomorrow, then a full assault. I was at 70 and 75. Not enough for Golden Core late stage and no time to get there. I burned it all anyway, because being slightly stronger tomorrow beats being correct about the ceiling, and I came out very close to late stage and stuck there, which is the worst possible place to be and also fine. In the morning, Manhwa looked at me across the assembly yard the way a woman looks at a man she is in love with, or at a piece of furniture she has already picked a room for. Junior brother, don't wander off after you go into the cave. Warm. Genuinely warm. If you encounter anything difficult, remember to wait for me, otherwise you're likely to get injured. At noon, the entire mountain moved. The blast came from outside, and Cave 6 shook, and a third of it came down. Zhou Gang tore the talisman off his own chest, and his cultivation came up out of him like a held breath released. Fellow Taoist Chen, it seems a bit chaotic outside. Let's go and check it out. He was already walking. Don't see us off. I turned to Yang Chen and told him to hold the miners where they were. Then I was gone before he finished nodding. Manhwa arrived about 4 seconds later. Where is Lin Quan? He went out to check the situation. He told us to wait here. Really? She smiled. Yang Chen told me afterward that he genuinely thought he was going to die in that moment and could not have said why. Then you keep waiting. And you're not allowed to leave until he comes back. She went into the tunnels after me, and she did not hesitate at a single junction. Not one. 12 forks, 12 immediate turns, no pause, no backtracking. Whoever had drawn her the map of Cave 6 had drawn it very recently. The air got warm. There's a lava vent deep in 6, a wide chamber with a molten channel down the middle, and that's where she was headed. On the way, she took out a small knife. Not a weapon. A tool. The kind you keep specifically for opening skin. I wonder what he'd think, she said to nobody, if he saw me cut open his chest and take out his heart. She was smiling. His expression must have been amazing. She stepped into the chamber and it was empty. Running so fast, there's no reason for that. The first knife she blocked on reflex, which was genuinely impressive. The second one went into her neck, then a long sword through the body, then a stroke that took off the hand holding the little knife, and the arm hit the floor. Then spirit swords, from the left, from behind, from above, until she was a hedgehog. And her expression never changed, and not one drop came out of her. Junior brother, she said, you're really naughty. And she turned her head all the way around to look at me while her body stayed exactly where it was. Do people who play with puppets end up turning themselves into puppets? Is that a job hazard or a career goal? I have never found anyone to ask. When did Junior brother find out? I didn't answer, because I was charging the blade and I needed the seconds. Junior brother is even more outstanding than I thought. No wonder you were chosen to plant the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. She sounded delighted. Senior sister really likes you. How many traitors like senior sister are left in the sect? Did Junior brother have any last words? Senior sister. The blade was full. Remember to be more wary of people like me in your next life. Forget about it in this one. Mountains suppressing. 100,000 mountains came down inside a cave. The amused look on her face froze exactly where it was, and then, for the first time, something else got in behind her eyes, and it was fear, and she never learned what had killed her. She went to powder. I hit the powder twice more with the heavenly blade because I have trust issues, and then I threw every scrap of her into the lava, and then I threw the stones she'd been standing on into the lava as well. Only then did I sit down. Then footsteps, and Zhou Gang's group walked into the same chamber from the far side. Everybody stopped. Wen Feng moved. Duan Li moved, and Zhou Gang put a hand out and stopped both of them. Fellow Taoist Chen, what a coincidence. Perfectly level. We're on our way. We won't bother you. I hope fellow Taoist can do me a favor. 12 or 13 escapees crossed the chamber past me one at a time, and I stood there and let every single one of them go. Zhou Gang went last. Thank you very much. I will definitely send you a gift when I have the chance. Down the tunnel, out of earshot, Lin Shi and Wen Feng turned around to come back and kill me anyway. Zhou Gang did not stop them. He abandoned them, which is a completely different thing. Get out of here quickly, he told the rest. Anyone who dares to say a word against it will be abandoned too. And to Duan Li, walking. My gut tells me to try not to be his enemy, even if he is only a foundation establishment mid-stage. They had similar feelings. That's why they went back. Perhaps they just wanted to deny that feeling. He shrugged. Since they chose safety, I naturally chose the safest option too, and abandoned them. The ambush was actually excellent. A short knife came at my neck out of a shadow that had been empty a half-second before. Half Moon caught it. Kick. Distance. Moon slash. And for one instant, in the light of a mining lamp, Wen Feng saw me properly. He had imagined a great many things. He had not imagined Golden Core mid-stage, and not an average one either. That realization got about half a second of runtime before it stopped. Lin Shi turned to run, and I locked her where she stood. Same realm, both of us mid-stage, and I put her down with nothing but weight. Her last thought, and she said it out loud, was, why bother? Both of them went into the lava. I came up out of a collapsed shaft into a rubble field with the sky on fire. The whole outer mine was a storm, spells the size of houses. Mountains coming apart. I ran for the tree line, and in a wood at the edge of it, I walked straight into 2 primordial spirit tier fighters and had approximately 0 seconds to get out. One was senior brother Hu Lei of the Hengliu waterfall lineage, one of the 10 chief disciples, standing inside a cage of runes, furious and unhurt. The other was Wang Zi of the Xuanqian sect, cut in several places, standing in the middle of a lit teleportation array with a foot already halfway out of the world. Ha ha ha. What heavenly sound sect. Even the 10 chief disciples couldn't stop me. That was your strongest burst, wasn't it? Well then, I won't keep you company. I'm leaving. Junior brother, stop him. Little one. Wang Zi didn't even look at me properly. I advise you not to interfere. So I threw one 10,000 sword talisman. One. As a gesture. as the absolute minimum quantity of effort that could later be described to a superior as having tried. 10,000 swords came down into the teleportation array, and the array jammed, and the teleport broke, and one of the swords ended up in Wang Zi's thigh. He turned around and looked at me. I would like to lodge a complaint with whoever designed that array. Aren't you going to set up some protection? This is the single most important object in your entire escape plan, and it can be disabled by a talisman I sell for 15 spirit stones. If my panel could display aggro, I would have watched it fill. Hule came out of the runes like a door coming off its hinges and had him pinned one-handed in about a breath and a half. A prisoner still cares about his dignity? Then he looked over at me and smiled and said the sentence that ruined the next year of my life. I am senior brother Hule of Hengliu Waterfall. This is your credit. I will report it. I waited out the rest of the battle in the woods with the blade across my knees and the momentum fully charged, which is the most useful hour I have ever spent doing nothing. By the next evening the mine had gone quiet, and I went back in for the miners. They had been left, obviously. 40-odd ordinary people and Kun refining nobodies in a collapsed cave in the middle of a raid, and every single person with any rank had run, and they had all worked out that they were going to die down there. Senior brother Chen, you're finally back. Even the ones I had personally terrified were glad to see me, especially those ones actually. I threw analgesic talismans around like a man feeding pigeons and walked them out. Chu Wen found me at the crater rim with the summary. Zhang Li had personally trapped the raiders and taken them apart. Enemy losses catastrophic. Only part of the mining field went up. And then the bad news, delivered with a completely straight face. Because of senior brother Hulei's testimony, you are about to be removed from the law enforcement hall's watch list. I want to explain why that sentence made my stomach drop. Being on that list means I cannot leave the sect. Being on that list means the law enforcement hall restricts my movements. Being on that list is the only reason the Heavenly Joy Pavilion has never simply arranged for me to be assigned somewhere far away and quiet. The list is not a leash. The list is a wall. So what will happen if my name is removed? The law enforcement hall cannot restrict your movements. You can leave the sect at any time. Yes, exactly, anytime, anywhere, alone. And then, in the middle of that conversation, a talisman arrived for him, and he read it, and something in his face rearranged very slightly. Senior sister Manhwa had disappeared and was presumed dead, and possibly a traitor who had faked it. Chu Wen looked up at me with the flattest expression I have ever seen on a human being. Junior brother is now suspected of colluding with a traitor and leaking the mining field's secrets and location. We hope Junior brother will cooperate with our investigation and not leave the sect for the time being. A pause. Otherwise, it will be considered treason. Other people spend their whole careers trying to get their names off that list. I have spent mine trying to stay on it. So I would like to formally thank senior sister Manhwa for allowing my name to continue to be displayed. He had 2 more things for me. In fact, Junior brother has the talent to become a true disciple. He said it kindly. However, given your history of traitorous connections, emotion-severing Cliff would never dare take you in. And, with Wang Zi arrested, Junior brother's significant contribution will likely attract the attention of the Xuantian sect. 10,000 sword talisman. I have offended an entire top-tier sect with 10,000 sword talisman. This talisman is really expensive. I got home after a month away. The rabbit was lying flat in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower with its stomach making noises, staring at the leaves. Its mouth opened. It pulled back. It slapped itself in the face with its own paw. No, no. If my master comes back, Lord Rabbit, I'm going to be braised. Then it very slowly extended its tongue. A scabbard came down and pinned the tongue to the ground. What you up to? Master. It did not move its head. I just saw that the leaves were dusty, so I washed them. Wash it with your life? Because I want to be clear, if that tongue had touched a petal, there would not have been a rabbit. There would have been a very fine ash and a story. Its report, delivered while lying on its back with a scabbard on its face, was that only Fairy Shenqing had come looking for me. She said that's a real shame, and that she'll have to come back another time. Up at 100 Flowers Lake, Zhang Li knelt and reported a war, months of it. Tianqing Mountain's internal quarrels exploited and split open, their treasures taken, including the founding technique of the mountain itself, the Tianqing soul transformation secret. She laid it all out on the stone. Knives, swords, books, a pill, a Rui scepter, a jade pendant, a pill furnace with its flames still lit, a strange seed. Xianyue barely looked at any of it. She wanted one thing, and it wasn't on the table until Zhang Li produced it last. A stone slab covered in scrambled symbols. Proof of who was standing behind Tianqing Mountain. This thing must have originated overseas, she said. So most of those who covet the heavenly fragrance Dao flower are from overseas. Then she disposed of an entire war's plunder, like a woman clearing a table. Distribute it. Foundation establishment, golden core, and primordial spirit disciples fight for it. 5 items per realm. The rest to the contribution pavilion. Has Tianqing Mountain been destroyed? No. It's all right. She did not sound like she was compromising. Since Tianqing Mountain still exists, you 12 clans can fight over the secret manual yourselves. If Tianqing Mountain were gone, it could have been used to found a new lineage. And Jiang Li, who is the acting sect leader, and who therefore cannot be seen competing for a founding technique in front of the 12 lineages, understood exactly what had just been done to her. Then Xian Yue mentioned, as an afterthought, that the rumor about a supreme treasure in the deepest part of the mining field had been deliberately leaked by her, years ago. The people it catches, she said, are worth considerably more than spirit veins. Zhang Li went cold on her way down the mountain, and I don't blame her, because that means every single raid on that mine for the last however many years has been a harvest. The merit list came out, and Deng Kai reported to Wei Feng's courtyard glowing like a lamp. He'd fought early in the war. He expected the top 10 of the entire lineage. Wei Feng read from the sheet without inflection. Our emotion-severing cliff secured 2 spots in the sect's top 10. 2 of the entire sect. One was senior brother Li Tao, primordial spirit, ranked 7th. And who's the last one? The second one is Lin Quan, ranked 10th. Deng Kai's face went completely empty, and I have this on very good authority because Xu Hao told me later and he was still enjoying it. That same afternoon, Deng Kai had cornered me and told me at length about his contributions to the war. Foundation establishment mid-stage. He couldn't get past it. How can such a cultivation be included in the top 10? Xu Hao explained about Wangzi. Wangzi is at least late Yuanshan stage. And the room went quiet because everybody standing in it did the same calculation at the same time, which was, I would not have thrown anything. Xu Hao's private read, which he shared with me much later, was that the law enforcement hall was refusing to release me on purpose, either to protect me or specifically to stop me becoming a true disciple. In his opinion, my record and my performance already qualified. Then came the reward conversation, which is my favorite conversation I have ever had with a colleague. What kind of reward does junior brother want? It's all thanks to senior brother. Junior brother is acting too indifferent. You're bound to suffer. So he went through it item by item and converted my entire prize into money like a saint. A golden morning pill, market value 900 to 1,000, sold 600, half his own 500, 250, 5 purification pills, and a spirit sword. Can senior brother be exchanged for cash? He actually laughed out loud. It seems junior brother really likes spirit stone. 1,000 more. 2,200 spirit stones. More money than I had ever seen in one place. And then he mentioned, on the way out, in the tone of a man delivering good news, that a top 10 merit ranking entered me directly into the 12 lineage final competition. No qualifiers. Straight into the final. In front of everyone. I walked home doing sums about how exactly I was going to lose that. The 5 foundation tier prizes from the Tianqing Mountain War went up for competition, and they were obscene. A 9 Fey blade with true fire in it, usable by anything below returning to void, which makes it functionally priceless. The Tianchen spiritual method, the 9 Fey fire technique, a Dharma robe that lets you stand on air and shrugs off water and fire and takes hits from above your realm. And 5th, a seed with remarkable spiritual chi, which increases cultivation speed just by being carried and has a calming effect, and which nobody in the entire sect could identify. Nobody. 12 lineages. Not one. Remember that seed. I also went tea shopping. Tianqing Red is 10,000 spirit stones per qian, and a qian is 5 grams, and 5 grams is not enough for one pot. Why don't you just rob it? I said that out loud, in a shop, to a woman whose entire job is not being surprised. September spring is 20,000. I bought 5 qian of Hongshu fragrance for 500, which is a perfectly respectable tea that a normal person would be pleased to receive, and I went home and thought about my life. Then 2 very friendly stallholders sold me a knife. Pan Min had a pointed face and Huan Gong had short hair, and both of them treated me like a nephew. The blade was black-bodied with a white edge, and they called it Black Fox, and it was worth over 4,000, and they'd let me have it for 3. Then, unprompted, they dropped to 2,500. Nobody drops the price when you haven't argued. I paid 1,900 spirit stones, 5 healing talismans, and 1,200,000 sword talismans. Pan Min boxed the knife himself, which I watched him do, and then he put one hand flat on the lid. Fellow Taoist, our deal is done. You may leave. 2 foundation establishment perfection auras came down on my shoulders at once. The box was the wrong weight. It had been the wrong weight since he picked it up. Okay, I said, and I took the box, and I walked away. In an alley, they swapped bodies, because they were 2 women wearing 2 men and left the sect congratulating each other. Over the years, we've used this method to deceive countless people. Even Golden Core couldn't accurately identify us. That person left too calmly. Huan Gang was frowning, seemingly powerless. Yet there was a sense that he was holding back. A pause. And he was the richest person we've ever met. He's only a foundation establishment mid-stage. He can't cause any trouble. By the time he gets promoted, we'll already be golden core. They're 108,000 miles apart. If they really come, we'll wipe them out in one blow. Don't let a foundation establishment. And then her perspective changed because her head was in a different place from the rest of her. What came into view was Huan Gong's face, looking at her in complete terror, and behind Huan Gong, a man with a knife. Senior. Huan Gong had a long sword through her from the back at that point. Whatever you want, we can give it to you. Is my knife on you? And in the last half second of her life, she remembered exactly how calm I had looked walking away from that stall and understood what it had been. No need to trouble you. I'll get it myself. 300 spirit stones, 10 healing talismans, all of my own talismans back. A long sword I named Half Moon too, because I go through blades at a rate that makes naming them individually a waste of imagination. So from now on, they are all Half Moon, and we simply add numbers, and a 6-sided die the size of a fingernail. Each throw absorbs a portion of the owner's luck and grants a perfectly disguised face. That magic treasure is a death warrant with a face on it. Every throw takes fortune out of you and gives you a costume, and there is no version of that trade that ends anywhere good. Honestly, it's quite an achievement that it took those two so long to get into trouble. Fairy Shenqing came around again with a sick-potted time she wanted fixed and a delivery of weaponized information, which was her actual product. Item 1. The law enforcement hall had traced Manhwa back to the Heavenly Saint Sect because her puppets had started malfunctioning without her. Item 2. Some people in the Heavenly Saint Sect believed Manhwa had defected and handed me something important, because I was the last person to see her. Item 3, and this was the one she'd actually come to deliver, said in the sweetest possible voice while she poked at my soil. Do you think senior brother Hu Lei is being kind and giving you the credit? I looked up. Have you ever considered who the Xuantian sect is blaming for Wang Zi's arrest? Ah, the 10 chief disciples are no pushovers. He didn't give me his credit. He bought himself a scapegoat and put my name on the receipt, and he did it with such generosity that I thanked him. That evening, the rabbit hit my wall and slid down it unconscious with its face already swelling, which is how I knew I had a visitor. You seem to really enjoy mining. I was just reminiscing about the tough days of mining, senior. You seem quite adept at lying. She had her fingers on the flower, which now had 3 leaves. These are growing quite fast. I appraised her again, because I am incapable of learning. Question marks. Same as ever. And then, after a few breaths, one line resolved out of them. Shen Yue. Her name. That's all I got. But I got her name. Are you using a divine ability? My heart stopped for a full second. You seem a little flustered. Senior misunderstands. It seems you're confused. She wasn't even annoyed. Both divine abilities and spells have costs. You've wasted your time right under my nose twice. Do you really think I'm blind? Then she said the sentence that changed my life more than any weapon anybody ever gave me. You didn't finish reading the book I gave you. A pause, and something almost like disappointment. No wonder the method of using divine ability is so crude. She had just taught me that the consumption of a divine ability can be masked exactly like cultivation can be masked, and she had done it without ever once asking what my divine ability was. Do you want to go mining? Junior wants to stay here and take care of the flowers for Senior. Not a single word of the truth. She pulled my broken half-moon out of the corner where I'd stuck it and walked inside with it. Serve some tea. She drank the Hongshu fragrance without a single comment, and I want you to know I nearly wept. How do you raise this rabbit? Feed it spirit stone. That's it? Hang him up and feed him. A very long look. What else can you raise? Not sure. Let's go find something interesting to plant. Where am I supposed to find it? I'll take whatever I like with me. Do you have a problem with that? I did not answer, which she correctly identified as an answer. No? The air changed weight. As Senior said, I won't let you help me for nothing. Whatever you want to learn later, I can give you the corresponding materials. She was already fading. Remember to prepare better tea for me next time. I will come to see my flowers often. And when she was gone, the corner where the broken half-moon had been standing was empty. It got stolen again. You were a beautiful woman. Why did you become a thief? The rabbit woke up. Ouch. That hurts. Lord Rabbit, what happened to me? Ah, my face. I read the nameless book cover to cover that night without sleeping and finally understood the second half of it. Every divine ability consumes something. Mine consumes spirit and physical strength in amounts so small I'd never noticed, and the consumption itself can be folded into your breathing until no one alive can detect it happening. The person who wrote that notebook was an unparalleled genius, and she'd handed it to me as a tip. I reappraised Shenqing soon after and got a much more interesting reading than the one she was performing. Troubled by Manhwa's disappearance, the sect's higher-ups believe Manhwa found the mining field's secret and tried to embezzle it. You might be Manhwa's accomplice. The sect's decision runs counter to her plans. She feels you cannot be touched for the time being. Now she wants to secretly eliminate those interfering with her plans. Cannot be touched for the time being. Best sentence anybody had written about me in 2 years. Then I appraised the 5th prize from the tournament, masking the consumption for the first time in my life. It worked. She never taught me a technique. She just told me the technique existed and let me go find it. Immortal peach tree seed. A dying seed from the core of the fruit of the ancient immortal peach tree, carrying a trace of its characteristics. After rooting, sprouting, flowering, and fruiting 9 times through nirvana, it becomes the immortal peach tree. To revive it, place it near a sacred object for 7 days, then surround it with 99 spirit stones, watering daily with clean water. After 40 days, it takes root. Place it near a sacred object. I have a sacred object. It is in my yard. It is the reason 4 sects want me dead. And when Wei Feng went down the list of the 5 foundation tier prizes for us, he ranked that seed dead last, on the grounds that its vitality was nearly exhausted. Perfect. Leave it there. Nobody touch it. I had to actually win the thing first, which meant the 12 lineage tournament, which meant standing in front of the entire sect. I got Demon Sound 1000 Miles out of Wei Feng first, which is a movement art from the same family as the demonic sound slash, and I stuffed 100,000 sword talismans up my sleeve as a reserve I never used. 13 contestants in my bracket. 3 wins gets you a top 3 pick. Round 1 was Kai Wen from the Demon Cave, now mid-stage and absolutely loaded with war loot, crimson phosphorus sword, moonfrost robe, a stack of talismans thick as a book. She saw my name on the board and went pale. Isn't he supposed to be foundation establishment early stage? And around her, people were congratulating her on her luck. Lin Quan, junior sister, is really lucky to have drawn this guy who only knows how to pick up opportunities. She fought with everything she had. She pulled lightning down out of a clear sky in the middle of a combination. I did not move a step. She said afterward that it was like hitting a rock, and no matter what she did, she couldn't move me an inch. One demonic sound slash cut her spirit sword in half and put the blade beside her cheek. She bowed very deeply. Round 2 was Qin Shu of White Moon Lake, the one who kept warning me about things for free. She is the strongest mid-stage cultivator at White Moon Lake, a fact she reported to me herself, followed immediately by the admission that she is also the only mid-stage cultivator at White Moon Lake. She fights with red ribbons, and she is genuinely, seriously good, and here is the thing I could not understand for the first 2 minutes. She dodged everything. Perfectly. Every strike. Before I'd finished deciding on it, I had to get behind her to end it, and even then I only got the blade onto her shoulder. I lost. Exceptional talent and a pure, benevolent heart, able to sense malice in their surroundings. When their power rises, they will leap through the dragon gate. She wasn't reading my sword, she was reading my intent, and she dodged everything because there was never any malice in it. Someone like Senior Sister Shan should go to the vast heaven sect. I have thought that about exactly one person in my life. Round 3 was Deng Kai, who opened with a speech. I know it will be difficult to beat Senior Brother this time, but I will never give up. His sword had the legacy in it now, and it was a real exchange, and for about 8 seconds, I actually enjoyed myself. Then I faked a retreat, let him commit to his strongest thing, walked inside it, and rested the blade between his eyes. The final was Tang Rui of Law Enforcement Peak. Black robes, cold eyes, a spirit like a frozen lake. It was a momentum duel, which means both of us stood completely still building stance, because whoever moves first has already lost. We stood there so long the crowd got bored. It's Senior Brother Zhao again. I can't understand his matches at all. He just stands there and wins. And a large section of the audience physically turned around to leave. There was a noise like a mountain coughing. When they turned back, Tang Rui was on one knee with a broken sword and something red on his chin. Hey, what happened? Everyone in that stand glared at the man who had suggested they leave. What happened was 3 sword draws against 3 moon slashes inside a single instant. The first one overwhelmed him, the second one broke his sword. And I pulled the third because the third one would have killed him and he had not done anything to me. Thank you for your kind offer, he said, getting up. Thank you. The referee was a man called Liu Wei, late 20s, stubble, extremely stylish, and he walked me to the prize stand as first pick of the entire bracket. I browsed. I made a show of hesitating between the 9 Fey blade and the Dharma robe. Then I took the seed. Are you sure you want this? Liu Wei looked physically pained. Choosing something else might be better. This is fine. It might be the best fit for me. And as I walked away, I heard him say, to nobody, in the voice of a man watching a miracle, the others are really lucky. The most useless thing was chosen. by the first person to choose. Then Luo Jian reported that my spirit fields were going barren, and I met Bai Qing for the first time without knowing it. Mutant bone flower has lost every characteristic of a bone flower, leaving only the ruthless absorption of surrounding nutrients. It is Bai Qing's masterpiece, created to make things difficult for the guardians of spirit herb gardens, thereby profiting and incidentally obtaining nutrients. Created to make things difficult. That's the design brief. Not a weapon, not a poison, a business model. I asked 100 Bone Forest to come collect their plants. They said 5 days, then another 5, then 5 more. And in the meantime, everything I transplanted to make room for their bone flowers withered, which was of course the entire point. Senior brother Lu Ming finally strolled in on day 16. Foundation establishment late stage, broad forehead, early 30s, the specific serenity of a man arriving to collect. Junior brother, you're not very generous. I was only a few days late, and junior brother wiped out our bone flower in a fit of anger. I hadn't touched them, they'd eaten themselves. Since we entrusted the spirit medicine to you, it's because we're too busy. Why would we contact you if we had the time? He spread his hands reasonably. Isn't it perfectly reasonable to come a few days later? Then he presented the bill. 500 plants. 5 spirit stones each. It used to be 3, he explained, but prices have gone up since the Tianqing Mountain War. 2,500 spirit stones, and they were still taking the bone flowers back. The bone flower belongs to us, and the compensation is our apology. He smiled. The two are not contradictory. 3 months to pay, or 6, with interest. And then, because a good salesman always closes on the upsell, he produced 2 nutrient beads that would restore my ruined soil. 1,000 each. I wouldn't sell them for 1,500 if someone else offered. I paid 500 down and took the beads. Lu Ming, here on Tian Chang's orders to retrieve the bone flower and incidentally extort you. He thinks you're naive, rich, and cowardly. You are his most coveted prey. He will report back to Tian Chang in 7 days. Naive, rich, and cowardly. My most coveted prey. Tian Chang is 100 Bone Forest true disciple, early golden core at the absolute worst, and behind both of them, according to the appraisal on the flower, was a man whose name I had never heard. Luo Jin found the rest of it for me afterward. This happens every few years. There had been an inner sect brother in a garden 3 lineages over who got blackmailed over bone flowers exactly like this, and then he disappeared without a trace. The peach seed rooted on day 40 and paid a purple bubble. Divine ability fragment, 3 of 3. Immortal peach tree sapling. Staying with the divine tree and drinking a bowl of water daily will make it grow faster, and the peaches will be sweeter. 1 bowl of water a day. It is also 1 bowl of water a day. My entire empire runs on a bowl I never measured. The new divine ability opened a vortex between my brows and pulled every drop of spiritual kun I had into it, where it sat as a small cross-legged figure made of my own power, hidden spirit reappearance. Store it and pour it back on command, on top of whatever I'm already running, which means for 1 moment I can hold double. Every promotion had thickened my body with blood essence. My frame could physically carry it. Most people's couldn't. For about 4 seconds, I genuinely hoped a golden core late-stage cultivator would come and insult me so I could find out what it did. I nipped that thought in the bud so hard it left a mark, because that is exactly how people die. That night, in a grove in 100 Bone Forest where there were no insects and no birds and no sound of any kind, Lu Ming made his report. Tian Xiang wears white and stands with his hands behind his back and never hurries. 2,000 more to collect, plus 500 interest next month. Good. I keep adding to my debts until I can't pay them back anymore. Lu Ming was pleased with himself, but then I feel like I'll be able to pay them off soon. Lin Quan, Tian Chang considered it. The one who was dragged out and killed by senior brother Hu Lei? 1,000 back in 3 months. Then we really need to take good care of this junior brother. And as a reward for excellent work, he handed Lu Ming a pill that would push him into foundation establishment perfection that very night. Lu Ming was in the middle of the happiest moment of his life when a spear went through his head. Something warm landed across Tian Chang's face, and neither of them knew what had happened. His robe stopped my first knife. It was a very good robe. Then purple kun went through the robe, and the silver blade went through him, less than 1 breath from the first kill to the second. Your Excellency. He got down on his knees in his own grove with the hole in him. I am willing to submit and offer my life's soul to serve your Excellency. Forget about this life, maybe the next. The second blade opened his throat. I am the true successor, mountain suppressing. Even a true disciple only has 1 life. The take, 1,600 spirit stones and just under 3,000 nutrient beads. 3,000. I did the arithmetic sitting in a dark grove between 2 bodies, and it made me angrier than the murder attempt had. They had extorted around 16,000 spirit stones out of the spirit herb gardens of this sect. I had been billed 2,500 of it, which means at least 4 other garden keepers had been milked exactly the same way, by the same flower, on the same schedule, and every single one of them thought it was their own fault. Nutrition bead. Bai Qing's masterpiece. A product he researched for his own advancement. Provides nutrients to soil and can also cause spiritual objects to improve abnormally, for his own advancement. The whole operation, the flower, the blackmail, the schedule, the 2 men now cooling in the grass, was somebody's side income while he worked on something else. Xu Wen was at my door at dawn with 2 law enforcement men behind him. A true disciple had been killed. Everybody connected to 100-Bone Forest spirit medicine was being detained. They glanced through my rooms with a probing treasure and found nothing because there was nothing in my rooms. Then, on the walk down the mountain, in the voice of a man making conversation about the weather, Xu Wen said, "Once they arrive at the place of custody, the senior brother or elder in charge will likely examine the junior brother's storage magical artifact." My storage pouch at that moment contained 3,000 of Bai Qing's nutrient beads, 1 spear, 2 swords, a set of daggers, and every single object used in the murder. I kept walking at exactly the same speed. He also explained, unprompted, why this was worse than it looked. Killing a person on the law enforcement hall's list is a graver offense than killing a true disciple, because it's obstruction of law enforcement, which is classified as shaking the foundation of the sect, which gives the hall absolute authority to find you by any means. There was a genius once who killed people under investigation and hid perfectly. The hall requisitioned the sect's own treasure, a thing called the Tianyuan God Sculpting Mirror, and found him anyway. Lawless Tower, then executed the instant he came out. Therefore, Xu Wen said, looking straight ahead, people on the watch list and those under investigation cannot be killed. He was not making conversation. He was reading me a rule. The cell was bare stone, 1 futon, and a small window up near the ceiling. I read the formations out of boredom and worked out that a golden core mid-stage cultivator could walk out of it in about a minute. Walking out of it is defection. Defection is being hunted forever. So I sat down. In the morning I heard scratching and an enormous white head appeared in the window. "Master, please buy me a collar." It had broken into a law enforcement hall detention cell to nag me about a collar. "How did you get in?" It climbed in as soon as it saw the window, deeply satisfied with itself. The formations on the Tao gave Lord Rabbit some face and didn't report me. Then it hopped and a layer of white mist came off it and it vanished, and I caught it by the ears in midair on the way to my back. Beast Rabbit. Has just grasped a divine ability, uses deception to weaken its presence and mislead simple formations, restrictions, and human perception. A divine ability. The rabbit got a divine ability. I fed that animal 8,000 spirit stones and it grew a talent for lying at the world. I put everything into its cheap iron storage ring. Nutrient beads, spirit swords, spear, longsword, pills, everything. "Go out. Don't let anyone see what's inside." I looked at it. "I'll buy you a collar when I get out." "Really?" "Really. But there's a condition. Don't let anyone find out. Leave it to me. Lord Rabbit is invincible." About 9 seconds later, every formation alarm in the compound went off. "On the right, pursue." And then a voice at my cell door, low and urgent and helpful. "Junior brother Chen, what you did has been exposed." A pause. "I can save you." I said nothing at all, because whoever that was did not know about the rabbit. If they'd seen the rabbit, they'd have said the rabbit, which meant they hadn't seen anything, which meant it was a line in the water. He cursed under his breath and went away. The next morning, there was a woman in red sitting in my cell, staring up at the light hole. "You really like terrible environments." She didn't turn around. "It's either a mining field or a dark little room like this." Then she conjured a chair, a teapot, and water out of nothing. "Did you bring your tea?" I had. Obviously I had. I bring tea everywhere now. It's a condition. "How long are you going to stay here?" 4 or 5 days. "I thought you not only liked staying in the mining field, but also liked small, dark places." "Senior misunderstands. This place still can't compare to Junior's residence." "How does your place compare to the mining field?" "The accommodations are still better." Half a smile. I'd earned it in a jail cell. "Let's use the divine ability again." I masked the consumption exactly as the book taught me, appraised her, got the same wall of question marks, and said, "I've already used it." She stopped with the cup at her lip and looked at me without blinking for about 4 breaths. Bang! Into the wall. "No wonder you keep beast rabbits." She set the cup down. "A liar's mouth. I'll give you one more chance." "Use that divine ability." "I've used it." She said nothing else. And then she sat there. In a cell. In the law enforcement hall. From early morning until sunset, drinking tea in complete silence while I refilled the pot. And I have absolutely no idea what she was doing. At the end of it she stood up. Next time I come, I hope you won't be here. The temperature dropped. Otherwise. And afterward, lying on the futon, I finally had the thought. Was she waiting for me to ask her for help? Because I would have. I would have chosen her over Chu Wen in a heartbeat. The rabbit had just gotten there first. The interrogation happened in a room with no light in it, in front of 3 people I couldn't see properly. Elder Shuqiu, the deacon in charge, bearded, a woman on the left, a young man on the right who never spoke. You're much calmer than the others. Then the questions started, and they were deliberately insane. Did you resent him? Blame. What were you doing when Lu Ming died? I nearly said cultivating late at night, which would have been a specific claim about a specific hour, and I caught it on the way out of my mouth and turned it into, when was it? When Xi Chen died, he left the clue emotion-severing cliff. Do you think it refers to you? Was Lu Ming's expression happiness or despair when he died? I don't know. And underneath all of it the whole time, a charm technique was pressing steadily on my mind like a thumb. They checked my storage pouch. It contained talisman paper and about 400 spirit stones. After I left, I am told, the conversation went like this. The best performer, you could say, got nothing. Not only that, the woman sounded genuinely irritated. He was able to remain calm under my charm technique. I don't know how he did it. He was among the top 10 in merit last time. We can't keep him too long. The reason Hu Lei put him in the top 10 is simply that he isn't worthy of such merit, so he was pushed out. The Xuantian sect and the Fenglei sect are both watching to see who suffers for it, a shrug in the voice. They're all glamorous now. But tragedy is what's to come. And then the young man who had not spoken all afternoon stood up. Then I'll leave the rest to you 2 junior martial uncles. Bai Qing will go back and report to master. And both elders got to their feet and personally saw him to the door. He had been in the room the entire time, watching me answer questions about the 2 men I'd killed for him. That night somebody put a spell on me while I slept and walked me through Lu Ming's last evening in a dream. I went along on instinct, the path, the grove, the report, the moment. And then there was a glint of purple kun somewhere behind my eyes, and I came back to myself while still asleep, which I did not know was possible, so I played it out wrong on purpose. I turned away timidly. I let Dream Lu Ming attack me. I defended badly, protested out loud that I hadn't done anything, and let him put me on the ground. If the Hongmeng Heart Sutra had not been sitting in me, I would have murdered Lu Ming and Tianqiang a second time, in a dream, in front of an audience. They let me out on day 4 instead of day 7 because a top 10 merit ranking puts pressure on the law enforcement hall that they would rather not carry. Why not just find someone to take the blame? That would be so much easier. Surprisingly, it was exceptionally fair. Although we are called the demonic sect, the elder said, handing me back my pouch, we are not a sect that can do whatever it wants. Killing outsiders is one thing, killing fellow disciples is not allowed. And then Chu Wen walked me out and gave me a warning wrapped in a riddle. Junior brother, you'd better be careful of 100-Bone Forest. A pause. If you had to pick one person from among these people who is most noteworthy, would junior brother choose someone else? And his advice on how to actually be safe in this sect, which is the single most heavenly sound sect sentence ever spoken. The best way is to become a true disciple, and then get on the list. Then I appraised him, out of habit, and read the following. Currently, he is being secretly possessed by a true dragon's remnant soul, a true dragon. A remnant soul of a true dragon is quietly moving into the vast heaven sect's true disciple, and he is walking around doing paperwork. I could not warn him. Warning him means explaining how I know. So I said thank you for the advice, senior brother, and I went home. The rabbit brought the ring back 2 months later, which was 2 months longer than I'd have liked. Where did you hide it? I raised a turtle in the river. It was very proud. The turtle is old and lies motionless in the water. I hid the thing inside its shell. This rabbit is incredibly bold, and I have no idea where it gets it from. I burned 67 and 70 and barely scraped into Golden Core late stage because the conversion when you're under 100 is significantly worse. That was close. I almost failed my promotion, and failing costs a year. Market run. The gold collar the rabbit had extorted out of me, 965 spirit stones. Better tea, 750. Talisman materials, down to 200 again, and on the street, 2 men pointing at me. Look, that's the person whose achievements rank in the top 10. Guess how he got there? Senior brother Hu Lei put him forward to attract hatred. Just wait for him to make a fool of himself. The Xuantian sect is coming soon. This foundation establishment mid-stage can take the blame. A laugh. Everyone will be happy. I went home and sat down and had the most important thought of my life so far. 22 months. Kun refining 9th layer to golden core, late stage. 22 months. And my mind had not come with me. I had been getting stronger at a speed that would have taken anyone else 40 years, and every single time something good happened, there was a moment where I thought I was somebody. the Hongmeng Heart Sutra, the primordial heavenly blade, hidden spirit reappearance. Every time, those who cannot control their hearts will surely face disaster. So I stopped. 6 months. Deliberately. I tended the garden, and every night I drew exactly one talisman as slowly as I possibly could, on purpose for no profit, purely to burn the impatience out of myself. Some nights I failed on purpose. Then I cultivated. Autumn came. Then snow. Then thaw. Then spring. And during that time I was irritable, and I tried to give up, and I wanted to procrastinate, and I sat there anyway, and then the irritability was gone, not suppressed, gone. One night, a plain purification talisman, the cheapest thing I know how to make, lit up under the brush. It's finally done. The immortal peach tree was over 2 meters by then, tall enough for the rabbit to climb, which it did constantly, for reasons of ego. Chu Wen came back with something wrong in his aura, while idly watching a true dragon's remnant soul possess him. Seeing the other's cautious demeanor only made him more bored. I read that twice. He is not being possessed. He is watching himself be possessed, and he is finding the dragon slow. Would a normal person be this bored? I could not help but admire the high quality of the vast heaven sect's true disciples. His news, the Xuantian sect, Benglei sect, and Luoxia sect, were all coming to negotiate the return of Wang Zi, and at least some people would need to pay a price. And then casually, "Junior brother, have you ever heard of Bai Qing?" "No." "A recluse. Extremely talented, especially in his understanding and application of spirit medicine." He was choosing his words. "He subtly draws people into his trap. Stronger than me. Though not one of the 10 chief disciples, his talent and achievements are not much less. Stronger than a man who eats dragons for entertainment." I turned 22 around then. I still remember congratulating myself for surviving to 20. It feels like it was last week. And Xian Yue had not appeared in half a year, which is a strange thing to notice, which is a stranger thing to mind. I minded it, a little, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to work out why. It's because next to her the goo poison stops working, and for about an hour I get to find out what an ordinary man's mind feels like. Then 100-Bone Forest came back to my garden, and this time they were polite. Fairy Sun Ping of emotion severing. Cliff came as the escort, which is above Golden Core and completely neutral, and her entire contribution was one sentence delivered without inflection. "If the spirit medicine runs into problems this time, remember my name." And Fairy Chuying handled the handover. Early Golden Core, flawlessly courteous, impossible to fault on a single point, and I checked every single one of those plants and found nothing wrong with any of them. Then my cultivation started to sting, not hurt, sting, and then catch, like a wheel with a stone in it. I appraised myself and got nothing. I appraised the plants one at a time for 11 days and eventually found it. 1,000 feather flower. Planting it here is Bai Qing's proud creation, subtly blocking your cultivation progress. I had them transplanted out. Chu Ying agreed instantly and made no excuses at all, which should have told me something. It changed nothing, so I appraised myself again. But this time, I did it while cultivating, in the middle of the stinging, and only then did it come up. Status: Bai Qing's spirit sealing technique. Created using the properties of spirit medicine, the taste of Tao, and spiritual kun. Invisible, colorless, unpredictable. Planting a black lotus nearby can break the spell. The flowers were never the weapon. The flowers were the delivery. He'd sealed my cultivation with an arrangement of plants and the flavor of the air. Black lotus seed, 300 spirit stones. Spirit liquid, 30 a bottle, 7 bottles. That left me with nothing. On day 7 it sprouted, and one blue bubble came up out of the soil, and I sat down on the ground and did the arithmetic. 500 spirit stones per blue bubble. If I had 100,000 spirit stones, I could be promoted every 7 days. This is faster than mining. The month Bai Qing stole from me was gone forever, but I had just been handed a business model. The rabbit surveyed the yard. Snow lotus, blue lotus, black lotus. It stroked its chin. How about planting a white lotus next time? If we collect all 7 lotus flowers, I wonder if that would produce an unusual phenomenon. The next sect mission was recruitment. Go out into the world, test the children, bring back somewhere between 300 and 1,000 beginners. The team, and Xiang again, Kai Wen again, a bald man from 100-Bone Forest called Wu Hai, who glared at me continuously for 11 days, and junior sister Liu Jing of Hengliu Waterfall, who is very small and carries a sword that is not. Wei Feng gave me a private order on the way out. Bring back 3 outstanding recruits for emotion-severing Cliff specifically. And then he paid me 3,000 spirit stones for it, in cash up front, because Shu Hao had told him I like cash. That is the single kindest thing my master has ever done for me, and he did it without changing expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was giving her half-yearly report on me, and it had gotten worse. Lin Quan has been unusually quiet for the past 6 months, as if lying low, becoming increasingly stable and peaceful. She hesitated. Something is unusual. Continue. In my opinion, Lin Quan may not be a traitor, but he is certainly not clean. Then she asked her own question, carefully, because she had been carrying it for 2 years. Does the flower have to be grown by Lin Quan specifically, or would anyone do? Xian Yue did not answer her. 2,632 children turned up for the test. The jade slip lights up to 7 sections. 3 sections gets you in. Then a comprehension test on the heavenly sound string, which is the first chapter of our foundational technique and which is deliberately made public because the sect leader tacitly permits rival sects to steal it, and I would love to know why. Then endurance? Climb the mountain by noon tomorrow, and in the middle of that line was a girl of 12 or 13, short hair, filthy, pale, thin, in the way that isn't build but diet, and when I looked at her properly my pupil shrank, because her spirit was completely pure, and her physical strength was enormous, and being held back, and every single breath she took moved her body's kun like a tide going out, and there was not one trace of spiritual kun anywhere in her. Her jade slip lit up nothing at all. No talent? Said the officiant, reaching past her. Wait a moment, I heard myself say it. What's your name? Xiaomin. Stand aside and wait. Nobody else in that field saw anything. I asked afterward, casually. Good physical constitution, strong hands and feet, balanced breathing, but without the talent to cultivate, she can only learn martial arts. There were 2 sevens in the same batch, which is unheard of. Yang Chen and Ren Min, both of them shining like coins, both from the same village. And with them, a 3rd boy from the same village. Thin, visibly insecure. Standing half a step behind his friends the way a person does when they have already been told where they belong. Fei Guang. He lit up exactly 3 sections. I stood there and looked at the 2 prodigies for about a second and a half, and then I looked at Fei Guang for a long time. He's different from others. He can see many hidden things. This person is somewhat different. Liu Jing, who has no diplomacy in her at all, told the 2 prodigies straight out. If you consider him a friend, I suggest you be mindful of your boundaries. They laughed. Of course they laughed. They were 15, and they'd just been told they were the best thing in the province. Then a woman walked into the queue. Golden core mid-stage, strolling, smiling. Do I want to take a test? Her jade slip hit 7 the instant she touched it. Are any of you from Emotion Severing Cliff? She looked down the row of us and found me. I want to join Emotion Severing Cliff. I heard you have 3 spots where you can bring people directly to your own faction. Take me there. May I ask who Fairy is? Senior Sister Chu Ying. The Heavenly Saint Sect candidate Holy Maiden. The one from Shu Hao's appraisal, the affair, Heavenly Saint Sect, she said it herself, cheerfully, before anyone else could. However, I have already apostatized and am now here to surrender. I've brought my pledge of loyalty. The pledge of loyalty was a heavenly rejuvenating pill, which is worth between 3,000 and 10,000 spirit stones depending on how badly you want it. And Xiang and Wu Hai both actually moved physically toward her, successfully defected, intending to join Emotion Severing Cliff to evade capture by both the Heavenly Saint Sect and the Heavenly Sound Sect. Her defection was for Shu Hao's sake. I pushed the pill back across the table. I need to report to Master about Fairy first. Take the goods and you own the problem. That is not a proverb. That is a load-bearing rule of my entire life. Final tally. 1 Chu Ying, 2 top tier, 9 excellent, 56 upper middle, 132 middle, 206 lower middle. Wei Feng thought about Chu Ying in complete silence for a long time, and then said 2 words. Bring her in. 1 year probation. On the endurance mountain, a boy's handhold snapped and he came off the cliff. I flicked a finger and an invisible hand held him all the way down until his feet touched the ground. Let's go back, I said. He turned around and knelt and put his forehead on the rock before starting back down, and Chu Ying, who had watched the entire thing from behind me, said, You're being dangerous. You've already established a foundation, yet you're still so compassionate. A pause. Isn't the Heavenly Sound Sect a demonic sect? Then I spent my appraisal on Xiaomin. Dragon Clan. Her talent cannot be appraised by ordinary methods. She was severely injured by Heavenly Gang Thunder, losing her memory and her strength. She fell into a river and was picked up by an elderly couple. Because she ate so much, they only kept her 3 years. With tears in their eyes, they sent her to the Heavenly Sound Sect, hoping she could join and earn a living. A dragon. A dragon had come down out of the sky, been hit by heaven's own lightning, lost her memory and every scrap of her power, landed in a river, been fished out by 2 old people with nothing, and eaten so much that after 3 years they had cried and taken her to a sect recruitment day so that she would be fed. Come with me, I said. Then I turned to the thin, insecure boy who could see hidden things. Come with you too. Everyone assumed I would take the 2 upper middles. I took the 2 worst results on the field, and standing next to a defected golden core holy maiden, it read as flawless, self-effacing modesty, which is a thing I did not plan and will absolutely take credit for. Liu Jing had wanted Xiaomian herself. She didn't say anything because I'd kept her. 26 of them made the climb. One boy with both hands bleeding was 2/3 of the way up when time was called, and his face came apart and he started to cry, and Liu Jing asked whether he had family, and I asked which sect he wanted. Then Liu Jing stamped on the ground and the ground threw him to the summit. Follow me, she said, already walking. If you can keep up, follow me to Hengli Waterfall. If you can't, I'll have someone send you away. I gave the outer sect organizer, a man called Jiang Hao, an ordinary spirit sword for doing his job properly. Keep it. I have hundreds. I genuinely cannot think of a way to use them up. And to my 2, on the road home. In the sect, talk less and do more, and don't offend anyone. Fei Guang probably listened. Xiaomian almost certainly did not. She was in my courtyard again in the morning, red dress, no wind touching her. Have you already forgotten who I am? No, Senior. What have you been doing for the past 6 months? Helping Senior tend to the flowers. Is that so? Half a smile. Then, at the flower. This is well grown, and I really like its pleasant fragrance. And my stomach dropped, because a compliment from that woman is not a compliment. A compliment is a valuation. Compliments come immediately before collections. Then she walked to the immortal peach tree, which was now taller than she was. Will the fruit that grows be sour or sweet? It should be sweet. If it's sour, she said pleasantly, then I'll take it as you're lying to me right now. I want everyone to understand that at this point in my life, a fruit that had not yet grown on a tree that had not yet flowered became a debt with my name on it. She handed over blueprints for a formation upgrade. Then she looked around my yard. You have neither powerful magic treasure nor any special magic. A genuine question. So where did your spirit stone go? I don't know either. I have never known. It just leaves. I'd like to visit a secular town sometime. Completely out of nowhere. I'll come find you then, and you can come with me. Huh? Senior, What? Aren't you free? The air went heavy enough that the water in my bowl moved. It is an honor for Junior to be able to walk alongside Senior. A complete liar. Then she went upstairs. 2nd floor. Which she had entered exactly once before in her life, on the night she poisoned me. Through the bedroom. Onto the balcony. She stood at the rail and looked down at my courtyard without saying anything for a long time. Then she stepped back and had me stand facing her. So? She nodded to herself. Then she reached out with her left hand, put it flat on my chest, and pushed me off the balcony. I landed on my back in my own yard. I got up and looked at her. She was at the railing with one hand on the wood, hair and skirt moving in a breeze that had not existed a second ago, expression completely serene, looking down at me the way you look at a pond. Our eyes met, and every agitated thing in me went quiet. Looking down from above, she said, the scenery is completely different. I have spent years on that sentence. My best reading is this. She was reminding me that of the 2 people in that courtyard, only one of them gets to look down. Remember, she said, and she was already going. When I go to town, you'd better come along too. The communication talisman arrived about 4 minutes later. Wang Zi wanted to see me, today. Chu Ying had by then installed herself at emotion-severing cliff and refused, on principle, to call me senior brother. I'm golden core mid-stage. She said it the way you'd explain something to a child. You don't expect me to call you senior brother, do you? And then warmly, junior brother, I've realized that you're really wasting your talents in the demonic sect. Shu Hao arrived at speed. Don't listen to her. And walking away, I heard them, because they weren't quiet. I'm warning you, don't cause trouble. Teasing a kid counts as causing trouble? What do you know? Shu Hao's voice dropped. Everyone who had a grudge against junior brother Chen is dead. Going into the lawless tower feels like being squeezed. Your power gets pressed inward from every direction until it's folded up small and sealed, and the guard, a man called Feng Hai, explained the effect while we walked. Primordial spirit depleted. Golden core shattered. Foundation establishment collapsed. He also mentioned, and I filed this away with both hands, that on the other side of the tower, there's an abnormal density of spiritual kun, where a very few privileged people are permitted to use the tower's power to advance. Deng Kai had been given a token for that. Of course he had. Wang Zi was chained between 4 pillars over lava, haggard, in a Dao robe, and still somehow the most impressive man in the room. You seem to have become a sect celebrity because you caught me. Senior flatters me. Do you want to join the Xuantian sect? I did not answer. I just happen to have a crush on you. Absolutely level. The Xuantian sect is coming. You may be in trouble. If you agree, I can save you even if you are taken away. He shifted his weight against the chains. My invitation remains valid. Xuantian sect true disciple. favored by mountains and seas, possesses a spatial physique. With enough preparation, he can use the divine ability of displacement. Having learned from senior sister Ran Li that you cultivate the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, and being well versed in his clan's secrets, he instantly understands your value and wants to take you back to cultivate his ancestral divine flower. He will not let anyone know your worth. If you help him grow it, he will forgive the grudge, bestow immense benefits, and protect you absolutely inside Xuantian's sect territory. So the man I imprisoned wanted to hire me, would forgive everything, would pay enormously, would protect me completely, and would never tell a soul what I was for. That was, at that moment, the single best offer I had ever received from anyone. We ended up talking about talisman making, which is a genuinely strange way to spend an afternoon with a prisoner over lava. He asked whether I'd drawn the 100,000 sword talisman that jammed his teleport. I said yes, and then he taught me, for free, out of what I can only describe as professional courtesy. Use gestures to outline and control spiritual kun. And use spiritual kun to deliver details and control quality. That one sentence improved my work more than the last 6 months had. The path to immortality is long, he said as I left, and today's enemy may be tomorrow's best friend. The formation she'd given me cost 1,300 spirit stones, and no shop in the sect stocked the parts. The formation master, I took it to, turned the diagram over twice. What you want is different from the ordinary. It's an adaptation of the spirit gathering array method. He frowned at it. But normal people wouldn't modify things in such a bizarre way. I have absolutely no idea what the purpose of adding these array patterns is. It's like they're incompatible. They were not incompatible. He just wasn't old enough. 1,600 spirit stones at the Star Tower for materials, and when I switched it on, my cultivation ran smoother than it ever had in my life. The rabbit came out and stood in the middle of the yard with its arms spread. Wow. Master, what kind of format did you set up? I feel like the spiritual kun on the heavenly Tao is giving Lord Rabbit a special face today. I also caught it drooling over the flower again and let it go, because somebody would be along to teach it a lesson eventually, and I no longer needed to do it personally. Luo Jin came to me about Xiaomin with the face of a man reporting a natural disaster. She works hard, he said. She's the strongest child in the outer sect by an absurd margin. Spells don't work on her at all. Nobody at Kun refining 7th, 8th, or 9th layer would be guaranteed to beat her, and the instant anyone tells her to read a book, she falls asleep. Asleep during lessons, asleep while being punished by standing, asleep while magically restrained, and wide awake, alert, and gone, the second food appears anywhere on the mountain. He keeps saying he'd rather die than study. She was hiding in the forest. 4 people had been looking for 2 hours. The rabbit solved it in one sentence. Just call out lunch is ready. We called out that lunch was ready. A pink blur came out of the trees at a speed that should not be possible at Kun Refining, and I put her flat on the ground with a scabbard. At the canteen, she ate an amount of food I am not going to describe. Then she took a piece of dessert, wrapped it in paper, and hid it in her clothes. Is that for a snack later? No. Very matter of fact. It's for Grandpa and Grandma. They've never tried anything this delicious before. I put my cup down. Grandpa's hair has turned white, and he can't even chop firewood anymore. I always have to help him. Grandma can't thread a needle when my clothes are torn. She was counting it off on her fingers. They said there are many things they can't bite, so they'll definitely like something this soft. And then she looked up. By the way, when can I go home for a visit? Go home for a visit. I sat there in a canteen and could not, for a moment, work out what to do with my hands. How long has it been since I went back to see the home that sold me to a demonic sect? Do I resent it? There must be some. Do I hate it? Actually, there's no hatred. I put the Heavenly Sound 100 Turns primer on the table in front of her. Study this thoroughly. Once you enter the first level of Kun Refining, I'll have someone send you back for a short stay. Read. Her whole face collapsed. Read books? Whether you read or study, I said. It all depends on whether you want to go home and visit. She ate the hidden piece of dessert herself first, muttering that it was going to break, which was a lie, and everyone at that table knew it was a lie. Then she grabbed the book and ran to the cultivation ground. And to the absolute astonishment of every person in that outer sect, she started studying. The teaching senior brother came over to warn her about dozing off, and she stood up so fast that he flinched backward. I told Luo Jin to prepare to escort her home in a few days, before she was promoted, not after, and to check on the old couple's health while he was there. Luo Jin nodded slowly, and then, in the most perfect demonic sect logic I have ever heard, asked, Does senior brother mean that junior sister Xiaomin should sever her ties to the mortal world as soon as possible? Don't overthink it, and don't do anything unnecessary. I had to say it twice. I just want you to check on their physical condition, and if possible, let them live a little longer. There are no good people in the demonic sect, and I don't consider myself one either. It's just that some things happen to touch you. Xiaomin has probably never once thought about life and death separation. It's better if this pain comes a little later. She hit Kun refining first layer in 7 days without ever really reading the book. Dragon Clan is truly strong. The second piece of the armor arrived. Bracers. Enhance both pieces. Provide powerful offense and support. Each bracer can conceal a weapon. Golden core level attack power. I tested them and nearly dropped my own arm because a bracer does not store a weapon. A bracer swallows a technique. You feed it a completed strike and it holds it, and then it gives it back instantly, fully formed, with no wind up at all. I loaded Moon Slash into one and Mountain Suppressing into the other. Mountain Suppressing normally requires momentum. You have to build it. It takes a breath and a half, and everybody watching knows exactly what you're doing. Now, as long as I can hide, I don't need to generate momentum at all. Then senior sister Xiao Yu, who had been buying my talismans honestly for 2 years without ever once trying to cheat me, offered me something out of a wrapped box. A stone tablet carved on half of one face. Legacy. Dip a brush in water at noon with a clear mind and draw the upper half of the rune. This grants the legacy and comprehension of the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. And then she said the most decent thing anyone said to me in 3 years. We obtained this with great difficulty. 9 times out of 10, it is a priceless treasure. You can use it yourself, but be careful if you want to sell it. She looked me in the eye. Greed can sometimes harm you. Junior brother, you need to control yourself. A shrug. Of course, even if junior brother gains enormous benefits from it, that's junior brother's good fortune and has nothing to do with us. 2,000. Half in talismans, which is roughly cost, and I asked why, and she told me the truth, which is that half a legacy tablet is too dangerous to hold and taking action would actually make things safer. The transmission nearly took my mind apart. Clear mind carried me through it, and when it ended, the slab cracked and fell into pieces on my table. One use. That's what a legacy is. 1. Materials for the talisman cost 500 spirit stones for 10 attempts. Attempt 1. My spiritual kun ran out halfway through the draw, the hidden spirit reserve destabilized trying to cover it, and the hide caught fire. 7 straight failures. The method I eventually worked out is grotesque. Swallow a medicinal pill. Run clear mind and hidden spirit reappearance at the same time. Draw using the stored power. And when the stored power runs out, mid-stroke, let the pill refill you without letting the brush stop. Meanwhile, the sect was preparing to sell me. House arrest. 2 days to the negotiation. And Jiang Hao, explaining it to Chu Ying in a corridor where I could hear. After some events, Master probably wanted to take junior brother Chen as his true disciple. Unfortunately, it was blocked by law enforcement peak. A pause. Some members of the Xuantian sect are also willing to spend money to buy a face. What will happen to junior brother Chen? If I wasn't taken away, I'd most likely end up in the lawless tower. He said it flatly. Which might be worse than being taken away. At noon on the second day, which is the hour the legacy specified, everything went perfectly and the talisman burned anyway. At noon on the third day, my body was burning hot and my mind was completely clear as though a line of light had connected me to the brush. My pen moved with my body moved with my mind, and my mind moved with my will. 1 hour instead of a whole night. And on the final stroke, my spirit began draining at a rate that frightened me, and pain came up through my arms, and my body's own kun got siphoned into the paper, and I nearly went down on my feet in my own house. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Defective product. Ignores all magic and barriers. Randomly teleports the user to any location within 1,000 miles of a point 700 miles away. Activated with blood or spiritual kun. Cannot be interrupted. Defective. That is the defective one. I could feel my spirit withering while I held it. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman is surprisingly terrifying, and I understood, holding a single piece of paper, why nobody sells these. The day before the negotiation, Deng Kai came to challenge me again. 2 exchanges. He lost the first and was finished on the second. He left without saying anything, and there was something in his face that was no longer competitive. And then nobody else came. Not one person. And I sat in my courtyard and worked out that after 3 years in the Heavenly Sound Sect, on the day before I might be handed to an enemy sect, there was nobody in the entire mountain I could have written a letter to, except the rabbit, who announced its own plans. Master, I plan to go down the mountain tomorrow. What for? My friends on the Tao are encouraging me to embark on the Tao path of the Great Demon. Really? I said. Then you should go down the mountain tomorrow. Because if I did not come back, the rabbit would not be implicated in whatever came next, and it had walked itself out of the fire by accident while bragging. Panel 196. 10 days short of golden core completion. 10 days. I watched the negotiation from a peak with Chu Wen, who gave me one piece of advice in the most deniable possible way. If someone defects, The pursuers sent first are foundation, establishment, late stage, and perfection. Only after those fail do they escalate. That is not advice. That is a head start offered by a man who would have to hunt me himself afterward. 13 envoys came. I could read the cultivation of exactly one of them, the weakest, and I stopped trying. Our side sent Fairy Hua Mei, who is Yanyun Peak's peak master, and Wei Feng, and a law enforcement elder. The 3 sects agreed to pay everything asked, every stone, every treasure, all of it, with one condition. The Luoxia sect's envoy, a man called Chen Gui, laid it out very reasonably. One of our disciples died at the hands of your disciple. She is a friend of an important figure in our sect. A small, sad shrug. Now all he wants is the man who killed her. Emotion severing cliff. Lin Quan. And then my master, who had not said one word all afternoon, spoke. Do you want a person or a life? Of course I want them all. No. Wei Feng did not raise his voice. Emotion severing cliff will not hand over personnel. I want to record that this shocked our own side of the table. They counter-offered. Cripple him publicly instead. Strip everything and let everyone watch. That won't work either. Then the envoys stood up to leave, and Fairy Hua Mei folded because she was there to close a deal, and a peak master's job is the sect and not one inner disciple. 20% off the price. And enter the lawless tower, strip his cultivation, exile him to the outer sect. And Chen Gui added his own line item. I heard he stabbed our disciple in the neck with a dagger, politely. What you say is fine, but I must personally stab him before he goes in. Let him experience this kind of pain. Wei Feng frowned and did not say anything else. He couldn't. He had already refused twice. And sitting on that peak, I did the honest arithmetic about my own life. As an ordinary inner sect disciple with repeated documented associations with traitors, it was already quite unexpected that Master had refused for me twice. After all, Master doesn't owe me anything. So, 2 options. Walk into the tower tomorrow and come out crippled, or run tonight and be hunted for the rest of a very short life. Up at 100 Flowers Lake, Jiang Li delivered the terms. Shen Yue listened to all of it. Of course, they suffered huge losses, and it's important to find someone to help them. She sounded almost sympathetic. The more the emotion-severing cliff refused, the more excited they became. Then she got up and walked into the flower bushes, and bent down, and reached in, and drew out a knife covered in cracks. My half-moon, the one she'd stolen out of my yard. She had put it in the flowers and left it there. Zhang Li felt something she could not name and did not like. Elder Zhang Li, what do you think of this knife? This should be a half-moon, a blade often used for transitions during foundation establishment. Jiang Li chose her words. However, the knife is riddled with cracks and is probably unusable. It really is unusable. She carried it down to the lakeside. I remember you used to study knife skills. Yes. Jiang Li's head came up. But the sect leader said I wasn't suited for the sword. I remember you used to study moon shadow. Yes. Xian Yue stroked the cracked blade with one finger. Learning swordsmanship was an obsession for you. Although you've let it go, you still want to know what Moon Shadow's major achievement is like. Jiang Li, who is the acting leader of an entire sect and has killed more people than I will ever meet, could not answer and nodded like a student. Then you'd better open your eyes and watch closely. And she danced a broken knife by a lake. Her body became like a bright moon lighting the earth. Pure white light came off a blade that could not hold an edge, and in the middle of a blazing afternoon it cast a moon shadow on the ground, one stroke. The bright moon moved like a knife, and it seemed to slice through the void itself, and the moon's shadow bloomed and overshadowed every other light in the world until it was the only light. Jiang Li followed the direction of that cut with her eyes and was filled with a shock that turned immediately into fear because it was pointed at the gates. Outside the sect, Fairy Hua Mei was mid-nod. The deal was closing, 20% off, and a man in a tower. Then a chill went down her back and she turned around. A bright moon had appeared deep inside the Heavenly Sound sect, and its light was slicing the void open, and it was coming straight at them, and it was stealing the light out of heaven and earth as it came. It passed over her head. She said afterward that she felt she had escaped death by the width of a hand. "How dare you?" somebody was shouting. "Aren't you afraid of starting a war?" Defenses came apart. Magic treasures shattered in their owners' hands. People ran. The moon shadow swept past Min Chen. past Chen Gui. It caught Wei Feng in the middle of running and everybody behind him, and it did all of it as quickly as a gust of wind. The single golden core completion cultivator at the back screamed as it went over him and then found himself completely unharmed. And then all 12 of the others opened at the neck at the same instant, and 12 heads came off and 12 bodies fell out of the sky. And there was no sound at all along that entire edge of the sect. She made no second move. She carried the broken knife back into the flower bushes and gently pushed it back into the exact place she'd taken it from. Then, without turning around, go and give a message to the Zhuantian sect. Tell them to bring some sincerity next time they come. In addition, all those detained are sent to the Lawless Tower for 5 days. If you're still not sincere next time, don't bother coming back, and the people you arrest shouldn't have to leave the Lawless Tower again. Zhang Li went down on both knees, shaking, because the sect leader acting personally means one thing and one thing only, which is that the acting leader failed. And when she was alone, Xianyue pressed one finger to her lips and coughed twice. Zhang Li delivered the message to the one survivor and then said this to the assembled 12 main lineages, in a voice I am told nobody had ever heard her use. The sect leader has not yet emerged from seclusion, but this matter cannot be neglected. Those who disobey orders must either abdicate themselves or I will abdicate on their behalf. And then, quieter. Let's call it a day. I asked Chu Wen if it had been Elder Jiang Li, junior brother. He was still looking at the gates. Do you think it looks like her? No, it did not. Because those envoys had not felt respect. They had felt dread, which is a completely different chemical. Above Elder Zhang Li, there is exactly one person more terrifying in the Heavenly Sound Sect, the headmaster, the Tianyan witch. And Jiang Li, walking back up the mountain, arrived at the conclusion she had been circling for 3 years. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower could only be planted by Lin Quan. She should never have let Lin Quan be thrust into the limelight. On my way home, people were whispering that I was lucky. I agreed with them. At the house, I took out the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman I had been planning to burn that morning, looked at it, and put it away. Then I got the broom and started sweeping a courtyard that was not dirty. I swept it for about 20 minutes, and then I looked at my hand, and the hand was shaking. Thinking about it carefully, apart from being promoted faster than anyone should, I'm pretty ordinary in every other respect. In terms of mindset and intellect, I am far, far behind the people who are genuinely strong. Strength is dazzling. It makes you overlook everything else about yourself. Then, there was a fragrance in my yard that did not come from anything growing in it. She was sitting at the wooden table, looking at the immortal peach tree. Judging from your expression, you don't remember my scent anymore. Senior's scent is different from before. It was. This time it's a blend of many floral fragrances. And this time the goo poison did not carry me. There was nothing in my head holding the line for me, and I had to stand there and be calm on my own, using nothing but 6 months of drawing bad talismans very slowly. Keep an eye on my flowers, she stood. And then get ready to come with me to town, otherwise you won't be able to withstand my wrath. And she was gone, and in the whole visit she never once looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. I checked my hand again. Steady. We've survived another ordeal. The rabbit came back from its Dao Path adventure 4 days later with a story. Master, there's a woman in the woods. She stripped a man and told him she was going to eat him, and he begged, so she let him go, and then he didn't want to leave anymore, and then she ate him. It looked at me very seriously. Master, be careful when you eat women. You might get eaten instead. I told it that was the most useful thing it had ever said, and I meant it because 2 days later, the ordinary workers at the Spirit Herb Garden started collapsing, fever, kun draining out of them like a cracked jar, and every single one of them dreaming about the same woman. That night, a middle-aged laborer got up, walked out of the dormitory with his eyes open and nobody home behind them, and headed into the trees. I followed him, and as I walked, I turned myself down. Foundation, establishment, early stage, then kun refining 9th layer, then 8th. Then lower and lower, and by the time the trees closed over my head, I was showing kun refining 3rd layer, which is the cultivation of a boy who has been at this for 4 months and is not worth anyone's attention, because a foundation establishment enemy who sees kun refining 3rd layer will never, at any point, look for a golden core. She was waiting under the trees and she was beautiful in a way that was clearly a decision rather than a fact. Dakian Spirit Method Clone 1, a clone of the Great Thousand Divine Sect, grown to Foundation Establishment on absorbed flesh, part of it secretly transferred back to the main body. Currently using the Great Thousand Charm technique on you, intending to charm you and then devour you completely. To maintain secrecy, the clone does not share memories with the main body, That last line is the whole reason I let her get close. Then I turned the dial back up in one motion. Her expression came apart, not fear exactly, more the specific look of a person who has just watched the numbers on a bill change while they were signing it. She ran. Demon sound. 1,000 miles put me in front of her. Senior brother. Instantly, smoothly, without one beat of hesitation. I only want to enjoy human company. Let me go, and I'm willing to be locked in your residence and used however you like. I hit her in the temple with the hilt. Chu Wen got her alive, and I told him to keep the credit, and he looked at me for a long moment and didn't argue. Then I asked him the question I had never once asked in 3 years. What are some options if I want to go outside recently? He actually blinked. The mechanism is this. Law enforcement peak issues you a mission. Recruit a designated disciple, or kill a designated traitor. 3-month limit. You get out. And if you fail, you pay 3,000 spirit stones. What's the reward for success? Reduce the level of suspicion. It's better not to have it at all. They ran the main body down weeks later. She came over the mountain in rags with 4 Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators on her, screaming the whole way. Why are you arresting me? I only killed an outer sect disciple. Why are you making such a fuss? She bounced off a formation and kept screaming. Wasn't the Heavenly Sound Sect supposed to be a demonic sect? Even the immortal sects aren't this monstrous. She saw me standing at the edge, decided I was the softest thing in reach, and lunged for a hostage. 1 moon slash. 4 flying swords pinned what was left. Somewhere on the other side of that mountain, I hope, a main body somewhere, is still wondering where its clone went. I also found Fei Guang in those woods at midnight, sitting cross-legged in the dark, trying to cultivate. He helped me carry the unconscious worker out, and when I offered to take the weight, he refused. I often help with chores at home. It's very easy. So on the walk down, I gave him the 3 steps of getting started, and then the only piece of advice that has ever mattered. The worst thing you can do is be impatient and irritable. One must see oneself clearly and maintain a calm mind. For me, that was a passing remark on a footpath. I found out much later that for Fei Guang, it was the day the world was created. 100 out of 100. Both bars. Purple Kun came off the formation, and the flower and the tree and went into me all at once, and my golden core took the whole flood and did not crack, and then it lit. Golden core completion. Level with Chu Wen. Level with a man who eats dragons, and the first coherent thought I had was that I wanted to go outside and find someone to hit. It's been a long time since I fought someone of equal strength. Luo Jin came back after a month with his arm in a sling, having burned every talisman I gave him on one Yao beast. Xiaomin's village is 5 days out, by a river, small. Her grandparents are past 60 and in poor health. He said it carefully, watching me. I'm afraid it won't last more than a few years. She had spent half a month there chopping firewood and doing the housework, which is what she does, which is apparently what she has always done. Then he handed me a package wrapped in ordinary oil paper. There's some snacks Xiaomin's grandmother made. She said it was to thank senior brother Chen for letting Xiaomin come back to see them. I appraised them, because I appraise everything, non-toxic. I ate them at my own table. The taste isn't anything special. It's ordinary homemade cooking, made by an old woman with bad hands out of whatever was in the house, for a stranger in a demonic sect she will never meet because he let her granddaughter come home. Tell her that when she reaches Kun Refining's 2nd layer, she can go back again. I heard my own voice do something odd. Tell her it will be by the end of the year. Make her understand that it's the end of the year. Luo Jin hesitated. Why does it have to be the end of the year, senior brother? I did not explain it to him. I am not going to explain it here either. Fairy Shenqing found me at the Spirit Herb Garden with a warning, and then a worse warning. People are hunting me from outside, and people are infiltrating from inside, and the second kind is harder, especially when they pretend to be an ordinary person, and the Heavenly Saint Sect is now certain that the secret of the mining field went out with me. Those lunatics from the Heavenly Saint Sect are so stubborn. Then Chu Wen came up the path and something in his aura was wrong. I appraised him out of habit and then wished I hadn't. While idly allowing the true dragon's remnant soul to attempt to possess him, he found the opponent too slow. To motivate them, he devoured half of the opponent's dragon soul, instantly advancing to early Yuanshan stage. He then pretended not to notice, and is currently hiding and waiting for the next possession attempt. I lowered my eyes and stood very still. For months I had felt sorry for this man. Haunted by a dragon. Poor senior brother Zai. He is not being haunted. He is farming. He ate half a dragon to encourage the other half to try harder, and then went back to pretending he can't see it, and he is standing here on a garden path telling me about the political situation, like a man discussing weather. The political situation, incidentally, is this. The Zhuantian sect, the Luoxia sect, and the Fenglei sect combined are no match for the Bright Moon sect. It could defeat all 3 with one hand. He said it without any drama at all. We seem strong. We have 12 main lineages, but all of this has developed over the past few decades. How can a history of less than 100 years be compared with that of others who have thousands? My new mission came with a warning label. Recruit a disciple who has already been claimed by the Bright Moon Sect. The clerk at Law Enforcement Peak told me to my face that I would fail. I took it, because I wasn't buying a disciple. I was buying a door. She was crouched by the flower in red and white with her hair pinned up, and there was no wind, and she looked less like a person than like something that had walked out of a painting to check on a plant. What cultivation did you have? Foundation establishment mid-stage. She didn't even react to it anymore. That's the part that got to me. The lie had stopped being funny to her and had become a thing I do, like a limp. Are you ready to come to town with me? A pause, entirely for her own entertainment. This trip will take us through a mining field. Are you going to go in and dig for a few days? I said nothing for slightly too long. Senior's business is more important. Junior doesn't like mining. A string of lies. She stood up. Get ready. You'll be coming with me in 7 days. Let's make some tea. And I would like to state, for the record, that I had Tianqing Red in this house. I had bought it. It was budgeted for. The rabbit and I drank all of it the night before while it told me about its friends on the Tao. I brewed ordinary tea. I went into the wall. Terms delivered while I was still in the wall. Noon, 7 days, outside the sect gates. If I hadn't come to see you first, she said, you know what would have happened. The rabbit wasn't screaming this time, and that worried me until I found it in the river, floating downstream, trying to climb out. It had been drooling over the flower when she arrived. It's a miracle it's still alive. I burned my 1,000-mile teleportation talisman from my own courtyard because there was a small, stubborn part of me that wanted to arrive somewhere on my own power for once. I landed in a forest 500 li out and could not stand up for a full minute. 500 li, said a voice above me. She was sitting on a branch in traveling clothes. Then she took us to Yuyun Prefecture in one blink, and I understood, permanently, that it does not matter how many 1,000-mile teleportation talismans I own. There is no distance I can put between myself and that woman that she cannot close in the time it takes to think about it. The gate said Luo City. I stopped walking. I lived in Luo City until I was 5. I fetched the water. I chopped the firewood. I cooked in the yard. My stepmother scolded me when there was something to scold about, and sometimes when there wasn't. And the year the famine came, she gave me 2 cornbread buns, put me out of the door, and sold me to the Heavenly Sound Sect. Nobody on the street looked at us, not one person. That was her doing, and I don't know how she does it. The Yunshang Inn has 6 floors, and I took the top one. There is a whispering slate in this city. She laid it out over tea I had bought, and she was not enjoying. It transmits secret messages. The last one said, meet in this city within 3 days. What you need to do is find the source of the slate, or another slate. Understood. Go buy me an umbrella. I bought a red patterned oil paper umbrella because she always wears red, and then I did not go back to the inn. I walked to my old house instead. I stood at the corner of that street for a long time. Nobody came out. Nothing happened. A street just carried on being a street. Then I went and raised my hand to knock and stopped with it in the air, because I genuinely did not know what I was going to say to whoever opened the door. I knocked. An old woman I had never seen in my life opened it. Is this the Chen family's residence? It seems like it used to be. The courtyard was almost exactly the same, just older. Same well, same wall, same rock by the kitchen door where I used to sit and eat where nobody could see me. And standing next to it, I heard my stepmother's voice as clearly as if she were behind me. Eat, eat, all you know is how to eat. Get back to work. In the backyard was the woodpile where I slept, alone, from the age of 4 or 5. There was an old man there struggling with a machete. I took it out of his hands. Take your time thinking. I'll chop the firewood for you. You've never chopped wood before, have you? You're joking. The rhythm came back in about 4 strokes. I started chopping wood when I was 4 or 5 years old. It was quite difficult back then because I was small. Right here, in this very spot. What is your relationship with them? Their son. That shouldn't be the case. He frowned. When I bought this house from him, I never heard he had a son. I was sold when I was 5. Today I happened to be back in Luo City, and I wanted to see them. He bought the house 16 years ago, 1 year after they sold me. They moved away and left no address, and there is nothing else to find, and the transaction record of an entire childhood is one old man's memory of a man who wanted to sell quickly. Do you hate them? No. And it was true, which surprised me more than it surprised him. Just a little resentful. That's truly rare. Anyone else would hate it to death. At the gate, I turned around and looked back at a closed door. I did that once before, at 5, with 2 cornbread buns in my hands. Back then, I never thought for a second that home was a thing that could stop existing. I thought it would be there, being unpleasant, forever. Then, with another turn, there was no home left. I bowed to the door, properly, all the way down, and walking away up that ordinary street, something came off my heart like a coat, and my cultivation surged so hard I had to put a hand on a wall. Half an hour on a street in Luo City gave me more than 6 months of deliberately honing my mind in the spirit herb garden. Only by picking it up can you put it down. Only by possessing can one understand. We only learn through loss. On the way back, I bought a light red tea set for 15 taels because the inn set was common and I have a woman to keep alive, and a bag of pastries from the shop I walked past every day as a child and could never once afford. A stone came out of an alley at my head, code word, stones used by the Great Thousand Divine Sect to transmit messages, crush in water to reveal. In a basin in my room, it dissolved into one line. Meet at the mountain temple outside the city at midnight. She taught me to open the slate itself, which is 9 stones and 9 red lights, and you push each stone to its light until the whole thing resolves into a single rune, and then the door opens and you can feel every other slate within reach, which is when I understood how they had found me in this city. Not my family. Nobody sold me twice. The slate in my own bag had been calling out to its brothers the entire time I walked around my childhood. At least it won't implicate those 2 elderly people. I left half the tea and half the pastries in her room and went to get ready. I found out later what she did with them. She sat and looked at that plate for a long time. Then she picked one up and bit a very small piece off the corner and frowned slightly and put it back down. Then she drank her tea and coughed twice quietly and looked out of the window and didn't say anything to anyone. I ate my half and honestly they were average. The pastries of my childhood are not what I imagined the pastries of my childhood were. I finished them anyway. 3 cultivators were camped in a broken mountain god temple, and the formation sealed behind me the moment I stepped through the doorway. Don't look at me. She was outside, in the dark, entirely comfortable. The fact that I asked you to come with me means I won't do anything. It's all up to you. But senior, the air pressed down on the whole hillside. Are you in a difficult position? No problem. Shu Tao, Great Thousand Divine Sect disciple, one of the owners of the Whispering Slate, tasked with gathering and transmitting intelligence. On sensing your arrival, he knew the slate had changed hands, isolated its signal with a magic treasure, and laid this trap here, waiting for you to take the bait. Fellow Taoist, aren't you going to sit? No, I'm just here on business. The night is long. Why not sit down and have a chat? I'll get straight to the point. Is the Whispering Slate on you, and do you know who's behind it? The silence lasted about 2 seconds, which for that kind of man is a scream. How did you figure that out? Let's get down to business and stop pretending. He recovered. They always recover once. You have 1 foundation establishment mid-stage and 1 late stage between you. What right do you have to ask me anything? Demons sound 1,000 miles. I was inside his guard before he finished the sentence. His protective treasure broke against my blade like a cup, and the edge came to rest on his neck, and behind him the mountain god's statue slid apart into 2 halves and fell over. Can we talk about it now? He stared at me, and his voice had changed completely. You, not foundation establishment? I flicked the blade. Speak. His 2 foundation establishment companions chose that exact moment to be heroes. Why bother? Moonslash took Shitao's head, and both companions dropped where they stood because they had never been companions. They were clones, and clones do not outlive the body. Then I stabbed everything on that floor twice more. Aren't you being overly cautious? The cultivation world is very dangerous, and there's no way to determine an enemy's methods. 3,623 spirit stones, a superb blue spirit sword, and a box I couldn't sense into, which she opened, and out of which the second slate came and went to her hand and was gone. Then footsteps on the path, and a shout. Thief! Come out! You stole my spirit sword! 3 cultivators in white. Bright Moon Sect. A courteous man at Golden Core completion called Chung Li, a late stage called Yuan Fang, and a young rude one called Fairy Ling Lan, who wanted very much for this to be a fight. I took the blue sword out and held it up before anyone said another word. Chung Li looked at it, looked at me, and threw me a heavenly rejuvenating pill. That pill is worth about 7,000 spirit stones. He did not haggle, he did not check, he did not ask my name. Return the item to its rightful owner. And we walked past each other in the dark like 2 people who had agreed on something. They went into the temple and found Shitao. Aside from the broken statue, there were no other signs of a struggle. Shitao was killed in a single encounter, said Yuan Fang. Could it really be those 2 from just now? What do you think? Outside on the road. Aren't you going to kill them to silence them? They're from the Bright Moon Sect. I saw their identification tokens. Killing them would have a significant impact, and they don't know who I am, so there's no need. Aren't you in the Foundation establishment mid-stage? I said nothing at all. I felt the sweat go down my back in the cold, and she vanished, satisfied, and I stood alone on a mountain road at 2 in the morning, having just been mugged by a single sentence. Walking toward Tiantu City the next day, she looked at my face. A few thousand spirit stones make you happy? I hadn't realized I was smiling. If I get more spirit stones after this, I said, testing something, Will I be much more assertive? She did the arithmetic out loud. Killing Shitao yielded over 3,000. The heavenly rejuvenating pill is worth 7. That's 10,000. A beat. Remember to buy me a coin's worth of Jiang King Red, and I won't hold it against you for repeatedly trying to fool me with inferior tea. For a moment, I felt like I had fallen off a cliff. It feels like I robbed Shitao for free. The roadside wine pavilion had an owner and his wife who were both hiding golden core cultivation behind aprons, 4 injured cultivators lying low in the corner, and one perfectly ordinary family of 3 eating coarse buns at a table by the door. The little boy, "Daddy, can you buy me a toy when we go back this time?" "Good. It's a promise." Then 3 Crimson Fiend Sect cultivators came in and stopped at that table. "I'm going to use the Crimson Soul banner shortly, and I hope the 3 of you will stay behind. I need something to consecrate it with." The father put every coin he had on the table. It got slapped across the floor. "Stay quietly to one side," and a broadsword came down toward that man's legs. I threw my teacup and stopped the blade. Why make things difficult for ordinary people? He looked me over. Foundation establishment mid-stage? Then his eyes went past me to Shan Yue, sitting there with her tea, and something greedy happened in his face. Foundation establishment late stage. He's a bit of an average-looking guy, but I need a spare body for the banner, so I'll take him along too. Shan Yue kept drinking her tea. I want to be very clear about why I moved. It was not honor. It was arithmetic. If I did not do it in the next 4 seconds, she would, and then there would not be a wine pavilion, or a family, or a road, mountain suppressing. Junlong stopped being a shape. His 2 perfection followers got 2 steps toward the door, and Moonslash took both of them at the threshold. "Pick up your silver," I said to the father, "and go back." "What were your reasons for taking action?" "Naturally, because they dared to disrespect Senior." "Are you worried I'll blame you, or do you think I'll cause more deaths?" "Is it because I'm worried about dirtying Senior's hands?" A complete liar. She is right roughly 100% of the time, and it has stopped being impressive and started being a lifestyle. In Tiantu City, the entire Yunsheng Inn had been block-booked by the Chen family. The shopkeeper apologized beautifully. 6 floors, all taken, nothing he could do. I looked at Xian Yue. Her eyes were completely flat, so I went upstairs. 1 Moonslash into the 6th floor, 2 exchanges with the young man who came out of it, and then a downward cut that took his sword in half and opened his chest. Everyone else who came running got put on the floor without me drawing the blade all the way out of the sheath. Then I put the edge against Zhou Xin's throat and asked politely, "I need to stay at an inn. I heard you'd booked all the guest houses. Could you give us 2 rooms in the Cloud Pavilion?" I left 2 taels of silver on the counter on the way up because I am not an animal. Zhou Xin sat on his own floor afterward and had, I'm told, a genuine philosophical breakthrough. It is said that strong people are capricious and unpredictable. Now he finally understood why. Because the weak do not need the strong to scheme or flatter or negotiate. One strike can end everything completely. The slate, once I could read it, explained itself. Whispering slate. A karma magic treasure crafted to find worldly treasures. It alerts its owner when something valuable is near, and by doing so, it influences them. Slates can speak to one another or locate one another. 3 combined or 9 combined grant different permissions. 9. There are at least 9 of these things in the world, and somebody is collecting them, and each one quietly steers whoever carries it toward whatever it wants found. Mine is influenced by Shan Yue, so it cannot detect anything, and it cannot steer me. It has been declawed, like everything else in my life that she has touched, including me. I asked her name over that same table, sideways, like a coward. People keep asking me who Senior is. She raised an eyebrow, and there was mockery in her eyes, and I braced for the wall. Shan Yue, but I can't tell anyone else. Junior, Lin Quan. 3 years. Neither of us had ever introduced ourselves. She had poisoned me, robbed me, thrown me through architecture, taught me a sword technique, and pushed me off a balcony, and we had never once exchanged names. Rent the inn's backyard, she said immediately, because a moment of humanity is a resource and she does not waste resources. And plant a spirit medicine like the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Here is the survival theory I have developed about that woman, and I offer it freely. She demanded Chengqing red. She accepted Hongshu fragrance. She accepted snow after spring. Shenyue always talks about wanting the very best, but her actual palate is nothing special, so the substitutes are fine and you won't suffer. I have never been more wrong about anything in my life, but that's later. The cultivator market in Tiantu City opens once a month and everybody in it is poor. I met a foundation establishment late-stage man named Gong Min who warned me about the stall fees before I asked, which in that market is basically sainthood, and I sold him the heavenly rejuvenating pill. He wanted it badly. He had 8,500 spirit stones saved across decades for exactly this pill and nothing else. And when I named a price, he immediately offered to go and borrow the rest to make it 10,000. No need. I cut him off before he could get up. How about 8,500? Then just answer some questions for me. I also, in the same market, bought several of my own goods back inside the deal without him noticing and dumped 100 spirit swords on an appraiser who had to sit down, 20 chin of high-grade snow after spring at 55 each. And then somebody mentioned that a consignment of Tian King Red had come in, 9,300 spirit stones. For tea, I paid it. I walked out of that market with about 3,300 stones to my name and a small box of leaves worth 3 times my annual Sect stipend, and I want everyone to appreciate that I did this voluntarily, in advance, because being hit through a wall has a price, and this is apparently it. Then I saw the shop with the list in the window, 23 names, ages 7 to 14, 10 girls, 13 boys, 2 left. The 3 Zuolans standing in that market are all clones. The real one is nearby. I filed that and went in. Where were these found? The shopkeeper was delighted to be asked. They were arrested in the surrounding villages, and the fact that I arrested them means their fate can be changed. Logically speaking, I should be their great benefactor. He sighed at the injustice of it. Unfortunately, they didn't appreciate it, especially Jin Shu's parents. They actually came at me with hoes, so ignorant and foolish. And then? I just helped them clear out their household. They had quite a few people in the family, so now they don't have to worry about food shortages. That really helped them a lot. I asked to see both. Jin Shu is 10. Her clothes were stiff and stained, and she had an iron ring around her neck, and she looked at me with her eyes red and full of pure hatred, which under the circumstances I considered a very healthy sign. Lei Bao is 11. Barefoot, mud still on his feet, and wearing the expression of someone who has already worked out that surviving comes before everything else. 150 for the girl, 200 for the boy. We've also added restriction controls, the shopkeeper offered. Do fellow Taoists need those? No need. Will fellow Taoists cause trouble? I drew. Moonslash. Probably. There must be some bottom line in life. I have very few. That's one. Then I threw the 2 children a spirit sword each and gave them a choice, out loud, in plain words, because nobody had given either of them a choice in their entire lives. Option 1. I find them an ordinary family in an ordinary town, and they live an ordinary life, and nothing like this ever happens to them again. Option 2. They walk over to what's left of the man on the floor and put the sword in, and then they come with me into a world where they may die at any time. Lei Bao went first, jaw locked. Jin Shu's hand shook so hard she nearly dropped the blade, and then it stopped shaking. I waited until it was over. I did not hurry them, and I did not watch closely. Then I took them outside into the sun and went back in alone and stabbed the remains twice more because of the thing I said about determining an enemy's methods. Outside, the head of the Chen clan was waiting for me. Luo Fong, early golden core, extremely offended about the inn. This fellow Taoist, I think you're a bit lacking in manners. Half Moon opened his throat without me breaking stride. Can I take up a little of your time? He survived barely because early golden core is tough. His private resolution afterward, I am reliably informed, was that he should be kinder when talking to people from now on. Then I found Han Wei and put golden core completion pressure on him until his knees hit the ground and asked about Guang Han and about who was behind the slates. Would I tell you? He was choking and still smug, which takes commitment. One day he'll come knocking on your door, and you, a mere golden core, will be utterly no match for him. However, you may not live to see that time. Moonslash. I gave Jin Shu and Lei Bao to Gong Min as his apprentices, along with enough of my own goods to make it worth his while, and he understood the arrangement completely. Will we ever see a mortal again? Lei Bao asked. If I happen to pass through here again, I will come and look for your master. They both knelt and put their heads on the ground. That sentence about coming back cost me nothing. It will protect all 3 of them for years. Accounts that night, 3,808 spirit stones, minus the 3,000 IO law enforcement peak, equals 800. If I hadn't resorted to murder and robbery, I'd have had to sell an enormous number of talismans to earn that. That is a genuinely upsetting sentence to have thought about your own career. The worrying part was Han Wei's parting gift. Guang Han intends to kill me, and Guang Han is a golden core, like me, which means there is no reason for that confidence, unless he wants to advance to the primordial spirit. I have never faced a primordial spirit. There's nothing wrong with being alive, and there's no need to risk it because of overconfidence. I rented the inn's entire backyard and planted tomorrow snow seeds. Fragrant, calming after flowering, can be refined into divine pills. Water with 1 bottle of spiritual liquid daily. Roots in 3 days. She wanted a spirit medicine like the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, and this is the closest thing money can buy that is not the actual thing, which I am obviously never going to mention exists. I reported. She asked about the yard. Then she asked with actual visible interest, like she'd been holding it. What kind of flowers are planted? A flower similar to the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. What's your name? Not mine. The flowers. Su, it will snow tomorrow. She said nothing at all and poured her own tea. That is the only response of hers I have never been able to read, and I have thought about it more than I have thought about most of my fights. Then she pushed a small box across the table. I won't let you do the work for nothing. This is yours. A snow-white pill, cold enough to hurt my palm. I swallowed it without asking a single question, which tells you exactly how far gone I am. Ice went down my throat, through my chest, out into my limbs, and then straight up into my mind, and clear mind fired by itself and drank the whole thing. My divine ability had been damaged for months from overuse. I'd assumed that was permanent. It didn't heal. It went past where it had been before. So it's a medicinal pill used to repair divine ability. I sat absorbing it and did not notice the sun come up. The cleaning girl at the inn is 12 or 13, and she had seen me go into Xian Yue's room in the evening and come out in the morning. Twice. She worked up her nerve in the backyard while I was squatting over the seedbed. Sir, did you grow these for your wife? Beaming. Your wife must be very happy, right? I broke out in a cold sweat over a flower bed. I ran the arithmetic. Seen twice. One room. One night. And there is no explanation I can offer that improves my position by a single degree, because every version of the sentence ends with me discussing that woman with a stranger, unless I kill her to silence her. I would like to note that this thought arrived fully formed and unprompted, and that 3 years in a demonic sect will do that to a person. What I actually said gently, do more, ask less, and talk less. That way you're less likely to offend your customers. She nodded, worried. The people staying at this inn aren't ordinary people. There are many things you can't ask about and can't repeat. Understand? Then I gave her a copper coin. Because here is the thing. I don't care what anyone says about me. I am just a passerby here, and I will be forgotten soon, like a grain of sand in the wind. But if it reached her, it could be fatal. Not for me, for the girl. Because it would have tarnished the other party's reputation. Heavenly Lake is flat enough to shave in. In the woods on the far shore, broken pillars, collapsed statues, and then a large building with 2 Foundation establishment early stage guards outside who did not look around even once in 20 minutes. Temporary hires with no discipline. Inside was an altar, new, ringed with stone pillars, and the pillars were stained, and some of the staining was fresh. Spiritual altar. By offering the essence of a young boy or girl possessing a spiritual root and using the whispering slate as a medium, one may communicate with the temporary master behind the whispering slate. This is Guang Han's preparation for dealing with the uncontrollable slate owner. He was to make the final offering in 7 days and gain primordial spirit level power, but Cheng Li's group disturbed him, so he will return after 9 heavens. He has now identified you as the slate owner. He has now identified you as the slate owner. I did not destroy the altar. Everything in me wanted to. But a man who feels hunted goes to ground, and a man who feels safe keeps his appointment. So I left it exactly as it was and spent the rest of the afternoon walking that wood, mapping every formation, restriction, and hidden talisman trap in it, so that on the night in question, I would not step into anything. It took me hours, and I did it badly, because my formation skill is almost non-existent, and I noted that fact down with some irritation. Remember that. It comes back. Downstairs at the inn, I walked straight into the 3 Bright Moon Sect cultivators complaining about me. We don't know who killed Guang Han's clone and all its members, otherwise we wouldn't have lost every lead. I stood there with a completely calm face, feeling deeply embarrassed because that was me. I killed their lead. I have their lead spirit stones in my pocket right now. They invited me to sit. Cheng Li, the senior brother, courteous. Yuan Fang, the senior sister who casts lightning. And Fairy Ling Lan, the junior sister, who has approximately 1 gear. I bowed and asked them, as a favor, not to enter the inn's backyard. Cheng Li was on his feet before I finished. This is how it should be. Then Ling Lan got there, killing Guang Han's clone. Was that you? This person is quite clever, said Cheng Li without missing a beat. Unfortunately, she sometimes acts too rashly. And they didn't blame me, not even slightly. Everyone has their own goals. It's best if we happen to agree without prior consultation, and if we disagree, we can simply leave each other alone. So I gave them the entire plan for free. Guang Han will appear at Heavenly Lake to perform the final ritual. Because of their interruption, it may be postponed by 2 days. The altar requires children with the talent to cultivate, and at the final rite, those children will physically be present, which means the person they're looking for will be taken there on that day. My only request is that you don't alert the enemy for 9 days. Their side. They cannot locate their missing junior sister at all and don't know why. Something is masking her. Possibly a divine ability, possibly a magic treasure, possibly the Heavenly Saint Sect, who blocked their junior martial uncle recently and who are uncomfortably friendly with Guang Han. And Guang Han is Great Thousand Divine Sect, normally based in the Tianhe Sea area. Driven to the Tianhe Sea area, said Cheng-Li, by our bright moon sect. Everybody at that table heard the size of that sentence. I also quietly abandoned my own mission on the spot. The bright moon sect is willing to send 3 cultivators across a continent for a disciple who hasn't started learning yet. Taking that girl back to the heavenly sound sect would be a hassle for the rest of my natural life. Don't let the good deed go unrewarded and the blame turn out to be a mistake. Then I went door to door in that inn and personally asked every single guest not to enter the backyard, and I paid Zhou Xin a chen of snow after spring rather than owe him a favor. He didn't want it. I found out why later. He was afraid he might have the chance to receive it and not the chance to drink it. Tiantu City holds a lantern night once every 3 years, and it happened to fall inside my 9 days. When is Senior leaving? How long do you plan to stay here? At least 9 heavens. Then she got up and walked outside. Senior, are you going to see the lanterns? She gave me one look, and in that look were exactly 2 words, and the words were, how childish. The street was lit end to end. Stalls, crowds, light on the water, children running, a golden age on earth, in one street, for one night. And it dragged something up out of me from before the woodpile. My father carrying me on his shoulder through a crowd exactly like this one. My stepmother complaining about the price of something. Me not knowing yet that any of it was temporary. Half a year honing my mindset at the Spirit Herb Garden can't compare with going home once. Only by engaging with the world can one transcend it. Do you often space out? No. Junior thinks there are a lot of people tonight and is considering how to get Senior through the crowd safely. It's no coincidence that you met that rabbit. It was not a coincidence. It was the flower. She knew, and she'd known for years, and she dropped it into a conversation about lanterns like a coin into a fountain. What do you think is the essential difference between you and your rabbit? The difference should be obvious. I am a human. The rabbit is a demon. Then let's just consider it obvious. Something I noticed and did not mention. The street was packed shoulder to shoulder, and the path in front of us was always wide. She stopped at a mask stall, looked at the masks, shook her head, and moved on. A woman ran past chasing a boy who'd got loose, and I caught myself comparing my own situation to that child's, unfavorably. At the river pavilion, I tried again. Senior, would you like to release a river lantern? Same look, same 2 words. Then a rich young man's entourage came up the stairs wanting the pavilion, and one of them said, there are people upstairs. What a pity. We can't go up. And the young master turned to have us thrown out and saw my face. He froze. Then he slapped his own companion across the back of the head. Knowing that this Tao friend is already here, why come and bother him? They left at speed. Honestly, those people were nowhere near as interesting as the street urchins. Then she asked the question she'd been carrying all night. How did you introduce me? Senior? Didn't you say someone asked you about me? How did you introduce yourself? And I made the single worst tactical decision of my life, which was to throw it back. Senior, what's the best way to answer? The pressure that came down on me was not the wall pressure. The wall pressure is domestic. This was the other kind, the kind with the whole city inside it, and for about a second and a half I understood with total clarity that Tiantu City existed at her discretion. I recovered faster than I have ever recovered from anything. Junior has already made up his mind. He is just waiting for them to ask. The pressure vanished like it had never been. She never asked again. Not once. Ever. Let's go. Where is Senior going? To release river lanterns. I did not say anything about how childish that is. I would like that on the record too. I bought 2 lotus lanterns and explained that you make a wish on them. To whom did you make this wish? The river god? Let me make a wish and pray to a river god? There was a look in her eye that suggested that if I named him, she would go and grant him one. Perhaps it's a prayer, or a wish made to the heavens. Accepted. What is your wish? Most of the time, I just want to live a peaceful and safe life. Isn't it peaceful now? Under Senior's protection, it is indeed very safe. Which is half true. I have no external enemies. Not one. Nothing in this world would touch me while she is standing there. And I have no security whatsoever, because I cannot resist her at all, and both of those things are the same sentence. Here is what actually went through my head when I let the lantern go, and it was not mining and it was not cultivation. I don't know. Will stepmother still try to put me down when she sees me? That's it. That's the wish of a golden core completion cultivator who kills primordial spirits. Her lantern went out beside mine. I glanced at her face and there was nothing on it. Then the whole river filled up, hundreds of them, thousands, all the way to the bend. Let's go back. She wasn't in a good mood. I didn't ask. 9 days of routine. Mornings in the backyard with her, talismans at noon, scouting the lake in the afternoon, snacks in the evening, comprehension at night. With clear mind repaired, I finally cracked the 3rd form of the heavenly blade, Meteor. The tomorrow snow sprouted on schedule and produced 2 green bubbles. Normal spirit sword, +1, twice, 14 spirit stones total. I would like to thank the heavens for their generosity. My talisman success rate actually went down in that backyard for 2 reasons. 1. Her presence unsettles me. 2. When she's lost in thought, she leaks a faint coon field that ruins fine work, and she has no idea she's doing it. I moved back to my room and then kept going out there anyway, because I lived in permanent terror that some rich brat or arrogant young disciple would wander in and offend her, and then there would no longer be an inn. Have you been guarding against anyone offending me these past few days? It's because I'm afraid others will disturb Senior's peace and quiet. Is that so? She considered it. Then let's assume that's what you think. And then, pleasantly, let's have another pot of tea. Just brewed. A pot of snow after spring costs 55 spirit stones, and I still think that's obscene. Bring out your best tea leaves. I had hidden the Tianqing red, deliberately, specifically so that she would never taste it, never learn what it was like, and never once demand it again. 9,300 spirit stones of insurance policy, buried in a storage artifact under 100 spirit swords. She explained how she knew, twice, which is the part that hurts. Tiantu City isn't big. Tianqing Red is a treasure to these people, and buying it is big news. A sip. Who in the whole of Tiantu City do you think would buy Tianqing Red? And then, because one was not enough, the aroma of Tianqing Red affects the tea leaves around it, and you put your snow after spring right next to it. Aren't you just blatantly telling me you bought Tianqing Red while keeping quiet about it? If you just said no, you could actually have got away with it. Did you think that as long as you said no, everything would be fine? I sat down and poured myself a cup. 9,300 spirit stones. This tea must be drunk even if it's tough. And then the spiritual kun in that cup got up and started driving. I ran the unfinished third form inside my own body, and it simply flowed, the way water finds a slope. Then the first, then the second. Then all 3 at once, layered, feeding each other, and the whole structure locked. I opened my eyes to sunlight. Is it only noon? The next day at noon. 3 forms mastered, meteor releasable at will. And today was the day Guanghan came back. That tea paid for itself. I want everyone to know the tea paid for itself. I have never once been able to say that out loud to her. The woods outside the altar. Moonlight on the lake. Xinyue sitting up on a tree branch in plain view, which struck me as extremely conspicuous until I remembered that if she doesn't want to be seen, she is not seen by anyone, ever. The altar started to glow. 5 adults came through the trees with 9 children in black hoods. 4 early golden cores, 1 golden core late stage, and at the back, a man with sharp, well-cut features at golden core completion, Guanghan, or the part of him that was willing to show up. Behave yourselves and you'll suffer less. Stand still and don't move. You won't die. It's easier to die if you struggle. One of them kicked a child. From where I was crouched, I could hear a child swallowing sobs and trying not to be heard doing it. I did not move. Still a clone? I said, under my breath. What about his original form? I glanced up at the branch. She answered before I finished looking. I don't need to look at it. You make your own decision and do what you should do. I won't affect you, nor will I help you. Exactly what I expected. If a golden core needed her, there would be no point bringing anyone at all. Then they moved to the first child with a knife, and I will not be describing that, and neither will anyone else. Linglan broke cover. You scum of the demonic sect. I stayed exactly where I was, and I was not offended, which surprised me. The Heavenly Sound sect is notorious. Everyone assumes it. That is precisely why I intend to clear my name eventually, and precisely why tonight is not the night. Cheng Li and Yuan Fang came in from 2 sides. Linglan was the bait, and she didn't know it, and that is the most bright moon sect thing I have ever seen. The fight took the roof off, which opened the altar to the moon. Linglan is brilliant, expensively equipped, and has never actually fought anyone. 2 early golden cores backed her down fast, and she called for help. Cheng Li coached her mid-battle without looking away from his own opponent. Junior sister, don't be nervous. They are no match for you. Calm down and analyze their moves. Think about the spells, the movement techniques, and the swordsmanship you know. And her opponent heard it and snarled and doubled his speed because he understood the problem exactly. She is stronger than him, and the moment she gets used to him, he dies. The Bright Moon sect is nothing special. Guanghan from the altar entirely at leisure. I had prepared other methods, but I didn't expect I wouldn't need them. Guanghan, do you know that this Dao friend has captured your clone members? I know, but so what? You still can't do anything to me. He adjusted something on the altar. I heard a long time ago that the Heavenly Sound sect also wanted to take your junior sister as an apprentice. Do you think they'd give me a large sum of spirit stones if I sent her there? I bet you've been double-crossed by the Heavenly Sound sect, Linglan, incandescent. You'll die if you go there. It's just right for villains to kill scum. Thank you for reminding me. He sounded genuinely grateful. After tonight, I'll sell her elsewhere. Then he set a stone slab on the altar, and I saw it instantly, because I own 2 of them. Fake. Can a fake thing be used as a medium? I read it properly with the nameless secret manual and got my answer, and my stomach went cold. The fake slate is connected to the real slate. It is being used as a relay, which means the real one is nearby, which means his real body is nearby. Guang Han was being this careful, and from the branch above me, apropos of nothing, a genuine question. Are you trying to tell me that there are plenty of cautious people out there? Junior feels that there are always enemies, so it's different. You are fundamentally different from him. She said it slowly, like an assessment she'd finished a while ago and was only now reading out. You don't want to offend anyone, and you don't want anybody to pay attention to you. Guang Han was not afraid of trouble and not worried about being in the spotlight. He considered himself intelligent and wise, unafraid of difficulty, meticulous in his calculations. He was confident. He even enjoyed it. I have thought about that a great deal since. She wasn't comparing our tactics. She was telling me she knows exactly what I am, and that the caution isn't strategy, it's character. Yuan Fang went for the finish. Guangping Thunder Formation. Lightning came down out of the clouds and up out of the ground at the same time. Thousands of strikes on one building, and for a moment that whole shore was white. Guang Han made one seal, and the pillars flared crimson into a dome. So you set up the Guangping Thunder Array here, and I thought you had some kind of trump card. Then the trap. This Crimson Fiend formation runs on what the 9 of them give it. Keep bombarding me. Once they've been drained, the formation will break on its own. The children screamed. Yuan Fang stopped. Your weaknesses are too obvious, said Guang Han, delighted. Do you know why I covered all 9 of their faces? So you can't find your target to rescue, so you can't even be sure the child is here at all. What if she was never in my possession? And then, to the woods, pleasantly. Logically, there should still be someone out there. Why haven't they come out yet? I've prepared quite a lot of food to entertain them. Hopefully it won't scare them away. He put his hand flat on the slate to send the power through to his true body, and I coiled to strike the transfer the instant it left, because that was the whole plan. That was the one moment. The power went straight down, into the ground, under the altar. He had been beneath my feet the entire evening. It was too late. The altar detonated. Stone went out in every direction at killing speed, and all of it went toward 9 tied-up children. 9 spirit swords dropped out of the sky and planted themselves in a line in front of them, and the debris broke apart on the blades. Who is it? The Golden Core. Late Stage turned around and I was already behind him, dagger through the neck. He tried to run, and a spirit sword appeared in front of him and went through his chest, and he stepped back twice, and another one took him from behind, and then they came from every direction until there was nothing left to aim at. Then I walked over, took the storage artifact off him, and offered what comfort I could. Don't worry, you're not alone. Yuan Fang had fought that man for a long time. She said afterward that from my appearing to his finishing was 1 or 2 breaths, and that there hadn't been the slightest ripple of Kun in it. The only thing in it was his struggle and his terror, and then Guang Han's true body came up out of the ruin, 27, maybe 28, pale, well-made, and carrying primordial spirit-level power like a coat he'd just bought. Honest assessment, made in about a second. Strongest thing I have ever stood in front of. I do not have confidence, and the woman in the tree is not going to help. You only came out now? He said. Were you waiting for me? I came for the stone slab. Golden core completion. He laughed. What are you going to use to snatch the stone slab out of my hand? Perfect timing. I'm going to take you back with me. Your appearance disrupted our plans, and your methods are quite peculiar. The people behind us also want to get something out of you. He spread his hands. You're looking for me. And actually, I've been looking for you. Who is behind you? Why don't you go and see him for yourself? You're really lucky. I did want to kill you. A shrug. Now I'll only spare your life. Then, to the Bright Moon side, dismissively, people of the Bright Moon sect, I have no interest in you now. You may leave with your men. Someone has to believe that, said Chung Li. I don't. Third form, meteor. The blade moves like a moon shadow, and the body moves like something falling out of the sky, and the golden core completion at the front of that group was simply not there anymore, and the light didn't stop. 2 more flashes, 2 more early golden cores. That single strike can kill 7 people in succession. On the 4th, I opened the Hongmeng Heart Sutra all the way, arrived in front of Guang Han before he had finished turning his head, and stacked Hidden Spirit Reappearance on top of it, which is a second golden core completion rising out of my own spiritual platform and settling onto me like a second coat. Then Purple Kun over the blade. 1 cut. His defensive treasure came apart like paper, and the cut kept going into his arm, and I was thrown backward across the clearing by the recoil of my own strike. I did not stop. A spear through the clone's skull. Moon slash. And Guanghan finally fought back with an 8-sided sword and an expression that had changed completely. You're not a golden core. A pause. No. You are a golden core. I don't believe a golden core completion like you can be my opponent. Mountain suppressing turned the surrounding buildings and half the tree line into rubble and splinters. Meteor severed the 8-sided sword and put me behind him, and the blade opened the side of his neck. How is this possible? Who are you? Meteor, front, back, side. And then the wrist guard released its stored mountain suppressing straight into him with no wind up at all. Cost accounting, immediately, because I am who I am. Half moon was cracked through. 3,000 spirit stones, gone. My body went into overload exhaustion the moment the fight stopped, and the only reason nobody saw it was the nameless secret manual holding my face together. As expected, it was too much of a stretch to deal with a primordial spirit. I must not do such reckless things again, and I still hadn't drawn the primordial heavenly blade, not once. Behind her seniors, Ling Lan was saying something over and over. Where can you find a golden core who directly kills a primordial spirit? She told me later, years later, that this was the moment she finally understood what her senior brother had been trying to teach her. There are always people more capable than you. If I had offended this person earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The first thing I said to the 3 stunned Bright Moon cultivators was not about Guanghan. You should save people first. 9 children were still tied to those pillars. Thank you for reminding us, fellow Taoist Chen. It was our oversight. Then Xian Yue was standing next to me, and I had not seen her arrive or heard her land. Guanghan's storage artifact, 5,000 spirit stones, a whispering slate, and a book. I handed her the slate without looking at the money. Give me the other 2 as well. 3, combined. Then I crouched next to a dying man and asked him questions. What is your purpose in coming here? If I tell you, will you not kill me? I didn't answer. He laughed at himself because he could feel it going anyway and gave it up. Investigate the Heavenly Sound Sect. Why? We're simply following orders. Each person who holds a stone tablet has a different task. Mine was to collect the history of the Heavenly Sound Sect. Whom do you obey? And instead of answering, he asked his own last question. I have a question. Are you really the primordial spirit realm? Golden core completion. He closed his eyes. You'll be killed. There are many, many people in this world who are jealous of genius. I know. That is the entire reason I have spent 3 years telling everyone I am Foundation Establishment mid-stage. And the first person to ever say it back to me was a man I had just fatally wounded. Guang Ping. He gave it up at the very end. It's him. We are under his command. I don't know anything else. Where are the other stone slabs? If I die, they'll probably scatter. Do you know who made the slates? No, I don't know. And he was gone. Does Senior know Guang Ping? She shook her head. Let's go back. I collected every storage artifact on that shore. Then I stabbed each corpse twice more before leaving, because I have principles. The Bright Moon Sect recovered all 9 children, including their junior sister, and their only real difficulty was a small boy who kept standing in front of the girls with his arms out. Their bigger difficulty was me. This person's purpose and background must be anything but simple, said Chung Li, and all 3 of them privately gave thanks that they had never fallen out with me. Don't bother me for the next 3 days, said Xian Yue, and closed her door. 3 days. Free. To myself. I went upstairs to count money. My own 3,806, plus Guanghan's 5,101, which is genuinely a fortune. Guanghan's clone's artifact, empty. The 2 early golden cores, 926 and 1,130. I feel so poor. The golden core. Late stage, 1,300, a decent Foundation Establishment spirit sword, 2 bottles of medicine. Fine, respectable. And then the Golden Core Completion's artifact, which I had been saving for last, because Golden Core Completion means real money. No spirit stones, none, not one, just a note. I know I might not come back alive this time, so I have hidden all my valuables. And then, in a neat hand, at length, I am Golden Core Completion, and I have been accumulating spirit stones to challenge the primordial spirit. I have been saving for 68 years and have a total of 39,868 spirit stones. In addition, there are many talismans, magic treasures, and medicinal pills, and the formation I use for seclusion. This was my life savings, but sadly, I am dead. I am telling you this simply so that you know you have missed out on tens of thousands of spirit stones that were readily available. Though I am dead, you will remember my name, Meng Ye. I sat there and read it 3 times. Meng Ye, is that right? I'll remember that. It feels like a waste to kill people like that. But I really don't want to meet another one. I'm annoyed. I am looking at 12,000 spirit stones on my own table, more money than I have had in my entire life, and a dead man I never met has taken the joy out of it from inside a storage ring. I kept the note. One day I am going to plant it in somebody else's storage artifact. Let others experience this thoughtful reminder. 12,263 spirit stones. Minus 3,000 ode, minus 3,000 for a new blade, and a message home. You can tie the rabbit up now. Damage report and doctrine, written down properly, because the last fight nearly killed me, and I intend to be pedantic about why. 1. Stacking hidden spirit reappearance is enormously powerful and risks total exhaustion. Take a pill in advance next time. 2. A foundation establishment grade blade caps the 7 styles. The primordial heavenly blade would have made the whole thing easier, and I still can't draw it in front of witnesses. 3. And this is the one that matters. Although Jiang Hao possessed the power of a primordial spirit, he was not a primordial spirit. A true primordial spirit is far stronger. Next time I must not let my guard down. Once you start thinking you can handle them, you're already in the crisis. Nip it. I spent the night rebuilding my hidden spirit charge and reinscribing the wrist guards. Mountain suppressing is compulsory. Overwhelming force intimidates and awes and ends arguments before they start. For the second slot, I chose Moon Slash over Meteor, which looks like the weaker pick and isn't. Meteor requires a working body. Moon Slash can be released directly. The whole point of a stored technique is that it works on the day your body doesn't. Downstairs the next morning, there was a thin girl clamped onto a thin boy like a lock. No, you can't send the young master away. She was talking to 3 Bright Moon Sect cultivators, and she was not backing down an inch. Wherever the young master goes, Shan Ling goes too. Mu Ling, filthy, underfed, with eyes that were bright anyway, and top-grade talent visible from across a room, which is why the Bright Moon Sect had crossed a continent for her. She was a maid in the Chu family before it fell. For 3 years, she and her young master Mu Fei have kept each other alive on nothing. She is single-minded, and she only knows one thing, which is that she is a maid, and she has to stay by the young master's side. At dawn, something landed outside the inn. I have described Jiang Hao as the strongest thing I had ever stood in front of. Next to what arrived that morning, Jiang Hao was a grain of rice. Zhen Guang, Bright Moon Sect junior martial uncle. Beyond the primordial spirit, and I do not know how far beyond, because my appraisal looked at him and politely declined. I stayed in my room for a full day. 2 days later, Cheng Li knocked. Junior martial uncle would like to see you. He said it apologetically. I just need a favor. Downstairs, a man who could have unmade that city with a thought poured me tea. I've heard that you are quite skilled, young friend. I wonder if you have any plans to take on apprentices. Junior is too inexperienced and lacks the ability to be a teacher. Young friend, don't be so quick to refuse. Why not listen to our opinion first? Here is the situation. Mu Ling will go with them quietly on exactly one condition, which she has stated repeatedly and will not move on. Find her young master a good master and let him attend the Tao discussion conference. A 10-year-old maid has taken a sect that can crush 3 other sects with one hand and put it in a negotiating position. Then he started laying things on the table, one at a time, in the manner of a man who has done this before. A Bright Moon Sect, distinguished guest jade pendant. If your excellency needs anything in the future, you can ask us for help, once. An invitation to any external Bright Moon Sect event. And then, I've heard you enjoy tea, young friend. A Qian of Tianqing red. I opened the box, saw emerald leaves with fire-red edges, and closed it very slowly, and I wanted on record that a primordial spirit and above was watching my face the entire time. I thought about it properly. Junior definitely won't take on apprentices. I said it first, so there'd be no confusion. But I will bring him back to the sect and bring him into my master's lineage, and I will do what I can for him in the meantime. Whether he wishes to go to the Bright Moon Sect when the time comes, I'll follow his own wishes. This is my limit. Cheng Li couldn't help himself. Why is fellow Taoist Chen unwilling to accept disciples? I smiled at him. Will fellow Taoist Fang accept apprentices? I don't have enough seniority in the sect. And then he stopped, and got it, and had the grace to look embarrassed. Okay, said Zhen Guang. I agree. 2 more things happened at that table. Senior, don't you want to know who my teacher is? I won't ask. That's all. He didn't ask. Asking would only bring more trouble, and not asking will definitely prevent any. And then he said the harsh thing, flatly, about the 2 children. Years from now, when they have both grown up, they will each understand that the distance between them has become a chasm that cannot be crossed. You'll gradually forget about it. It won't affect your cultivation. He wasn't being cruel. He was telling me what he had already watched happen, more than once, to people he had liked. Walking back upstairs, I found myself making an unfavorable comparison about my own home. If it were the Heavenly Sound Sect, they'd have requested the personnel normally, and if it were anywhere near this complicated, they'd have simply grabbed the personnel and run. Why would we care about anything else? I refined the jade pendant into my spirit that afternoon. It self-destructs if you erase the mark, which is fair. Besides confirming identity, it gives off a warm, gentle aura. It brings peace of mind and tranquility. I have carried it ever since. That's not sentiment, it's that I sleep badly. Zhenguang's package for Mu Fei contained the Star Moon Kun refining method, medicinal pills, a set of simple talismans, a magic treasure good all the way through foundation establishment, and 500 spirit stones. That's really generous. And I took the 500 spirit stones off him before he ever knew about them. Not because I wanted them, because possessing that many at once can wreck a boy's mindset, and one can easily become arrogant if not careful, and if that becomes known later, it leads to death. I'll give him a little at each stage. The technique comparison, since it matters later. Star Moon draws in Kun through starlight, cultivates best at night, moves much faster, and suits spell cultivators. Heavenly sound. 100 turns, roars Kun through the body over and over and tempers the physique. Star Moon is better. Objectively. I told him so. The farewell in the courtyard was Mu Ling holding onto his sleeve and saying, "Young master, you must come and find Shan Ling," and him promising, and both of them believing it completely. Ling Lan apologized to me properly, unprompted. "I apologize for any offense I may have caused you before." Yuan Fang bowed for her life. And walking away, I heard Cheng Li coaching them both, gently, about what they'd learned on this trip, and Yuan Fang saying the junior sisters had grown a lot since they came out. I want to name what I felt, accurately, because I've never said it out loud. Envy. I have never had a senior brother like that in my entire life. I have never had anyone stand behind me in a fight and tell me to calm down and analyze the moves. I suspect everyone who is kind to me of being an undercover agent or a traitor, and the horrifying part is that so far I have been right every single time. Then I sat the boy down on a bench. Will I never see Shan Ling again? What do you think? I definitely can. I'm determined to go. Having confidence is a good thing. I let that land before the rest. Some people have lofty ambitions and fate as fragile as paper. Do you think such people achieve anything? Remember, what you need to do right now is survive. Should we just endure being bullied? Ask yourself, if you feel you need to, then you need to. If you feel you don't, then you don't. As long as you can take responsibility for it, that's fine. Then the honest part. My school is indeed quite large. But it is very difficult to survive in it and become stronger. Since you lack natural talent, you naturally have to endure more than others. I laid both techniques on the bench. In my opinion, the Star Moon Kun refining method is superior. Master, which one do you think I should train in? Call me senior brother, and then, Heavenly Sound 100 turns. Why? Because I've already cultivated it. It'll be easier for me to guide you later. He was quiet for a long time. Just Heavenly Sound 100 turns then. And that was it. Somebody else's entire future, decided on a bench in about 11 seconds, mostly for my own convenience. Terms, gifts in batches, weekly progress checks that will be unpleasant, and one exit. You have options before foundation establishment. Once the foundation is established, I will no longer take care of you, and you will not have the right to choose again. Whether that is a blessing or a curse depends entirely on you. I walked into her room and a stone slab hit me in the chest. Prepare hot water for me. I want to take a shower. Not a surprise. There is no version of my life in which this was going to be a surprise. You cannot leave my room while I am bathing. A pause, entirely for effect. But if you dare to peek, you know the consequences. Let me explain something about my situation. If any other woman in the world were bathing behind a screen 4 paces from me, I would feel nothing whatsoever because the heaven-severing goo poison flattens that part of a person like a road. Shan Yue is different. The goo poison does not work on her. It never has. Whatever she is above the mechanism entirely, and that means that in the one situation where I would very much like to be a stone, I am a person. Door closed, windows closed. Take a chair and sit in front of the screen, with your back to it. Then the sound of clothing being removed and hung over the top of the screen. Then water. Focus your attention on the doors and windows. So I pushed Golden Core Completion Kun outward in every direction and held a defensive perimeter over an inn bathroom on behalf of a woman who could remove that city from history against threats that do not exist. This is deliberately making things difficult for him. I talked because talking was the only thing keeping me structurally intact. There's something I need to discuss with Senior. When Junior came out, he was given a mission to bring a disciple back with him. Did the Bright Moon Sect give it to you? What benefits did they give you? 1 Qian of Tianqing Red. Anything else? An invitation. Is there anything else? It's gone. The water stopped. An aura appeared in that room and filled it and left, all in less than a second, and my back went cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Then cheerfully, and the water started again. Then let's pretend it never happened. I did not mention the jade pendant. I still have it. She has never mentioned it either, which either means she doesn't know or means she's saving it. I know which one it is. Have you ever thought about joining the Bright Moon Sect directly? She asked from behind me, conversationally. The people in the Bright Moon Sect seem to have some goodwill toward you. Senior is joking. I'm going to grow flowers for Senior. Why don't we just bring the flowers along? Elder Jiang Li would kill me on sight, not metaphorically. There is a woman on that mountain whose entire professional existence is that flower. Leaving the Heavenly Sound Sect is the same as betraying the sect, and I'd be hunted down. And then the true part, which I heard myself say and did not enjoy. Moreover, I am a disciple of the demonic sect, and my way of doing things leans toward the demonic sect. Over the past decade or so, I have been subtly influenced. I stabbed corpses twice. I priced a 12-year-old girl's silence in copper. I thought about killing her and moved on. The water stopped. Is Senior done washing up? Do you want to take a shower? She was already out, already dressed in orange and white now, with a white belt, standing where I could see her and thoroughly enjoying my face. No, thank you. Pack your things. Let's get ready to leave. I left Mufei with Zhou Xin, along with a stack of talismans and a backyard with a formation and spirit medicine in it. It will take at least a month, at most 2.5. Then I'll come and pick you up. On the road. Won't the people in that city think you've abandoned them and left on your own? Probably, but they'll wait 3 months. The new slate, 3 combined into 1, can show me other people's conversations. It still can't locate the other slates, and there is someone with higher privileges than me. After the influence I placed on the slate wears off, she said, you can infiltrate them and find their locations, or perhaps even the locations of their higher-level patrons. An undercover agent? I have spent 3 years being surrounded by undercover agents. Every friendly face on that mountain has been an infiltrator, a spy, or a traitor, and now I am being commissioned as one. I never imagined I'd be an undercover agent one day. Fortunately, I wasn't an undercover agent in the Heavenly Sound Sect. They must have died a terrible death. Outside Luoyuan City, she stopped and looked at the mining field for a long time. There's nothing strange about the mining field. It's just that the terrain is a bit strange. Spiritual kun condenses but doesn't disperse. The great force gathers but doesn't emerge. A tilt of the head. It's a good place. What use is that terrain? Beneath the mineral vein, there is a tomb. Completely casual. This isn't an ordinary tomb. These people might never discover it in their entire lives. Should we go down and take a look? She actually sneered and turned away. What's so great about going to a place where the dead stay? Bad kun. Write that down. That instinct of hers comes back at the worst possible moment, years later, and saves my life. Also, I fell behind on that road because I was busy thinking about the fact that this person not only wanted to steal my heavenly fragrance Tao flower, she also wanted my broken magic treasure. You want to stay in mine? No, I was just momentarily impressed by Senior's spirit. Do you lie? No. And she stopped walking and turned around and looked at me and laughed. Properly laughed, like she'd heard something genuinely funny. I have replayed that about 400 times and I still don't know which part was the joke. Luoyuan City. I sold the loot for 2,500, bringing me to 14,700, and bought a replacement blade for 3,700. Golden core grade, low quality, dull in the hand. Its only real advantage is that it will not break. Dark red body, silver white edge. It had no name, so it got the name Half Moon, which is now the second blade to hold that job. Go back to the Heavenly Sound Sect. They might not have anything this bad in stock. Then 2 months of city after city, a few days each. We found clues everywhere, and people nowhere. After Guang Han died, they scattered or were recalled. Every site was warm and empty, like a house someone left an hour ago. Halfway through, I ran out of money and borrowed from a wealthy family with a genuinely terrible local reputation in the sense that I took it and they will not be getting it back. Somewhere in the middle of all that, on a road, she asked, do you want to know how many people are searching for your location right now? My heart went straight down. A total of 4 groups are trying to find you, and 2 of them are going to great lengths to do it. She sounded amused. You supposedly dislike being in the limelight, but I never expected you to be so good at attracting attention. I thought you were invisible to everyone. Heavenly Saint Sect and Luoxia Sect for certain, then probably Xuantian Sect, possibly Heavenly Joy Pavilion. 4 separate organizations, hunting a man whose entire strategy for 3 years has been to be boring. So I built a story, which is the only real armor I have ever owned. Senior, does the Whispering Slate have the ability to conceal my location? I guess so. She understood exactly what I was asking for and gave it to me. This slate is special. Few people can see through it. Good. Now the concealment comes from a treasure, and treasures can be hunted, and hunted things can be given up, and nobody is looking for a hidden master. And there was a second errand on that trip that I never told her about. For 2 months, in every city, alongside the slate hunt, I was looking for my stepmother. I know how that sounds. They sold me at 5. They fed me until then. and badly, and grudgingly, but they fed me. Even if they were not very good to you, the debt of raising still remains. She taught me to speak. She occasionally even taught me to write a couple of characters. I checked the last city ordinary people can reach on foot, then every town around it, then the villages, nothing. 17 years is a very long period of time, filled with countless births, deaths, illnesses, natural disasters, and man-made calamities. And here is the arithmetic that finally closed the file. I may not get out of the sect again for decades. A lifespan of 100 years is a luxury for ordinary people. In this era, living to 60 or 70 is already a long life. 17 years have passed. The next gap might be 30. How many more 17 years can they possibly have? 1, 2? Once you've made some discoveries while undercover, said her voice, cutting across all of it, you'd better prepare to go out again. Yes, senior. If you slack off, do you understand the consequences? Understood. I looked back at that city one more time and smiled and stopped thinking about it. Mu Fei was still in the backyard in Tiantu City, 2 months in, still failing the 100-day beginner's course, still only pushing Kun around inside his body. That talent. Even Zhou Xin shook his head when he saw it. The two of them had started using pseudonyms with each other, just in case, and the boy had been privately praying that he hadn't been abandoned. Zhou Xin wouldn't have thrown him out either way. His stated reason, the other party's methods are too terrifying, he attacked without saying a word. His unstated one, which he admitted to himself in the night, was that he had run the scenario where I came back a year later and the boy was gone. I dropped out of the sky mid-sentence, took the boy by the collar, and left. Thank you very much for fellow Taoist Chen's care these past few days. The spirit medicine in the yard is donated to fellow Taoist. He woke up back at the sect and looked at me and had no idea who I was. You. Who are you? Because her distortion had lifted. For 2 months this boy had been looking at a face that wasn't mine. I did not explain. I also did not dare ask him what I used to look like. The instructions that will keep him alive. Don't tell anyone how you got started, just say I brought you back. Don't casually tell anyone about your connection to the Bright Moon sect. Observe more, speak less. And his one question, asked in a small voice on the path up to the outer sect. Senior brother, will I become a devilhead someday? I thought about that for a while. Just stay true to yourself. At law enforcement peak, I handed in Mu Fei against a mission that had specified Mu Ling. The clerk looked at the paperwork, then at the boy, then at me. Junior brother, isn't this a huge difference? We need a girl named Mu Ling, and you have brought. I heard they grew up together, so they must be related. Junior brother, the mission has failed. Not one spirit stone. When does junior brother plan to pay back the 3,000? He was smiling when he asked it. I paid 1,000 on the spot and took a receipt and deliberately spread the rest over 3 months, even though I had it in my pocket and could have cleared it in one motion. Because the moment anyone at law enforcement peak works out that I am rich, my life changes shape. At most, they gloated. This way, they won't develop hostile feelings. The better off you are, the more resentful others become. 3 months away, and the house was exactly as I left it. Formations intact, nothing touched. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower had 4 leaves now, and the kun in that courtyard was noticeably thicker. The thing that had changed was the immortal peach tree. It was covered in fruit. Some of it already ripe. I picked one and bit into it, and it was crisp and juicy and pleasant and absolutely, completely ordinary. Immortal peach tree, related to the ancient immortal peach tree and possessing a trace of its characteristics. The fruit is sweet. By leaving 1 fruit on the tree and arranging a spirit gathering array around it using 4,900 spirit stones, a trace of its true nature can be activated and nirvana initiated. After 9 nirvanas, it will become the immortal peach tree. Proximity to sacred objects makes nirvana easier. 4,900 spirit stones, 9 times. I thought I was rich. I never expected that half of it would go on feeding rabbits and the other half on feeding an immortal peach tree. And you must always leave a fruit on the tree, or you wait a full year for the next chance. I planted the shattered second half moon in the corner of the yard as decoration, since it's dead anyway. I've already had 2 blades stolen out of this yard, so I doubt I'll lose another one. It was gone within the month. It's gone again. I went down to the market and walked into a man complaining loudly enough to be heard from a different street. Why should I pay back money I earned through my own abilities? How dare they ask me for spirit stones when I'm just a foundation establishment early stage student? He was working himself up beautifully. Without us in alchemy, where would they get so many medicinal pills? We gave up an enormous amount of cultivation time just so they could have their pills, and what did we get in return? Their contempt? The Candlefire Alchemy Court owes the Spirit Herb Garden money and will not pay it. Luo Jin flagged this before I left. I believe I said at the time that I'd deal with it when I got back. Then senior sister Xiao Yu waved me over from a pill stall, bought 500,000 sword talismans without haggling, and answered my question in 2 words. Because we're poor. And then she explained it properly, and it is the single best piece of economics I have ever been handed across a market table. The Candle Fire Alchemy Court has more than 2,300 alchemists capable of refining at foundation establishment level or above. The entire sect has a few hundred talisman makers. Talisman making has low barriers to entry and low costs, and the most uncertain future in the world. Alchemy has a high threshold, high status, and a genuinely great future, so everybody goes into alchemy. And then every trial burns materials, and the failure rate eats the profit, and ordinary pills are so oversupplied that buyers push the price down, and 2,300 alchemists sit in a courtyard being individually broke while collectively controlling the most respected craft on the mountain. Their internal distribution, roughly half at foundation establishment, a fifth at golden core, 15% primordial spirit, 15% spirit refining, almost nobody above void returning. Some seniors say that our foundation is too weak. Then she admitted something she was clearly embarrassed by. My talent for alchemy is actually quite low. She said it to a customer, which tells you what kind of person she is. But some senior brothers and sisters and I worked out a solution. The best approach for an alchemist is to advance to golden core first, and then continue with alchemy. Remember that sentence. It becomes a business, my own private ranking of the crafts on that mountain for later reference, alchemy first. Formation Master second, Forging third, and Talisman Making, which the sect ignores completely, which is why nobody was watching me. I walked into my own courtyard and the rabbit was hanging from a tree branch by the neck of its own robe, face bruised and swollen, so she was back. She was on my balcony. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything. Then a red blur, and she was directly in front of me. You don't have a place to take a shower here? There are places, senior, but no wooden barrels. Remember to be prepared. Sweetly. If you don't have it when I need it, you'll be the one facing my wrath. She flicked the rabbit into a corner, picked a peach off the tree, and asked, entirely out of nowhere, "Are you about to advance to primordial spirit?" Then she picked a second one, unripe, and threw it to me. "I remember you said it was sweet, now try it." Every ripe peach on that tree was gone, every single one. There was one creature on this mountain capable of that, and it was currently unconscious in the corner. I bit into a green peach, sour, fragrant. Nowhere near sweet enough. Sweet or sour? Sweet, fragrant. Sweet? Half a smile. Sweet. Bang. My back hurt for 3 days, and she was gone before I finished sliding down the wall. Then her voice, pleasant, right at my ear. "I won't let you go out with me for nothing. The things on the table are yours. You'd better do some research before you try to advance to primordial spirit." On the table was a book with 4 characters on the cover. Harmony with light and dust. First page, blend with the light, mingle with the dust. Advance and you can travel thousands of miles. Retreat and you can disappear into the crowd without a trace. By midnight I closed it because I could not read it. I don't mean the words, I could roughly grasp what it was. But it requires not only insight, it requires a resonance of mindset, and if it weren't for what happened to me on that trip, at that door, on that street, I wouldn't have been able to get started at all. The 7 styles of the Heavenly Blade is difficult, and clear mind cracks it. Harmony with light and dust cannot be cracked that way. There is nothing to solve. You either are that, or you are not yet. Meanwhile, the rabbit woke up mid-wail. "Master, have you returned? My friends on the Tao are informing me. You're back." A pause, and then hopefully, "Master, did you bring me a gift?" "No." "Master, my friends on the Tao keep their shops open very late. Why don't you go and get me one now?" "There's no gift, but I did bring something else." I took out a rope and hung it on the tree where it could see it. "Not yet. First, I want to be certain nothing is brewing on this mountain." "What did Master bring?" It was still touching its own swollen face. "You'll know in a few days." Peach accounting, for completeness, the ripe ones went to Xiao Min, who walked into my private courtyard on her own, because it has never once occurred to her that she shouldn't. The rabbit's version. "Master, when Xiao Min mentioned my name, Lord Rabbit, all the peaches on the path gave me a face and ran away on their own." Later that night, under the moon, I found the rabbit asleep next to the heavenly fragrance Tao flower in an anatomically alarming position, drooling heavily, having had the presence of mind to set up its own small light barrier first, which was wise of it. If that drool had reached the flower, its friends on the Tao would have been saying goodbye the following morning. I measured the bathhouse for the ordered barrel and worked out that I would have to expand the entire room. That is my life now. I am a golden core completion cultivator who kills primordial spirits, and I am doing renovations to specification. The morning report from the rabbit. "Yes, master, something big happened. Someone has renovated the spirit herb garden." Chu Ying. Obviously, Chu Ying. She was the only one who kept telling me that this wasn't suitable and that wasn't suitable, and a renovated garden means less work, and less work means fewer kun bubbles, which means the defected holy maiden I personally recruited has quietly cut my income. I regret recruiting her. Is there anything else? And Lord Rabbit will do his duty and serve his master wholeheartedly. Let's talk about something that doesn't concern you. Has Xiao Min caused any trouble? Someone from the cafeteria has come looking for the owner, instantly, brightly. They say Xiao Min often uses his owner's name to eat a lot. His owner's name, Xiao Min uses the rabbit's name. The rabbit has been laundering it through mine. Sure enough, the rabbit had caused the trouble. Luo Jin was overjoyed to see me back, and the reason was not sentimental. 3 months without me was bad. The spirit herb garden kept getting new intersect guards, and some people are targeted if they're slow to act. I looked at the workers' faces on the path and understood the situation with total clarity. To a foundation establishment intersect disciple, these people are somebody who can be killed without consequence, and let alone the demonic sect. Even if this happened in an immortal sect, at most, they'd scold him a couple of times. Then the actual problem. 6 alchemists from the Candlefire Alchemy Court want their fostered spirit medicine back and will not pay the 3,700 spirit stones in fostering fees. Their medicine is worth 14,000. The fee is that high because we supplied the spirit elixir that grew it. Why not just seize some of the spirit medicine? The Candlefire Alchemy Court is a unified entity. Luo Jin looked genuinely frightened. Offending some alchemists could offend the whole group of alchemists. Few people are willing to do that. If someone starts it, the entire lineage may be targeted. We cannot bear that responsibility. The old fix was letting them pay in junk pills. Nobody can absorb 3,700 spirit stones of junk pills. Then he produced a list, and I understood the real shape of it. It isn't one garden. 6 of the 11 lineages, 40 alchemists, 25,000 spirit stones. Everyone wants to refuse, said Luo Jin, but no one wants to be the first to stick their neck out. The nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Everyone is waiting for some other faction to fall out with the alchemists first. That way the alchemists will only remember the one who started it. Who's exempt? White Moon Lake and Law Enforcement Peak. Because how could the alchemists dare to provoke them? And 100 Bone Forest, which doesn't need pills. I'll visit them in a few days. Xiao Min was standing in my courtyard, hiding the rabbit behind her back and staring hard at her own toes, with the exact posture of someone caught doing something wrong. Luo Jin stared at this. He told me afterward that junior sister Xiao Min is afraid of nobody in the entire sect. Except me. The only other time he's seen it, he said, was on the trip home, where she barely ate anything for half a month. We dared not eat much in case the 2 elderly people had nothing left. Have you had breakfast? I'm done eating. You haven't been to Cultivate for the past few months? Yes, guiltily. For a little while. A new disciple has arrived in the outer sect. His name is Mu Fei. Go and see him every week and check on his cultivation. How do we check? Use your fists. Her whole face lit up. This is something I'm good at. The rabbit shook its collar. The master is finally going to let people know. Is Lord Rabbit any better? Then I went to look at the cafeteria myself, because I wanted to see it with my own eyes. The hall was already full and already braced when we walked in. The instant Xiao Min came through the door. It's here! It's here! Hurry up and eat! Put it in your bowl! Put it in your bowl! Little rice bucket Min junior sister won't snatch food out of other people's bowls. Every dish on every serving table was gone in under a minute. A disciple wandered in about 30 seconds later and stood there staring at empty trays. Isn't it just lunchtime? Why is there no food left? Xiao Min, Dragon Clan, severely injured by Heavenly Gang Thunder, memory and power lost. Outer Sect disciple. Because she is growing rapidly at this stage, she can eat even more than before. Growing rapidly. I found the canteen manager, Wu Hong, Foundation Establishment early stage, a man carrying the specific exhaustion of someone who has had to explain the same thing to 12 people this week. Could junior brother prepare some heartier food for her? Meat mostly. And before he could work out how to say no, the cafeteria doesn't need to cover this expense. I put 30 spirit stones on the table, monthly, delivered by Xiao Min herself, with the change as his tip. He stared at the stones for a while. His own stipend, I learned later, is 20 spirit stones a month. And this senior brother in front of us spends 30 a month to make sure a junior sister eats well. Incredible. My current ledger of dependence, I raise rabbits. I raise immortal peach trees. And now I want to raise dragons. My spirit stones are under a lot of pressure. The peach tree returns 9 purple bubbles and a divine tree eventually, so that's an investment. The rabbit is pure trouble, and I'll release it once it's grown. Xiao Min returns absolutely nothing whatsoever, but seeing her cause trouble every time, I feel it's not right to ignore it. We can only do our best. A dragon should not be trapped inside a mountain gate. Are you that hungry? I asked her on the way out. Eating more food helps you grow taller. Cheerfully, with her mouth full of something she'd smuggled out. Grandpa and Grandma want to see what Xiaomin will look like when she grows up. I didn't ask anything else. They do not have many years left, and she does not know that yet, and I am not going to be the one who tells her. The Candlefire Alchemy Court sent an outer sect messenger boy to threaten us, which is itself the message. Those spirit medicines are being prepared by a senior brother who is aiming for Golden Core Alchemist. You should think this through carefully in case a lot of emotion-severing cliff disciples end up suffering because of you. He recited it well. Besides, the Spirit Herb Garden isn't short of money. Whether you're owed more or less, it doesn't really matter, does it? Sending an outer sect boy to deliver, that means they are not in a hurry. It also means exactly how far down they look at us. If they're in a hurry, let them come over. Yes, yes. Go back. I didn't touch him. An outer sect disciple also obeys orders. 7 days of study later, I called the rabbit. Rabbit. Did the master call me? And it turned around to an empty chair. It rubbed its eyes with both paws. It looked at the chair. It looked under the chair. It walked around the tree. Master? Master? Where did you go? Here. Directly beside it, it screamed loudly enough to disturb a neighboring peak. Harmony with light and dust is much more powerful than I expected. It is incredibly effective for surprise attacks, and the reason I cracked it in 7 days, when the book itself says most people never do, is not talent. A state of mind is the best sharp weapon for comprehending this technique. When the mind is at peace, power, magic, and divine light do not manifest. I have spent 3 years pretending to be nothing. It turns out there is a cultivation technique for that. 5 years ago, a woman I had never met walked into my hut on the worst night of her life and told me not to move. I have done a great many things since. I have not, in any way that counts, moved. Look at the ledger. A boy got 2 cornbread buns and a closed door and was sold to a demonic sect at 5 to stop him eating. That boy now owns a courtyard with a divine flower in it, a peach tree that will one day be a divine tree, a sword technique that kills things 2 realms above him, 3 separate ways to survive a death blow, and a rabbit on a rope that costs 100 spirit stones a day. He has killed a primordial spirit with a golden core. He has a dragon in the canteen who calls him senior brother and eats her weight in rice. He has a name nobody can say out loud, and a face that people forget the moment he leaves the room. And to everyone on that mountain, he is Lin Quan, 24, foundation establishment late stage, a bit slow, sells talismans at a stall to a man who insults him weekly, pays his debts in installments so nobody works out that he could clear them in one motion. Bai Qing sealed my spirit 5 years ago because I was the safest thing standing in his courtyard. Everyone who has ever looked directly at me has come to the same conclusion. Every single one of them was wrong. Not one of them has ever found out. That's the whole trick. That's the entire life. Here's the part I don't say out loud. The flower has 4 leaves now. Elder Jiang Li told me what I am once, without ever meaning to. She sits high on a fishing platform, fishing continuously, and I am what's on the hook, and bait does not get thanked when the fishing is over. Bait gets reeled in. There is no version of that flower opening in which nobody comes to collect it, and I am the only person alive who knows the ugly little fact underneath all of this, which is that it cannot be grown by anybody else. Not by Zhang Li, not by the Zhuantian sect. Possibly not even by her. So on the day it blooms, I stop being the gardener. I become the thing that grows it. I have until the 6th leaf to work out how to survive being valuable.